Good morning. I like that I went live and my chat program it didn't tell me that it's gone live, so YouTube just told me I went live. Twitch just told me I went live, and there are comments on both platforms being like, yo, what's up? You guys found it before I did. I mean, I clicked the button, but I actually don't know how the notifications work. I should probably do a better job of that. I think there's a thing that sets like what I can actually have as the go live notification, and part of me is wondering if there's something better I could do with that, because I don't really know what to entice people. I guess I could write like some custom message every time and be like, I don't know, like right now I think literally the custom message is just video games, let's go, which is very boring. But maybe I could change it to like, I don't know, eating ravioli until I throw up or something. And then somebody would be like, what the heck? And then they gotta click it at that point. That'd be crazy. Although I'm going to be honest, thinking about it, maybe that is not a good enticing system to get people to join in. How much better do you want it to get? True! Honestly, you're right. You're right. I never planned to do it on the last day. I can find you 4 days as work family. Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. Again, also a big part of it is the fact that, like, you know, I was also unable to do stuff, so difficult to find time to do login. So over the past several days. Oh, it's okay. It's all good. It's also because like Friday had like the big Fridays of 4 where there was we talked about a lot of things. We talked about specifically the what do you call it? The all the new stuff coming out. So everything, I should turn on the camera. Hold on, give me a sec. Boom. All of the new stuff that's coming. So we're talking about the shit, my brain is melting right now. The fact that all the stuff we knew was happening. So with in the producer's letter, the expansion that's going to be coming, new race, Arcane Trickster, things like that. And then there was like the minor stuff that we found about that some people are interested in. So stuff like the fact that there is, I think for the first time, an official statement from SSG saying, hey, by the way, we know that we need to adjust casters, which is a big one. 79 more keys. Oh my God. Yeah. So that was a big thing. The server transfers are also something that's coming. So yeah, so there's like a lot of good information, good news. For those that missed it, it was with the kind of a discussion with Tolero. The first, I want to say 10-ish minutes were kind of rough because the audio was really, really off. But yeah, the news that we actually have on that, and this is the important thing, because obviously it's one thing for the producer to just say, hey, by the way, we're working on this. Because obviously she would know what they were working on, so she can just be like, yeah, this is something we're working on, this is something we're kind of tracking. But then also Torque at the same time posted and basically confirmed what people were thinking and was like answering questions and basically like talking about how it is something they're working on. It is not going to happen in one go. It is not something that's going to happen instantaneously. It will happen in steps, and the first step on their eyes is DC relief, which is a good idea, because for those of you that don't know, if you attack a monster, there's like a bounded accuracy system, which basically states that if you attack a monster and you roll a 16 or higher, you just hit the monster if you're proficient with your weapon. You don't have to have any amount of like hit chance or anything. You can literally have +1, like minus 100 to hit. If you roll a 16 or higher and you're proficient with the weapon, you do hit. So your minimum hit chance is technically 25%, which is good. And then anything below 16, you get glancing blows based on how off you are from the actual thing if you miss. And there's also like a sliding scale, it's like a percentage basically. And then once you get low enough, anything 5 or lower, you can actually miss. So if you have really low hit chance, you will miss quite a bit. And it is a sizable problem. But with DCs, it's actually even worse. Monsters just roll dice normally. So let's say, for example, right here, my Arcane Tempest is DC 47 on the saving throw. So if a monster's reflex save is 46, they only fail on a 1. And so there's nothing I can do about that. That's just, it is what it is. They make their save every single time. And those numbers don't get any easier. Right now, if you don't have saving throws above like 100 to 110, on Elite Chill of Ravenloft, you can't really hit anything. Which is not our 10s. We're not talking about our 10s. We're talking about Elite Chill of Ravenloft, which is a little rough. So some players, the high-end players, are getting 120, 130 to be able to land their spell DCs. But even 100, if you're like a first life character and you're trying to gear, it's basically impossible. These are both issues. And so I think it's good that they're going to do some type of DC relief. I don't know what that's going to be. I don't know what they're going to do with that and how that's going to shake out, but I am curious. It's also one of the reasons why you've noticed that there are several abilities that are useful that have no saving throw on them whatsoever that I do recommend. This character in particular uses Shardstorm, which has no save on the damage, as well as Galvanic Blast, which has no save on the damage, allowing me to always push some damage through, regardless of what my enemy saving throws are. Ruin and Greater Ruin are also good for that. If you don't have any stats or any gear, Ruin and Greater Ruin can allow you with Draconic Incarnation to push through damage on a caster. So you're trying to find stuff. Additionally, there are things that are broken that have no saving throws. So for example, Moonlance and Gloom Spear from Magus of the Eclipse, the attacks have no save on them, so they deal damage. And their freezes also have no save, which is fantastic. Holy Fireball has no saving throw on it. It just always works. So it's a good way to just shove some damage through. Now, granted, the Holy Fireball is supposed to have a save. It's just broken and it doesn't. But, it's a good way to get through something. Should add hobgoblins to this game. Would hobgoblins be an int race? The problem with hobgoblins being an int race is that they're so bulky. Maybe is the way that they're like shown in game. It looks like they got so many muscles that their skin is like stretching against the muscles. You know what I mean?
Haven't been able to catch the stream in quite a while. Hello there, Smile.
Good morning, Infigens. I hope you're doing very, very well. Welcome back to the stream team for 34 months. It's a long time. It's a long time. But you might not be able to catch the stream, but you know what? That just means you've got lots of time to catch up on. So you're all set. Do we want a Kobold and Kobold Shaman iconic as a playable race? I don't think anyone would say no to that, but you know what? You asked the question. I'll throw up the poll. Do you want... All right, here you go. But yes, I think the answer is definitely yes. I'm surprised we still haven't gotten a Kobold race as playable in the game at this point, because they're like integral characters. But it is also possible. One of the reasons why they don't want to include like a Kobold race is so they can continue to use them as like goofy comic relief. So we'll see. Yo, what's up, Dorn? How you doing? The bigger things, as was noted, is that the transfers are not available yet. So you will not be able to transfer, or you cannot currently transfer between 64-bit servers. So if you're like me and you play on Thrain, and you want to play on Shadowdale, you can't. If you play on Moonsea, which is the European server, and you want to transfer to another one, or let's say you were playing on Cormyr, and then you want to transfer your characters to Moonsea because you're European playing on Cormyr, well, you can't. According to SSG, the reason why that was not possible is specifically because they were just spending all of their engineering time working on the lag, which understandably took a lot of extra work. Given how smooth the game is now, I'm glad that they spent the time actually putting in that work. But the second thing is also apparently to finish off a lot of the transfers. This is what was said, so I'm just repeating it to you guys. To finish off a lot of the transfers from the 32-bit server, they had to do some hacky solutions, which have consequences. And so before they can open up transfers between the servers, they have to basically clean up some of that system before they're able to allow us to transfer between the servers, or else it will cause lots of problems. We got hobgoblins were +2 int. Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure. Let's see. I can check. Hobgoblin, SRD. The SRD has the answers. Hobgoblins as characters are Dex and Con. Yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, they could just give them intelligence. I don't really have a problem with that. But yeah, they're Dex and Con. Under the leadership of a skilled strategist or tactician, their discipline can prove a deciding factor. So yeah. Would race come with voice? Oh no, I wouldn't want that. Unless there's an option to mute it. Oh my god, that'd be horrible. Ooh. Ebron specific? Let's see. My Ebron book. Let's find out. Eberron. I don't know if Hobgoblin Race is in here, but this is a good question. Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't know how I forgot about this, but I did forget somehow. So I have me. I have my Ebron book here, which is cool. But then on the inside of the book, it's kind of hard to see, but I actually got a whole bunch of people from SSG to sign my Ebron book, because obviously it's based on that. I didn't get to meet Keith Baker and have him sign it, but someday if I meet Keith Baker, I will have him sign it. Also, but anyway, let's see. Hobgoblin. Should be HG in here. Hobgoblin. Okay, it's literally, there is no Hobgoblin in here, which is amazing. There's Goblinoids, 154 and 304. 304. Goblinoids, nope. And 154. No, there's a lot of descriptions of Goblinoids and their importance, but there's no actual stat block for Hobgoblins, unfortunately, in this book. But maybe it's the new one. You gotta pull out the other Eberron book, which is the 5e. That's fine. And let's see if they're in here. I'm curious, because I actually don't know. Hobgoblins, 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 Hobgoblins. Heirs of Dakan. Oh, there it is, 24. Page 24. Okay, we got bugbears, goblins, hobgoblin. Okay, 5 hobgoblin is +2 con, +1 int. So there you go. You got your int race right here. +2 con, +1 int. It's there. It's official. In Eberron. Okay. So yeah. So in 5, they do get intelligence. In Eberron. So the answer is, can you do it? Yes, you can. Anyway, I just thought that's interesting discussion. Getting old and old injury on my left elbow shown back up. Ooh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, Dorn. Hate to hear the injury swelling back up. Yeah, depends on what type of injury it is. It's like the fact that a lot of your ligaments basically never heal. So if you ever get like an injury in some of your ligaments, you run into some problems. So that can get you. So hopefully you've got, I don't know, an Aspen or something that helps it feel a little bit better. I'm having a great day, Hoxham. Well, currently we're just like goofing off and talking about things. Apparently hobgoblins in 5th edition get intelligence, and the idea of adding a hobgoblin race is kind of neat. Also, just generally kind of recapping about some of the events that happened last week, specifically at the end of last week, in which SSG talked about some of the new features that are going to be coming. I don't know if we will get a information about when the next Lemania will be. Maybe, but I'm not sure. Because the next Lemania that happens would be very cool. But yeah, we'll have to see if that actually happens. Because I would love to. Whenever the next Lemania comes out, or if we have new updates about what's going to be coming with the actual new class, Arcane Trickster, I'll be sure to give you that. I didn't give my thoughts and opinions in like a video yet because I just figure I want to get more time to really test it and get a feel for it before I give my thoughts and opinions. Because right now it seems good, but it's a little bit too early to tell. Announce Lamania? Not really. It's like a preview server. We know there's going to be one more. We just don't know when. Then we're going to Psionic class. Yeah, the devs have wanted to do Psionics, but from talking to them and also what they've said publicly is that Psionics are difficult to do in DDO because Psionics, a lot of things that a Psionic character does, like basically it's just magic, right? Like you're like, no, but it's Psionics, but it's just magic, which is the problem. A lot of the stuff that you would think of in Psionics, like suggestion or like planting thoughts in people's minds, things like that, actual like mind control sort of Psionic stuff, you can't really do easily in DDO because you don't have roleplay in this game in terms of like NPC style roleplay. So that's a bit of a problem. And then also, one of the benefits of Psionics is that they have a PowerPoint system, and then you spend your PowerPoints on different things, and the costs vary between the type of abilities, which is how the spell point system works in DDO. So it would be difficult to actually have, like, just even the core concepts don't really work that well. So they said that they do want to add Psionics at some point, but we just don't have it yet. What's up, Archaic Futurism? Rachel, how are you doing? You think the iconic Duergar class will be? I have no idea. But yeah, like functionally, what's different between like being psionic and like casting fireball? You know, like the visuals, but outside of that, it's kind of the same thing. And like here's my personal opinion, and we can disagree on this. If they are to add the concept of psionics to the game, so we do get like psychic characters that can do something cool, that's awesome. But if it's just recolors of existing abilities that say psychic on it instead, I'm not a big fan of that. I want it to actually be something different because it is something different. So, and if that ends up taking more time, then it takes more time. Like I would rather psionics still be a lofty thing they could put in eventually someday than get it and it's kind of underwhelming or just kind of feels like something we already have in the game. Because if it just feels like magic, then what's the point? Yeah, I don't know what the Duergar class iconic will be. I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about it that much. I don't really like, I don't really know much about the Duergar, or dwarves in general. I'm not a big dwarf guy. Some people are big on dwarves. Some people have pointed out, it would be kind of cool if there was like a, Duergar minor. So like you kind of give the, iconic tree the same treatment as you get with, Aasimar Scourge, where Aasimar Scourge gets the huge benefits with like hammer or heavy maces and stuff. You do the same thing with the, Duergar, where they get giga bonuses with heavy picks because they dig underground. So yeah, so we'll see. Well, but that's the thing, is like we could maybe have some of those things assuming we actually get to that point, but in the future. Banalist spec has some extra see untyped damage spells. We have that. It's literally Warlock. Warlock does force damage, which is not technically untyped, but is also non-resisted. Their evil damage, Underdark Blast, is also non-resisted, and they just have extra CC. And it doesn't cost anything. Mushrooms the Flora. They could be a Blightcaster. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of things. I just also don't know the lore, right? So presumably the Duergar is going to be like, since it's an Underdark themed expansion, are going to be coming directly from the Underdark. And I don't know much about the Underdark. I do have a Faerun book that I'm reading. So I'm kind of learning a little bit more about the campaign setting, but I haven't gotten to the part on the Underdark yet. Yeah, it's just like giant endless area underground that I just don't have enough experience with. That being said, I do think it could be kind of interesting to have something like that. Like, I would want it to be like very lore heavy as to like why there'd be something. So for example, Aasimar Scourge, the Scourge is actually a type of Aasimar that exists. So it's not really technically an iconic, but it is a type of Aasimar in undead heavy settings that, you know, face against undead directly, and coming out with Ravenloft makes sense with the Strahd and everything. So feels right. The deep, a good example of like the Duergar is like the Deep Gnomes. I don't know anything about deep gnomes or which I don't really know anything about. I don't know how you pronounce that. But that is something that people do care about because they are literally gnomes of the Underdark, and it's kind of a similar thing. I would hope that the people, when SSG kind of like looks at, or like, I'm assuming they already have an idea of what they're doing, but if people are looking over that, I just hope that they actually, you know, they know, you know what I mean? I just hope they know. Oh god, go here, go here. There we go. Really a balance problem? SSG implement night training smoothly excluded heavy masonry and +1 multi because Scourge exists? No, they didn't. Oh, yes, sorry, yes. It doesn't, yes, that's correct. It's not on there because it's there. But that's a separate thing. Like, we don't have a, sorry, yes, you are correct. I was thinking of something else. No, I'm thinking of, like, if they could just add a feat. Like, here's the thing. SSG could just add feats to multiple different weapon classes to make them all feel a little bit better, and then they don't have to put it bogged down in individual trees. But I would prefer having at least some way for Heavy Pick to feel cool when the underground digging character race releases to the game than not. Melee and self buffs. It could be an archetype. I don't know. The only archetype we know about coming out this year is the Arcane Trickster. Love slavery. Hell yeah. That reminds me of the Baldur's Gate 3 dwarves, where the Duergar you fight in Baldur's Gate 3 and do in fact have lots of slaves. And so I killed them. And for killing the Duergar slavers, I lost my paladin oath. Good times.
Quest completed.
Hey Twitch, found my sub from days ago. Hi Strim.
Hey, Antipixel. I'm glad to hear that your sub was found. It was collected.
Quest
I don't know where it got
completed.
lost, but I'm glad to hear that it is now returned to you, to us, as a collective, as a group. Also,
Quest
oh my god.
completed.
After you resubbed for 15 months, which is very, very, very kind. Very good to know.
I shall attend to it in
50
a trice.
subs. Oh my god, dude. That's crazy. That's actually absurd. What the hell? I haven't even started
Quest
doing anything.
completed.
I'm just sitting here drinking coffee because I'm trying to delay getting started doing things because I'm tired. So, oh my god, welcome to the stream team, so many people. Welcome, Deadly Skills, Diluted Mel, Scalabar, Darth Ezek, Zefarius, Anxwa Moon, Goblin Grease TV. Also, again, Fairy, thank you so much for 50
shall
gifted
attend to
subs.
it in a
That is
trice.
very, very generous of you. I hope that is money that you
Quest
made off of Super Bowl
completed.
gambling. That you're happy to throw away, as opposed to
I shall
something
attend to
else.
it in a
But
trice.
also, welcome to stream team. Neck Beztal, Kaiju Care, Dice
I shall
Kender,
attend to it in a
Grizzle Bear
trice.
Mac, Lotil, Jax DDO, Ostaxer, Insipid J, Nikon Karsten. Welcome all of you to the stream
I
team.
shall attend to it
Isodeath,
in a
Notes,
trice.
Elucarned, Skogix, STN, Old School, Waya Kuman, Cyrus, Another Brad, The Buried X-Me, Master Jedi Soda, Eritrakos, great name, Razal
I
Getty.
shall attend
Again,
to
thank
it
you so
in a
much, Ray.
trice.
Really appreciate the support. 50 subs is a lot. That's a huge amount. My god. Oh my god.
Quest completed.
The generosity is insane. Insane. Unbelievable. So thank you. I'm really, really, really appreciating that. Welcome to team SGBU. Papera, Veloric, Fatolo, Leo, Shadowdale, Arcarian, Corny, Kin, Jirushi, Task, Mumpkin, Waldo Dude, Archaic Futurism, Artimes the Bold, Kamihara Velast, Dorn the Grumpy, Inception SH, Edelring, Mildayan, Slam and Sammy, Vordax, and X.
Quest
6
completed.
numbers. So again, thank you so much for the support. Hope you're doing very, very, very well. Super Bowl gambling? Yes. Hopefully, you have some leftover Super Bowl gambling winnings for yourself. I love it. World was like very pleased. Lots of people are. That's nice saying. Lots of people are. There's a
shall
lot of
attend to
very
it in a
generous and
trice.
kind people out there. As a reminder, you know, I'm super grateful for all the love and support. But also, that's the reason why I do have like the
I shall
YouTube
attend
stream
to it in a
active
trice.
and other stuff. If you are somebody who you just wanna watch you don't want to deal with ads, you don't have to pay for anything or whatever, or you can't, or what have you. There are ways to watch without seeing any advertisements or anything like that. Don't ever feel like you have to sub or gift a sub or do anything like that. I'm grateful that people do, but I'm just doing it for the love of the game and because I'm still unemployed. Yeah, dude, thank you so much. That's really, really kind. Turns out people picked New England a lot more. Oh, really? Wow. That's good for you. Okay, am I gonna die doing Palace of Stone?
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Palace of Stone is kind of hard. Terminal Delirium I'm not doing. I can probably do Palace of Stone. Fashion Madness is just beholders. I don't really care about beholders. I can do Fashion Madness. It's the those are the traps. It's the trap hallways. But I deal with traps just fine. So Fashion Madness and Palace of Stone, and then I will go and do Study and Sable and the rest of the stuff. I can do that. Seems easy. Good way to get some more stuff. Also, it gives me more favor. We're at 2755. Favor.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
But again, Fairy, thank you very much. I really appreciate the support. I hope you're doing very, very good. As I'm just sitting here drinking my coffee.
I'm a rogue.
I'm gonna get the we're gonna actually start gaming here, moving around, doing some things. But good discussion you got today, guys. One of the things I didn't know about very much is the Dwergar. I've never been a big dwarf guy, so knowing about the Dwergar is not something I know. I do like the idea of a alchemist as a runesmith, so you skip out on the potion thing and go for a rune thing, which is cool. But yeah. 82 degrees Fahrenheit? Yeah, it's not. It is nice and cold today. It is nice and cold today.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
The past, like over the weekend, I was like, man, you know what'd be nice? I need to get out of the house. I need to go do something. I need to do an activity. I need to physically get out there. And I haven't been doing that because it's really, really, really cold outside. And so instead, you know what? It's a good opportunity for daily D. If you guys haven't had your daily D, make sure you have one. Oh, vitamin D. Keep yourself alive. Winterborough? Okay, I'm going to write that down. Hold on.
Oh,
she's currently playing through Expedition 33. But I will write down this Winterborough. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, she's currently playing through Expedition 33. She is tempted because apparently there's like an update coming out to Animal Crossing kind of soon. So she is looking at playing some of that. But Winterborough sounds good. It honestly just sounds like a cozy game. Do you get any coupons lately that give you away from free DLCs? They did from September, or no, was it September? It was like September, October, all the way through December. So through the end of the year. Oh, glad to hear that, Archaic Futurism. I'm really glad to hear that. Okay, I think we're on the other side. But again, Fairy, thank you so much for taking the subs. It's huge. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing very well. Yeah. I am sorry to hear that you missed it. That does suck. If you are in my Discord, which is the Shrimp Tom Discord, I basically never ping everybody because I find it really annoying. I hate getting pinged in Discord. I find it not pinged individually. I don't mind if somebody messages me directly where they go @StreamTom and they ask a question. That's fine. I never mind that because that's somebody directly asking me. But you know when you join a Discord and then like there are people that hit @everyone and @here 3 to 5 times a day. And it's just fucking, and you're like, no, this is useless. You're not providing me with anything. Every message is generic. I don't care. I don't need this. That's how I feel almost all the time about every Discord I'm in, which is why when I use those things personally, because there's like thousands of people in my Discord, I use only for very specific things. So like the free coupon code, that's it. That's an @everyone. When I got to do the event at PAX East or PAX West, where I got to be on stage for possibly the only time I'll ever do that in my whole life. That was an @everyone. I think that was the 2 times I did it in 2025. Was the coupon code. Oh, and then also the Lord of the Rings coupon code if people wanted that one, if they played that game as well. Yeah. So I'm the only one allowed to do it in mine, and I'm the only one who can do that. So if that is something that you ever like, I don't want to miss it, you can just like join my Discord channel and then mute it. Just like right click on it, mute it, so you don't see anything. Just mute the server, and then if you see a red number, that means that there's only something important that matters. And if you don't use Discord, I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's go. We're gonna see what happens when people try to tag you. Hey, good luck. Stardew Valley and Factorio, check out River Factory Town. Stardew Valley and Factorio. I actually told my girlfriend to try Factorio because I feel like she would like it. But the problem is she's like, she doesn't want to play it because it's not cute. And I'm like, there's probably a cute mod. Okay. All right, welcome back everybody to Solo Guided Playthrough. Today we are going to be working on some of the more interesting, slightly more challenging quests out here. We're going to be doing a couple ones in the 12 that are weird and have some interesting mechanics to them, and then kind of going on from there. And we're going to start with Palace of Stone. Palace of Stone is a quest that is kind of challenging, but it can get kind of spooky, so we'll see how this one goes. I should be okay, but just in the event that I'm not, we'll find out. Actually, I'm going to go get my dog a buff. It's also a weird quest. You can enter it from anywhere. You enter Palace of Stone by using the housewarming invitation that you get from Dirk the Deranged, which again, very weird. This expansion, which I don't think they give away. Yes, if it's only the newest expansion, they did not give it away. Chiller Ravenloft is not free, so you do have to pay for it. Nope, no, don't play ads. Thank you. Yeah, the newest expansion is definitely not free, but other than that, you should be in the clear. Anyway, we use this, and we're going to go into Palace of Stone on Epic Elite. Yeah, because usually it will say something like multiple people are typing. It doesn't usually do everyone is typing. Item sets your stats mega giga off if you did use them. Yeah, I would probably have like an extra plus 10 intelligence if I was using things like, bear in mind, my best intelligence item is still this like plus 5 that I have on my helmet. So like I could have more stats if I was using different items, but at the end of the day, it's still like fine because I'm playing on elite difficulty. I've also mentioned this before. I probably could use I probably could do Reaper mode, but I just don't have much of a desire to do that.
Now I must leave. I must see to the Lord of Iron.
Also, this quest is absolutely delightful. I love this quest. The storytelling in here and all the dialogue is hilarious. Can recommend.
Meet me at the summit of glory when you've toured the palace. We'll
But yeah,
catch up there.
my stats are a little bit below where they would otherwise be.
Leaving you alone inside his
Stone.
vast underground home.
The Museum of Stone. I must confess, it is my favorite.
If your
place
builds,
in
I'm
the
actually missing mine now. Yeah, it's fun. This is a really good build.
Excellent taste
Like,
for
obviously, it would be better if I was using a
to the Museum of Stone.
this would be much more powerful if I was just playing as a ranged artificer. But the melee is also good, and it's quite enjoyable.
Its social habits and customs
I just like that the mud balls throw mud at you. It's great. Good storytelling.
first exist. Since
You can't do a more geared character. It's just harder. Yep. Yeah, it's literally anything I could do on a more geared character, I can do on this one. Again, it's just going to be a little bit harder. And I don't mind that. One of the main reasons I don't mind is specifically because, like, look, I was still able to knock everything down with tactical detonation. If I went on Reaper, it would be a little bit harder, but on that, it would probably be fine. But the reason why I don't mind is when the game is a little bit more challenging, I'm going to be honest with you, it can also be a little bit more fun. Not all the time. But sometimes I find it when you're like super face rolling everything, it does end up getting like, or it can feel a little bit boring, if that makes sense. And so here, because I'm not just face rolling, I have to kind of pay attention, and I can take a real amount of damage from these things. Yeah, it can feel a little bit more fun. Yeah. As weird as it sounds, there are a couple things I would like to fix with this character, one of which is I'm still drinking haste potions, so I might use some of my points to buy an augment of swiftness. Because not having that is really annoying. A scarp. It was stone.
When the bones of ancient heroes were placed
There we
into
go.
the crypts,
I got a treasure chest.
stone that
Yeah, this quest is not too terribly dangerous. The final boss fight can be a little spooky, and there's a lot of Medusas, which you have to be mindful of.
there at the end. No matter where
Overall, it's
you
not too bad.
turn,
I actually like this
you
quest a lot.
cannot escape. Stone. Thank
Stone.
you for visiting the Museum of Stone. Please take a souvenir of your visit before you leave.
Yep. That's why we're always careful. That's why I'm mindful.
A place where you can take a good
But yeah, overall, I will say that there's nothing really that this character can't do. It's more that it might just be like slower than another build. Obviously, I don't have like the Giga AoE or things like that. But again, I do have a lot of utility, and it's really, really tanky. If I did, I could sacrifice some of my tank to gain more damage, but I decided that the tank seemed more important since I am playing on hardcore. But again, if you're not playing on hardcore, you don't have to worry about it. Also, you will see Medusas around. Cool trick in this quest, if you step on one of these things, it opens a mirror. If the Medusas are like flashing their eyes at you, they will turn themselves to stone, which some people didn't know.
Take a moment to reflect. That's what I say. Otherwise, you're just setting yourself up.
That is Acute Delirium, is the quest you're thinking of, Infigens. Acute Delirium is where the Lord of Stone and the Lord of Eyes are basically having an argument about who throws a better party. And so then you have to get involved to assist with that. What do you mean levers blocked? Get out of here. And you have to pick a side at the end and then decide you have to win a dance battle afterwards.
An experienced person
Armor speed. Armor speed doesn't give movement speed. It only gives the attack speed. Alright, so this has loads of traps. If you step on one of these red things, you activate a trap. You have to step on all of the yellow buttons. So that's how we do this. So we're going to just go through here, step on this. I kind of don't want to deal with all these guys, so I'm just going to pull them up here. Oh, Acute is the airship. Is it Terminal? Oh, no, maybe it is Terminal Delirium. Oh, no, you're right. I think it is Terminal Delirium, which I could technically do. However, I'm not going to be doing Terminal Delirium. The main reason why is because Terminal Delirium features a section in which you have to go through... It is Terminal Delirium. That is correct, yeah. I'm not going to do it because Terminal Delirium features a segment in which you have to climb a... Oh, God, there's so many bad guys here. You have to go through basically this like wind tunnel, and inside the wind tunnel you deal with these blade traps that hit you. The problem is the game effectively gives you like minus 300 physical resistance rating, so you take a massive amount of additional damage from every single hit from the blade trap, which can be overwhelming and too much for the majority of players. So as a result, this character would instantly take several thousand damage if I get hit by one, and I would just instantly die. I don't think I've ever gotten through that section without dying, so I'm not even going to try it. Yes, also the mirror fight is absurd. That is a completely absurd boss fight. Yeah, another great example of something that is kind of bullshit. So the Delirium quests are fun to do on softcore. I don't really have any goals of doing them on hardcore. All right, fire buttons. Just gonna sneak in here. Weep. Oh, she didn't come to me. She just stood there. Unfortunate. Was it gonna get her to go in the mirror? Yeah, it's spooky. All of it's bad. All of it's bad. So we're just not gonna do it.
Rested and refreshed, I trust? Good. Now, be on your way. There's much more to see in the Palace of Stone.
All right, so that's that. That's that. And we have one more chunk of the Palace of Stone. I actually really like this quest. It's also very fast if you have 3 people, because you can have everybody split up and go a different direction.
Join us in the galleries of motion. I'm just about to show them to the Lord of Eyes. Well, what do you think?
Demands the Lord of Stone.
Isn't it splendid? Isn't it magnificent?
The Lord of Eyes is not impressed.
I don't know. Stone is so static, so unchanging, so dull. Still, I suppose it suits you.
No, he understands nothing.
Fumes the Lord of Stone.
The galleries of motion show just
True.
how wrong he is.
He knows nothing about the motion of stone. All right, these are not real gargoyles. Ah, shit. I forgot. I actually got tricked by the game. I forgot this is the big boulder that comes out and it's supposed to break them. That's so funny. I agree. I also want a Lord of Stone sentient jewel. That's funny. Nope. No, Dorg. He got knocked down. He's not as good at dodging stuff.
Slow, silent erosion of the mountains. There's the long, languid
Yeah, Lord of Stone is great. This quest chain is great. For those of you that don't know, because some of you might not understand exactly what the Dalekeer are. So in Eberron, there are no gods. There are basically, you know, maybe saints or beings that have some amount of power beyond death, but for the most part, there are no real gods in Eberron. And so you might be like, oh, well, that's because, you know, if there's no gods, how are like all these clerics going to be getting their power? Where do they draw their power from? And the long story short is it's basically kind of similar to how people channel the power of magic. They're just kind of pulling it from thin air. But the power of faith is what drives a lot of like the holy magics and what have you. Oh, geez. It's not good. Oh, geez. That was almost bad. And so, however, the Dalekeer, which is what the Lord of Stone are, and the Lord of Eyes, are like the closest thing you're gonna get, where they are like, they're not quite gods, but they're very powerful creatures that live deep beneath the earth, that are in Kyber, that are basically never allowed to leave. Because letting them leave from their prisons is a bad thing. And they just have like untold power. They're like polyglots, so they can immediately understand and comprehend all language. And they're like incredibly intelligent, and they can kind of do whatever they want. So that's why the Lord of Stone and Lord of Eyes are like weird and goofy, and they do weird things. It's because they can kind of do whatever they want. They're weird. They're weird monsters. Okay. Okay. No. 200 mounts and 50 sentient jewels. That's true. They could just add a bunch of mounts and add a bunch of sentient jewels. Give me a different like jacket for some of my horses, you know, a different saddle. Would you guys buy a horse if it had a like cooler looking saddle? I probably wouldn't. Maybe I would. I did buy in Lord of the Rings. I bought the Steed of Shifting Colors, which is a horse that has a like iridescent saddlebag, so it like changes colors as it rides around. And I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of great.
Now onward, the palace awaits.
But yeah, anyways, I really enjoyed the Lord of Stone and the Lord of Eyes in their individual storyline. If you're bored, right down here, there's actually an optional if you want to fight it. You know what? I'm bored. Let's do it.
Come find me. We should speak.
Right here. Did you know about Basalt? Maybe. He's got really high saves. He didn't get knocked down by my 75 on my Thundershock weapons. Little spacesuit and space helmet? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd buy that. Voiced by the BG3 narrator? I mean, I probably wouldn't because I don't spend a lot of time in epics, and also I already have Sentient Jewel of the Wave, so I probably wouldn't pay for it because I mean, why would I use another Sentient Jewel when I already have Sentient Jewel of the Wave? But I'd do one. I'd do a Sentient Jewel. That'd be fun.
A place dedicated to myself. As you can see,
I don't remember how hard he hits. The only thing I'm worried about is like getting knocked down, but other than that, it should be fine.
I was led to believe that your kind was soft and prone to bleeding. Are you sure there's no stone?
Soft and prone to bleeding. Yeah, true. You know, now that I come to think of it, my father was a stone. Oh god. Oh jeez. Don't get caught by this. I'm gonna kill the Medusas first. That seems like a good idea. We'll just get rid of these guys. There we go. I do have the Medusa poison again. If I fail to save against the Medusa poison, I just die. Do I die?
And how am I supposed to inaugurate my new palace without blood splattered on the walls?
No.
Blood sacrifice is the most ancient.
We will boost your extra chant, Warsinger Bard, but I can't seem to find this ability.
I should know. I invented it.
In the T5?
Oh well, I'll have to settle for
Should be
that
there.
other fluid you've been leaking all over
Oh my god, dude. It's you're a horrible person.
sweat.
Can't believe you would do this to me. Yeah. Bard, War Chanter.
A grand palace. A palace that will make this place
Right here.
look like a mere
So,
pebble.
Moon Poster, there's Ballad Melody. So it just gives you 15% movement speed all the time. Right there. It's a multi-selector on the top 5, tier left. Or top left, tier 5, right here. Right there. If you still can't find it, I'm not sure how else to help, but yeah. Ooh. I got multiple items from this chest. That's cool. Oh, because I'm a streamer, Sandy Jewel the River. I thought you were gonna say that because I'm washed up. But sure, I'll take because I'm a streamer. That's fine. All right, thank you, Dirk. Then we have one more quest to do here before I go somewhere else, which is going to be Fashion Madness. This quest is relatively dangerous. I probably shouldn't do it, but we're going to do it anyway. Again, a quest I do not recommend you do, but I'm going to do it anyway because I'm an idiot. Is the Traveler not a god? Okay, so the Traveler is not a god, because the Dark Six are not gods. They are gods in the sense of, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. They are gods in Eberron, specifically, because of their relative scale of power level. But as a single example, if you compare the gods of like Faerun to the gods of Eberron, the gods of Faerun can do lots of things. They can control, oh, well, he died. They can control, like entire domains and basically have worlds onto their own. Like the only reason Lolth hasn't taken over the world is just because she's, you know, not allowed to and being held by the other gods that are there. But she has the whole demon web as her own entire realm that she controls and manifests and creates creatures in her image. And none of the things on Eberron could conceivably even think about doing this. It's not even close. It's basically like the entities that exist as gods within Eberron would not qualify as demigods in another campaign setting. Is it now called Fleeting Footsteps? Possibly. Yes, that is correct. The Sovereign Host exist in the sense that they're stories of mythical figures. But yes, there's also no implication that anything in the Dark Six actually exists in both 3.5 Eberron and 5 Eberron. I don't know about 4 Eberron. Couldn't tell you. But in DDO, that is correct. We have physical representations of like the Traveler and other characters.
A wave of fear pulses from the stage.
Oh no, it's Yolthu.
I got Strim the Horror. It's gonna be above freezing all week.
Above freezing?
35 degrees, 40 degrees.
That's crazy.
Praise the Traveler. Ice getting roasted.
It's not that warm here. It is very, very cold. Yeah, and even still, again, those are just like stories. Like they're not situations where like, you know, Kyber or Sibris intervenes and does a thing, because those are effectively like the bodies of dead gods in which the world resides on. And so, as a result of this, because these are effectively stories in game or like in world for people to explain how the world works, it's also suspect as to whether any of that's actually real. I should make sure I'm keeping the eyes down. The eyes suck. Okay, I'm like super rubber banding. I don't know why. Oh, the eyes, the eyes. And these eyes actually take acid damage, which is interesting. Usually they don't. That's kind of weird. Yeah, it's not like you know, you can literally cast a spell in pen and paper called Divine Intervention, where your god is forced to do something to help you out. If you cast Divine Intervention in Eberron, what are you gonna do? Like, it's not gonna do anything. Like, as a reminder, the Lord of Blades is a religion in 5th edition, and so there are clerics of both clerics and paladins that are Warforged that pray to the Lord of Blades, and if they were to cast Divine Intervention, they'd get on the phone with some like level 20 Warforged hanging out in a wasteland. You'd be like, yo, what's up? They'd be like, yeah, can you smite this guy? And they'd be like, I'm like 4,000 miles away. Give me I don't know, I'll get on a bus, you know, I'll go get the cart, we'll drive over. You know what I mean? It's very much that it's the faith that drives the power, more so than the power comes from a predefined source.
Tunnel door is turned to splinters. The large demon blocks the way. Rush over.
Yeah. Lord of Blades private jet, exactly. Yeah, another good way to put it. Yeah, if there's a divine intervention, you'd actually have like, you know, a herald of some deity. So like, they would send an angel or what have you, but they don't have any. The Archons who exist on Serania are like completely separate. So there's loads of traps in here. I don't remember where they all are. I'm just gonna pretend that they're not dangerous. There's also a bunch of beholders in here as well, which again, I'm just gonna pretend that they're not dangerous, and that's how I'm gonna get through this quest. Don't do this quest. Don't do this quest. If you're on hardcore, don't do it. The eye tears do a lot of damage. It's all force. Don't do this quest. I cannot say enough. Do not do this quest. Okay. Again, there's traps in here. I do not remember exactly where. I don't care. I'm just going to run, call it a day. This quest is fortunately very, very linear. There's actually a lot of optionals in here if you are curious and you want to explore around. There are tons of optionals. You can swim under the water there to find like a secret optional. If you go back to the beginning, there's actually a secret optional because you can find that the event coordinators were in on it. There's a whole bunch of stuff in this quest. Very cool quest. Microcapillary liquid chromatography, electrospray, ionization, tandem mass spectroscopy. What's that? I know most of those words. Actually, I know all those words, but I don't know the relation. Unless that's just you memorizing something for school. Yeah. That's what's great about angels. Do a lot of the heavy work. Yeah, do a lot of heavy lifting. Imagine, you're like, yeah, I cast my spell. And it's just actually just some other angel casting it somewhere else, being like,
Snooping around my workshop? No, it's
kill the Illithid so I don't get stunned. That's the only thing that matters. It's not the only thing that matters, but the fact that my spells aren't working is really annoying. I'm just gonna do this. There we go. Sometimes I feel like you have to target yourself because auto-targeting will get you sometimes. Gotta target myself. Cocoon. Another cocoon somewhere. Cocoon. Cocoon. Yeah, blind is really useful for like glitter dust. Unfortunately, I don't have a glitter dust like effect, but yeah.
I see you found some of my unfinished exhibits.
Yeah, they don't let you play as any of the evil or like worship any of the evil gods or evil religions, specifically because they imply that the players in DDO are meant to be the heroes. At some point, who knows, maybe we'll get that as an option, but they haven't ever done that as far as right now. I don't know exactly why. If I had to guess as to why you can't do that, I'd say it's one of two things. Either number one, just again, philosophy kind of standpoint of they would prefer the players be the good guys, so they don't want to have a possibility of like they don't have to deal with like the possibility of like, oh, the players are actually the bad guys and the players are actually doing the wrong thing and hurting people. So I think that's part of it. I'm supposed to go back now, right? Go there, seek out the creature. Oh man. The other problem too is I actually can't see the screen because there's too much light because it's too bright outside. I'm gonna try. I can't remember. But then there's the other issue, which is that I wonder if it's also like a Wizards of the Coast thing, where like Wizards is like, hey, we don't want you to be evil in this video game, or they said that at some point, and they're kind of beholden to that rule. Because we do have stuff like the Dark Apostate. SSG has flirted with the ideas of doing like a Dark Paladin in the game. So if I had to guess, that could also be why. It could be like Wizards of the Coast intervention. Being like, hey, no. Blood of Vol. So Blood of Vol is not an evil religion. Yes, Vol as a deity is not good. So Vol is bad. That's true. It's this way. Here it is. Yes, Vol is in fact bad, and that's bad. Am I getting attacked? I'm getting attacked. But very importantly, the people that are part of the Blood of Vol don't know that. If anything, it is, or the actual religion is more about knowledge seeking. It's about seeking truth. And so, the Order of the Emerald Claw is a, basically like a paramilitary arm of Vol's cult, which is the Crimson Covenant, which is like a shadowy cabal that actually has a large amount of control over Eberron. But the members of the Blood of Vol are not necessarily doing anything evil or heinous. No, wrong button. That's fine. This guy has a lot of health. I have to get rid of this Illithid. Get rid of this guy. And just kill this guy, please. I love that they can run backwards. My constitution is alive, so we're fine, I think. I just need to make sure my con doesn't drop too far. And we're good.
Did you like my piece? I call it Portrait of a Sewer Crawler. It was inspired by the quaint rituals of the natives of Storm.
Epic arcane armor. Insightful con, insightful dex, arcane casting dexterity. Cool item. Unfortunately not usable on my current character. Wah wah. Was it? Want people to be griefing assholes in the game and say, hey, I'm chaotic evil, I'm role-playing? I mean, honestly, that's true. That's another thing that you have to be careful about, is like, you want people to always be invested in having fun and working together, but I'm sure many of you have had that experience where you're playing a pen and paper game, and one player decides that they're going to be evil, and that one person decides that their evil action is going to be just like murdering and attacking literally every single person they come across. That's they're like, yes, I am evil, therefore I must kill everyone I see. Or I have to do always bad things all the time. Which is not normally how evil people react or do things. For example, you may have heard the term scheming. Somebody who is scheming, creating schemes to do things, might have long-term plans. Not necessarily immediately hurting people directly, instantaneously, but might involve slow, methodical evil. Or sort of like a devil, where you know, you make a deal with the devil. The devil is giving you something. They're amicable. They're talking to you. But the devil is in the details. As time goes on, you realize the deal was not as good for you as it was for them. In fact, maybe it is maybe not at all good for you, and it's entirely good for them. But it's not like running around stabbing a guy in the eye because you feel like it. However, there's enough people that go, I am playing an evil character, and that is their concept of being evil, is just that, the like most cartoonish approach they can think of, which is fine. So I can also understand why, yeah, you wouldn't want to have people role-playing as evil. Anyways, we're doing Wayoon. Wayoon Prison's not too bad. All the quests are relatively straightforward. There's a good amount of traps, but I'll show you how to get through them. When it comes to the final quest, I'm going to show you tricks and tips to get through the Mirror Darkly easily and alone. Took an evil playman in my group, me, a lawful evil cleric. Yep. Gives me this for a solar. What is this? 5e angel? I mean, that is pretty good. I do like that angel. I went the wrong way. Hey, what's up, Hunger Max? How you doing? You have that character legitimate consequence for their actions. If you murder Hobo, the Duke might just send his knights after you. Yep. Yeah, 100%. That's pretty much the only way you have to deal with it. That's how I dealt with it in like my campaign. Is or not campaign, but in campaigns I've run in the past, if a character wants to do something evil, they have to experience the immediate actions of doing something evil. So if you're like in a major city and you do a bad thing, people are going to be calling out for help. People are going to be showing up because you're in a world of heroes and villains. So presumably if you're in a fantasy world where you're just going to like stab somebody, there's also going to be somebody in the fantasy world who's going to be like, hey, by the way, I am Sir whatever, noble knight of something, and I bid you to stop, or I'm going to stop you, or do whatever. And then some like level 18 paladin stabs your level 4 ass rogue.
You lot take this tunnel. The rest of you go the other way.
Alright, so the monsters in here do have a little bit more health. Now that we're in Wayoon, that's okay. Because everything's just going to be knocked down the entire time. Tactical Detonation. Good spell. You should use it. Stream is canonically a bumpkin. I mean, I can't disagree with that statement. Get him to come in. AoE magic. Magic damage. A family wiping a bumpkin. True. You bumpkins wiped out my family. I thought I saw a remnant. I did not. My quest, I just never do it. Oh yeah, don't worry. Once we get there, I will show you there's so many tricks to make it so easy. You'll be like, wow, that's crazy. Because I'm going to do a few things that maybe you're not allowed to do, but we'll, you know, we'll see. This is information that's been, I'm going to show you things that have been public info for a very long time that you may find quite interesting. And we kill everybody. Must kill everybody. I won't let you destroy my tower. No, my tower. Live, tower. No, it died. I wanted to let the tower live. The problem I have here is, like, if you let these guys run around, they get all squirrely and they go everywhere, and it's really annoying.
The Elder thanks you for protecting the camp.
Nice. Nice and easy. There's technically a treasure chest over here that you can get that's trapped. I just don't want to do it out of sheer laziness. Anyway, this hallway is giga trapped, so just make sure you disable all the traps as you go through here. Of course, obviously, if you're doing this with other people. If you're alone as a Warforged, I could actually just sprint through this. I'm completely immune. They're poison traps. I don't take any damage. And also the paralysis that they apply, because spell words apply like a paralysis effect. I'm also immune because I'm also a Warforged. So I can just sprint through this and take no damage. So like I can do this. I can just be like, wee, immune. But your other party members might not be so good. And also there's a clip of me taking 3,000 damage from one of those. Real. Gotta give you the real. You weren't there. Anyway, so that's pretty much easy. Pretty much it. You just hug the right in this quest. If you don't know where to go, you just literally hug the right wall until you get to the end. Dumb question, everyone chat. Epic crafting. There's no way to downgrade. There's no way to downgrade. That is correct.
From both ends of the camp. It's a two-pronged assault.
However, depends on your definition of downgrade. So you're right. There's no way to downgrade. I can't take an item that's an epic and make it into a heroic item, but you can downgrade your items, as there are several items that are better on the heroic items than their epic versions. So as an example, you can't use Umpor's Cleaver is a battle axe that gives you Constitution to hit and damage in heroics. When you make it epic, it no longer has Constitution to hit and damage. You could argue that makes the weapon a downgrade because it's now a worse item, because it loses one of the things that makes it very unique. It's not a downgrade in the sense of like the upgrade system, but it is a downgrade mechanically and numerically. Hey, get out of here. Hey, Shrimp. And everyone else here. Like, it's your question. I might make a decision, please. I'm going to hit 20 tonight. Electronic credits a range class with trapping skills to be able to unlock chests. Oh, if you're gonna do trapping and be able to, and you want to be a ranged, Artificer is basically like free. Also, combining Artificer with Rogue is also free. And I don't recommend Dark Hunter as a starter ranged, and the main reason is you don't get any of the AoE attacks. So like you lose that on Arcane Archer, which means your character doesn't have access to many of the AoE abilities, which kind of sucks. So I just can't really recommend it. So Inquisitive on whatever trapping character you want is good, and then Artificer is also good, or Artificer Rogue combo is good, or Ranger with Artificer combo is good, or Rogue, but I can't recommend just straight up going going Dark Hunter. I think Dark Hunter is a bad choice as a first ranged reincarnation. You don't get any of the cool AoE that the other character classes get, so you miss out on all of that stuff, which is unfortunate. And then secondarily, you also miss out on the imbues as well, which give you a lot of early damage, which is helpful.
With the breeze also comes a pungent reptilian smell.
Multi-class or something? If you're going to be an Inquisitive, which means you're taking the Inquisitive capstone, there's no reason to go pure. Because the Inquisitive capstone, which is very powerful, by the way, doesn't require you to be a pure class, and Rogue, at level 20, literally gets nothing. It stops getting things at 19, and you could argue it stops getting things at 16 or even 13. So, you could go like 12 Rogue, and then you don't really need anything beyond 12 Rogue. Did you crash him?
Footsteps echo from down the hall.
I hate how these stupid range characters are so squirrely and they just run everywhere. Again, this is not to say you can't play a good Dark Hunter ranged. You absolutely can. Dark Hunter ranged is very powerful, but it will level really horribly and really slowly and take you a very, very long time to get through to the other side, to level up, and it won't feel good for a long time. It will feel brutal. The only exception is if you play a Dark Hunter as an Inquisitive. Dark Hunter Inquisitive is the exact opposite because you just use the entire Inquisitive tree. If you want to play Bow Dark Hunter, you'll be feeling bad, but if you just play Dark Hunter Inquisitive, dude, you just slam it. Dark Hunter Inquisitive is free.
She gasps.
One of the benefits of Dark Hunter Inquisitive is that out of the Inquisitive tree, you get access to all the good stuff here. You get the Imbue, which is nice, but you can use Dex hit and damage on the Inquisitive. You can use Horizon Walker to grab the Dex Trance here, so you have no misstep. You can use the actual ranged tree to get access to Sniper Shot, so you can have Sniper Shot as a single target and shoot first as an AoE, which is fantastic on both of those things. And then you can still have enough points left over to take the effect out of... Actually, do you have enough points? I don't think you have enough points to get the extra search out of the tree if you go Dex-based. Hard to say. I guess if you go int-based, you could probably do it. Use int and damage. I don't know. But yeah, you can do a good Dark Hunter as well.
From now on.
Dark Hunter Elf. I mean, you can play an Elf if you want. You can play whatever you want. Inquisitive is so easy and so powerful. You can play an Inquisitive as a monk, where when you equip a crossbow, it turns off all of your monk abilities and prevents you from actually using any active abilities from monk or passives. It turns off everything, and it's still good. That's how good Inquisitive is. So you can play Inquisitive, any race, any class, doesn't matter. Reptiles don't smell pungent. I will admit, I don't smell a terribly large amount of reptiles. I actually don't know if reptiles smell pungent. I haven't gone to a zoo too often.
Able to learn who's been recruiting gangs inside the prison. Their leader signals that he needs to speak with you. A sudden explosion tears apart a section of the building.
It'll be Dark Hunter next life, thinking to inviting int-based Outrage and how viable it can be for 1 to 20 TR. It'll be easy. Dark Hunter's really good. Just use the Tapestry. Don't use the Dark Hunter tree. The Dark Hunter tier 5 is really cool and kind of bad. The only reason why it's kind of good is there's an effect where you get to add your Dark Hunter level to everyone's physical resistance rating when you cast Mass Camouflage. So it gets an ability that's 20 PRR to the group. You could argue that's kind of cool. It's not good when solo, but it's kind of cool in a raid. In terms of monk passive 1 to 30, which one do you think is easiest? Shintao, Dragon Disciple? Dragon Disciple is easiest, the fastest. Dragon Disciple is basically like regular monk. Just use Dragon Disciple if you have tomes. Use a two-handed weapon, so go two-handed fighting, plus Dragon Disciple, and just AoE everything done. It's super duper powerful. And fast and easy to level. Main Tempest for sure. Dark Hunter instead of normal Ranger. Yeah. Dark Hunter is really, really good. The reason why I like Dark Hunter is because it gives you access to all the trapping skills for free. Especially if you're playing int based, you'll be able to do all the traps, which means you just get more XP when you're running through quests. So definitely a good option. Now, the real question is, did they fix it? So the effect that you can use your full offhand bonus didn't used to work. Did they fix it? Does it actually work now? It used to do nothing. I don't know if they actually fixed it. That would be something to investigate for sure. Dual Mirages? Oh, Mirage is fantastic, yeah.
That's what the Howler says.
They do, yeah. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. So, fun fact. There actually is something that competes with it, which is the Nightforge Avenger Blade. It is definitely better than dual wield Mirages, but Mirage is really, really good if you're not using Nightforge Avenger Blade. But Nightforge Avenger Blade is literally free, so... And it's easier to farm than Mirage. So, you know. That being said, if you farm out a Shield of the Scorpion, you basically get Mirage for free, because it's like the next rare. So you're probably going to have it.
As the lever unlocks the lizard folk pour out of the darkness.
Right through them has allowed me to fully engage the game the way I have here. I'm glad to hear that, Kippard. I'm glad to be able to help you find good ways to engage and play DDO. For me, I think that's just like the coolest thing. Just helping people have fun playing the game and just like get started. As I said, I don't have the most in-depth in terms of like, here is the way to make the Giga Ultra Endgame build of your dreams that will one-shot the entire world and make you God. I don't have that. I don't have the tools for that. I don't have the patience for that. I just don't really. I like getting people getting their foot in the door so that they get inspired to go, okay, wait, what if Streamtom did it like this? But can I do it like this? And now you're scouring the wiki and you're looking stuff up and you're like, okay, what about this? Or you pull it out and you're like, oh, that's kind of cool. Maybe I want to use that. And you're trying to think of a build. And you go from using, you might like play a build that I write where you're following it one-to-one. So then later on, suddenly now you're just using it as a template. And you're like, oh, this is a good starter. But actually, I would like to use this gun, or not gun, this weapon instead. I'd like to use this. I want to use this item. Okay, cool. Oh, man, you know what? I should probably multi-class this. Maybe it would be good. And you're like learning and going. Like to me, that's really cool. And I'm always like excited when I hear people telling me about, you know, how they've decided to change up one of the builds that I've done because they find a more interesting way.
The voice continues.
Is Destiny slipped out? True.
You're almost there. Shard has brought you to me.
You know what? Usually it's very common for me to say I played a bunch of Destiny last week. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I didn't play a bunch of Destiny last week. That's mostly because I didn't play any video games last week because I was like constantly running around at a house. And the only time I did really play any video games was I was here on stream. So I didn't really do anything. But what did I do this weekend? This weekend, I played some of the new Lord of the Rings Online dungeons. They're pretty fun. I'll probably showcase some of them later this week on stream here because a lot of them are, like, some of them are really cool. Interesting boss fights, neat stuff. So I'll probably showcase some of that, which should be fun. Other than that, I played a good amount of the Bazaar. There's a new Bazaar event that released, so they added like, there's like another ship that like crash land in the Badlands, and it's like an alien spaceship. And I'm gonna be honest, the alien spaceship event is really fun, so I'm digging it. Dude, I can't cast any fucking spells because every time I cast a spell, it goes, "You're not facing this target," and it makes me want to scream at the top of my lungs. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Yield to work. Every single time, it's just like, "You're not facing this target." How about, "You're not facing this target, video game. You're not the one facing the target." Anyway. Back to work. So I unfortunately did not play pretty much any Destiny last week. I did play the week before because there was the Arms Week event where they added bows and glaives. And although bows and glaives are traditionally very bad items and they're not very good, the new bow, King Orfeo, comes with jolting feedback, which if you're amplified, it jolts on 2 shots. And then every shot after that, which is really crazy for an arc build I want to play. So, you know. Anyway, I'll stop talking about that. I was just busy doing other things. Also played a fair amount of Element TD2 this weekend. Element TD2. All right, here's a cool trick. Did you know that if you have a mount and feather falling, you don't have to go all the way around and fight a billion monsters? Check this out. Instead, I'm going to take my mount, I'm going to jump on top of here, then you're going to jump on top of this spike here, so you're like kind of riding it. I'm going to put on feather falling so I don't fall, and I'm going to run and jump. And now I can go over this wall. And now, instead of having to go the long way around, I can actually just start doing quests right away. I skip almost every single monster. No more red alert for me, and now we can just go right into Thrill of the Hunt. Isn't that neat? Yeah. It's not my fault. I've only built 100 Tesla tree towers.
Fresh corpses line the walls, all of them Wayoon prisoners.
Karleth has gone too far.
Says
Yeah.
the Nether Reach
You can also do that without a mount if you have an air dash. So like spring attack, abundant step from monk. So the feet spring attack, abundant step from monk. The wings from favorite soul level 17. The Dragonborn air dash, the Dragon Disciple air dash, the Dragon Lord air dash. So there's like a whole bunch of ways to get across that gap. I have a scroll in my fingers. Okay, so in here are the Shader Kai. They use their spike chain attack. They go chains and they spike chain everybody. You gotta be careful about that. So, if they start spike chaining, you have to run away, or else you're gonna die. I don't want you guys to die. I want all of you to live. But, you know, spike chain attack sucks. So don't get hit by it, I guess.
Searching the clutter reveals nothing of interest.
In the Crucible intelligence test of the 6 doors, do people know which side close to the entrance is close to the exit? Yes, the side you come in at is the entrance. The side you leave at is the exit. So the side facing the door with the horn thing on it, that's the exit. Also, the way spike chain attack works is the enemies don't stop spike chaining until there's no one next to them.
Searching the clutter reveals nothing of interest.
Also, yeah, it's not an intelligence test, it's a wisdom test. If you have a wisdom that is 7 or lower, it will give you all the wrong answers, and you can work backwards to find the right answer. If you have a wisdom of 7 or lower, if you have a wisdom of 30, I believe it's 34 or higher, it will give you enough information to give you a 50-50 every time. Fool's ears? Yep, there you go. Pro tips, man, pro tips.
I really did like you.
This is why the beginner basics videos that I've been beginner basics is good, but there's a lot of tips to like how to get around and through quests that I just don't have a place to put in a video. So the solo guided playthroughs work well for like, hey, I don't know where else to put this in a video, but here's a place where it can go. Yeah, or you could just rip at the door and it's a 1 in 6 every time. For some reason, I've had people argue with me and be like, no, if your wisdom is high, then you actually, it will just tell you what the right one is. And, like, I guess that's just a failure on, like, the education system or something, that people can't tell a 50-50 for what it is. Like, you follow the logic, and then you think that you don't have a 50-50 when you, in fact, do have a 50-50. I don't know. No, I'm helpless. No. Can I drink potions? No, I can't. Yeah, I think they're done howling. I don't want to just sit here and wait, but I have literally nothing else I can do. Yeah, true. It is. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's always 50-50. Either you get the right door or you don't get the right door. Yeah, thank you, Fairy, for correcting me. Yeah, the entrance is the room you come in, so that's with the ramp that goes upwards, or the stairs. And the exit is the horn door. Alright, shadows, come at me. trying to think if there's any other tricks or secrets in the next 2 quests. I don't think there's any. Fun fact that there is a cabinet here, and if you click it, you can still click it for some reason. And you might be like, why can I still click this cabinet? That's kind of weird. Why am I still allowed to use it? I don't know. Oh wait, yes I do. It's because there's 2 cabinets here. There's like one and then another one that are kind of layered right on top of each other, so you actually get to use it twice. That'll probably never come up for most of you, but it's just a neat tidbit. There's 2 cabinets.
You thought you saw one of the gargoyles move.
Yeah, for that door in Crucible, I literally just rip it over and over and over until I get it. I find it a fun exercise, so I don't mind. Alright, and he's dead. All you need to do is find the gold key here. The gold key can spawn in this room, the next room, or that room. So you just need to get one of the 3. There's also a secret door, or a door here that can give you an extra chest. There's a time in my life when I used to go in there all the time and always do that secret chest. I never do that anymore. Now, before I actually go and kill the boss, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to summon my dog, put him on passive, and then after the first spike chain attack, I'll put him on active. I'm going to do this, get him back up here, put him on passive, and tell him to stay still. And then once this first spike chain attack goes through, I will tell him to be on active. In fact, I can actually probably put him a little bit closer.
You were my favorite.
Says the Shadar Kai.
I just don't want him to get spike chained. So you just back out once the spike chain starts going. A lot of people think the spike chain attack will end. It has 20 seconds on it, and it ramps up in damage. So don't take 20 seconds worth of ramping damage. It's a bad idea. So like he does this, just let him stop. And then boom, you're all set. Also, he just murked my dog. That's good. And now we have Howler Madness to deal with, which is unfortunate. I don't want to deal with Howler Madness, but it is what it is. Hopefully Karlith gets stuck until this ends. This is where I need to have like a wisdom item, but I don't have a wisdom item. Also, usually you would save this guy, but because I'm helpless, I can't. RIP, he dies. As a result of which, my chain, always get out, and he dies. You get an extra chest if you do actually save him. Unfortunately for me, I can't save him because he died. Because Karlith sucks. Anyway, kill this guy, attack speed, and it's over. I'm probably still gonna get mobbed by Howlers and not be able to do anything about it. Die, Howlers. No, not wisdom damage. Get out of here. Alright, we're good. RIP, that guy died. Double cabinet all the way? Yeah. I will take 4 and die? True. Yes. There's a lot of situations where, like, I will say this, being attentive can be quite helpful to your experience living when you play MMORPGs. For example, sometimes you might attack a monster and notice that your damage is either turning to 0 or it's being absorbed or something like that, and you're actually not hitting a monster for what you think you're supposed to be hitting. There could be a reason for that because there's like a mechanic where you're not supposed to attack the monster at a certain moment. I have had this experience because there's a new series of dungeons that came out for Lord of the Rings Online. The dungeons are actually pretty fun. One of the dungeons, called the Fallen Palace, it's an enjoyable dungeon. I like it quite a bit. One of the mechanics inside the Fallen Palace is... I have a dog? Yeah, Dorg is here. One of the mechanics inside the dungeon is the first boss. You get him down to about 66% health, and he's like an alchemist, so he goes to start mixing a potion. However, all of his ingredients are next to him, and you can break one of his ingredients, causing the potion to become imbalanced, which applies a debuff and a buff to the party. So the idea is you want to choose when you want to use each debuff. So for example, there's like a red potion, so he goes to mix. If you break the red potion, it causes everyone to take more damage, but it also increases, and it causes like a bleed to hit the party the whole time, so everyone's degenerating health, but it also raises melee damage and range damage from the party, any physical damage, by I think it's like 40% or 50%. So if you have a bunch of melee and ranged, you want to make sure you're using that to your advantage. So there's some cool stuff. It's like a cool way to have that go. Customization. However, while that happens, the boss is immune. He doesn't take any damage. He's targetable, you can attack him, but just all your damage numbers come up as absorbed. I did that dungeon so many times this weekend, and you would not believe the number of times where there would be somebody who is just, the boss hits the immune section and all you see on their screen is like the only damage number they would see is absorb, 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 and you like tell them what to do beforehand. You're typing in the moment, you put a marker over the potion you're supposed to hit, and you just watch them they just keep slamming the boss, doing 0 damage. And it's like, oh god, I don't know what to do.
An angry figure leaps from the bed, furious at being disturbed.
Anyway, then they will break through eventually. I hope so. I hope that someday they're able to break through. But yeah, that sort of stuff is, I'm just like, I don't know. I understand why somebody might not understand, but they go, I don't know why this thing is like immune. But like when we explain it in the chat and we talk about it ahead of time and we mark the thing and then it happens, I'm just like, there's nothing more I can do. It happens though. Sometimes we all ignore the signs sometimes. I've definitely had that moment where like, okay, so this is really funny. Christmas Day. Was it Christmas Day? It was either Christmas or New Year's Day, one of the two. I was with my girlfriend and we needed to go to drop something off at like the post office. Everything is closed, so there should be nobody there whatsoever. And there was, in fact, nobody in this like little strip mall where the post office is. So instead of like parking in the big parking lot and then walking over, there's literally an empty parking lot and none of the stores are open. So I just pulled up in front of the building and went to drop off like the thing in the mailbox at the post office, or like there's like a little delivery box thing. However, there's literally like also a one-way route through. So there's like a one-way you're supposed to drive through this area. And because I've already like just pulled up in front of the post office, I was like, well, there's literally nobody here. So I just decided to like drive the other way. Because it was just faster to leave. Again, there's no one in the road, there's no one around, there's no one there. However, there was also somebody who then comes around the corner who was going the proper direction in the one way. Again, I was in the wrong. I was going the wrong way in the one way. There was just no cars there, who saw me from a great distance. So I made sure to pull off to the side because that way we're not going to hit each other. There's lots of space. It's 2 lanes, lots of space. So I pull off to the side to make sure. And you better believe, I'm pretty sure it was Christmas Day, that the lady in the car rolls down her window and yells at me through the window and is like, "It's a one-way, you fucking idiot." And you know what? She's right. It is in fact a one-way. Also, I was all the stores were closed and we were the only 2 people there. But yes, it is in fact a one-way. I did know that. I found it super funny. My response was, if I don't remember exactly what I responded or if I just like kind of spaced on that one, but I do remember her yelling it out. But I did afterwards drive away. I was like, holy shit, that's a Merry Christmas right there. Like, goddamn. I wish I had the wherewithal to have rolled down my window at the time and been like, Merry Christmas, see you later. But yeah. Am I? Yeah, most times, yeah. But I thought that was really funny. Again, I was 100% on the wrong. It was a holiday. There was nobody at the store because the store was closed. And I just wanted to drop something off in the mailbox. And it was just really funny to have somebody like roll down the window and scream at me on Christmas Day. Being like, eh. It was a good time. That memory lives rent-free up here. And again, I can't be too mad about it because I mentioned this before. If somebody is like very, very upset over something extremely minor, they probably have something going on. So you know what? I don't know. I can't be too mad. I was having a pretty good Christmas Day. It did not sound like that person was having a very good Christmas Day. It's no longer sponsored by Mazda? Yes.
This must lead to the shade.
To be fair, I wasn't doing anything illegal because it was private property. The parking lot is owned by the company, and so therefore they can't enforce. They can enforce a standard, so they can set up a sign that's like, you know, no parking, whatever, and they can get your ass towed. But it's not like a crime. You just your car goes to the like a tow yard or whatever. which is arguably worse than just getting a ticket. Like, I'd much rather getting a parking ticket than have to go get my car towed. That'd be like a million times worse.
But I can see there's no use trying to discuss
Yeah, so it's not like I didn't commit any crimes.
So why don't we skip to the part you do understand? The fight.
Yeah. It's like, depending on where you are, another example of this is if there is a stop sign that's on private property, you don't technically have to stop for the stop sign in the sense that you won't get in trouble because it's not technically a crime because it's not like mandated by the city. It's like meant to be privately enforced. That being said, you should always stop for a stop sign because if it's there, that's because there's a high chance of collision in that location if you're not stopping and slowing down. So you should always do that, and it is always a good idea. But like, if you're in like a shopping mart or like a, I don't know, a supermarket parking lot, and there's a stop sign on the parking lot, and it's private property, and somebody blows the stop sign, you can't call the police. No, they're not going to do anything about it. But they 100%, you don't do that. Don't blow a stop sign. Just don't. Never do that. Ewan smiles, slightly shaking her head. Oh yeah.
One general has lost the battle. But never
Christmas? Straight to super jail? I mean, true. You know me, I'm always about those crypto pump and dumps.
there are others.
That's my name.
Before you can question him further, the general slips into shadow forever.
All right, it's time for everyone's favorite moment. We're about to do the quest Through a Mirror Darkly, and I'm going to show you how to get through this quest lickety-split. You get through this so fast, okay, 20 minutes or less, or your pizza's free. In fact, if I was doing this on a character that had access to Dimension Door, I would have this quest done in probably 5 minutes. But we will do this a little bit longer. And if you split, you can get this done in less than 3 minutes. There's a reason why people used to farm this quest on Elite, where you would do, even till late in the DDO's development, you'd have people doing Elite, hard, normal, and then when Reaper mode came out, you do like Reaper, then Elite, then hard, then normal. I didn't read, all the items that were on the list were not interesting to me, so I didn't take any of them. Okay, before I go in, let's spend some points. I have 3 to spend. What do I want here? Rune Arm DCs, Imbue Dice. I think I want Double Strike, Double Shot. This seems more impactful. And then Rune Arm DCs? Or bonus dice? Rune Arm DCs. It's probably more impactful than Imbue Dice. Anyway, let's go here. The Rune Arm I'm currently using is the Corruption of Nature. Yeah, it's the Druid's Deep Rune Arm. It comes from the quest Outbreak, from the first chest. Alright. Put on my Feather Falling, climb over the wall, and never go around ever again. If you're in a group, open this door for your friends. I'm not in a group, and I don't have any friends, so we're going to go this way. I'm the Solo Artificer. I'm on my own. You can go around here and fight a bunch of monsters, but did you know you could just climb up over this spike, and now you get to avoid all the monsters. Down here in this courtyard can be a whole bunch of Shadow Beholders and a bunch of bullshit you don't want to deal with. So let's not deal with it, and go Through a Mirror Darkly. So, the way that you're supposed to run this quest is, in your inventory, you are given an item. This is the Mirror of Shadows. The idea is you put it on your action bar, and then, much like Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, you look through the mirror, and now you're in a shadow world. To get around, some doors will be blocked. So for example, I can't go through this section because it's blocked off, and I can only do it in the regular world. With the implication being you're supposed to just go and move from one place to the other. So I cast all my buffs. Getting all this done. He can still drain your levels, so if you don't have a way to stop level drain, you can still die to the Shadow Beholder. I can't be level drained or paralyzed, so I'm pretty much immune to it. So the idea is that you go, okay, I'm ready to go. I'm going to use my gaze into the mirror, flip through, and move to the other section. That's very, very cool. However, I think it's a little slow, and we can make that faster. One thing to note is that there are a couple buff effects that do fall off. For example, all of the Necromancer auras actually fall off. So your Death Aura disappear every time you transfer. It is very annoying. What if we did this faster? Well, the way we do this faster is if you drop this out of your inventory onto the ground, the Mirror of Shadows, and I pick it up, picking it up technically uses the item. So therefore, because I'm picking it up and using it, well, that means that my character is getting through from one area to the next without having to actually read the message. So I don't have to actually click on it now. I can just drop it out of my inventory and pick it up. that's cool. So if I want to go through an area, I can, instead of having to like stop and use the mirror, I can just do that. Nice and easy. Easy. However, what if we wanted to go even faster than that? What if that method that I just told you about is just too slow? Well, there is a faster way. In here, instead, I'm going to put it on my character portrait here. It's not an equipable item. Because it's not an equipable item, it takes it out of my inventory, tries to apply it to my character, doesn't work, and puts it back in my inventory. What does that do? It teleports me instantaneously. So now I'm all of a sudden in the other area. So now as a result, I can lightning fast walk around and be able to get through this quest really quickly. I'm walking, whoop, and we're on the other side. Keep walking, and hey, look, there's a locked door. Guess what? Boom, it's open now. And that is how you do this quest very, very quickly.
There must be another path.
I'm going to lower this just a bit so I can see my debuffs, because I want to make sure I know when I'm getting debuffed with something dangerous. The one downside is it does mean you kind of have to do the quest with your inventory open, which can be annoying. But if you're somebody out there with one of those like 50K monitors that is like the size of your house, well, now it's automatically like a good thing for you to have that, because you can just have your inventory screen somewhere random and you don't have to worry about it too much. All right, so I have 2 orbs total. To know where the orbs are, on the basement floor, ground floor, there's one here, one in this corner, and one down here. 4 orbs downstairs and 4 orbs upstairs. So we're gonna get the other orbs later. Now we go to the stairs, just here, and go this way. What are we attacking? There's a shadow. Oh, I didn't know that. Now we head upstairs. Again, 4 orbs downstairs, 4 orbs upstairs. The next one upstairs is through this door right here on the right. Once we head up to the top of the stairs, head in here. Sometimes there's bad guys, there's not here. There's always bad guys in here though. Sometimes shadows, sometimes Shader Kai. So always being mindful. I don't know why the enemies aren't always the same when you go through this. Anyway, head back out. There can be a trap here. There is not. It's a spell ward that picks up boxes and animates them, so it's like an animated monster trap, which is kind of neat. All right. You don't actually have to come in here. This is just a shrine. In fact, I don't even have to fight this lady if I don't want to. I can just skip past her, but I'm going to kill her because I can. I'm coming in here because the shrine is here, but also there's the orders. If you get all 4 orders, it's a good amount of XP, and we're almost there. The last order is the most dangerous one, so if you are feeling scared, I would not recommend doing the last order, which is through this room right here on the left. This room has a bunch of Shar worshippers and another light orb. So we're at the 2nd light orb of the upstairs section. However, after I pick it up, when I go to the dark section, the book is right here, but this room is filled with Shader Kai. It is a very dangerous room. If you get spike chain attack, if you get crowd controlled, the Arcanist can hit you with hold monster, and you can kind of insta-die, so just be careful about that. But I get an extra 7,500 XP, or 7,600. Alright, so now we move over here. You're going to grab the Shadow Orb. Now, there is a Beholder boss down here. I will kill it, but don't feel like you ever have to. If you're like following through with this, it can be quite dangerous if you're playing on hardcore. It does cast Disintegrate, so as long as I have enough health, I won't die to Disintegrate, but it does cast Disintegrate, so you have to just be mindful about that. Hit me again with Disintegrate, and I made my save. I don't know how much damage it's going to do if I fail. Hit me again with Disintegrate, and I made my save. Nice. This is why we have High Fortitude and Spell Saves. Anyway, it dies, giving me a bunch of XP, and the Trapsmith crossbow. This chest can also drop the Trapsmith's tool belt, which is a bonus, a stacking bonus to your intelligence or intelligence skills. So it's like your search, disable device, and what have you. It's +6. Very, very good as a swap item if your defenses or your trapping skills are low. Anyways, we now have 3 upstairs. We got 1 here, and 1 before the Beholder. The other one is all the way over here. So I'm going to go all the way over here. Hug the right. How cold is cold? It's pretty cold outside. It's like minus 20 something, 25. It's not as bad as it was a few days ago, where it was like minus 35, but it's still cold. All right, and now a bunch of Shader Kai. It's the Shader Kai haunted house. And they kill my Dorg. Anyway, one of the problems with Orlace when you try to fight her is that she will teleport to the Shadow World. guess what? You're not normally able to catch her because usually she actually just teleports back too quickly. She stays almost no time in the Shadow World. I think possibly because they realized that by the time you actually use the book, she would usually just teleport back because of her AI. So you actually can't catch her in the Shadow World to deal damage. But you can if you use this tech because you can instantly teleport from one place to the other. Isn't that neat?
Deliberately falls on her dagger.
I mean, you can just wait. She'll just come back to you, but it's just a neat little thing. You set bonuses stacked with regular equipment. For example, plus 1 goggles fluid attack make it +3. It depends on the wording, right? So you're looking at the wording of the stats. I'll give you an easy example. This is my Lemordian Bowler, okay? I have Melancholic Intelligence, which gives me +5 enhancement bonus to intelligence. So this will not stack with anything else in the entire game that says enhancement bonus at all. If it says enhancement, it doesn't stack. But this also has quality intelligence, which is a quality bonus to intelligence. So it's all about the wording. So for example, if you have goggles that give you a competence bonus to attack and a set item that gives you a competence bonus to attack, it won't stack. But if one has a competence bonus, another one has an enhancement bonus, then it will stack. So you just have to read what the word is, because it'll say +1 something bonus. If it doesn't give you a type, so let's say it just says +1 bonus and there's no wording, there's no type, that means it stacks with everything. That is a rare mechanic in the game. Where you find that is in your tree. So for example, this just says 15 hit points. There's no bonus type, therefore it stacks with everything. This says plus to listen, search, and spot. There's no bonus type, therefore it stacks with everything. Yeah, it's all about the specific bonus type that you're looking for. Anyway, jump down here. So now we've got all the ones upstairs, and we need 2 more down here. Fortunately, one of them is in this little shrine room here, which we're almost done with. Whoa, don't spawn on me, Shard worshippers and Netherese mage. They're trying to kill Dorg. Dorg, no! He lived. Good. Good boy, Dorg. So now we come in here. If you're on elite difficulty, there's a shadow that spawns in this room, and these guys will take care of them. If you're on Reaper mode, the shadow takes care of these guys. So keep in mind. Anyway, and the last one is the bottom right corner, or the southeast corner of the building on the light side. Hey. Get out of here, shitter guy. Anyway, so we head over here. And we can go. And Dorg is dying. I don't know why. Dude, I don't even know where you are. Can you convert that to freedom and bald eagles? No, I can't. It's really hard when it comes to the negative numbers. I'm not as good at it.
On their pedestals to grant further access to the Nexus.
All right, now we have all of them, so we're done. So we just head back to the beginning, and conveniently, I'm on the bottom floor, so I'm right here. So the general rule with this is you're going to... Is he killing stuff? Yeah, Dorg is fine. Anyway, you start out here, you come up this way, and you hit this on the bottom floor. You go upstairs, and then you go hit here, then you come down here, go into this room, all the way down here, and hit this room, come downstairs, hit this room, and then go back in here, and that's it. It's one big circle. Again, I'm talking and explaining this, so my time will be a little bit slower than if I was just kind of booking my way through it, but you can get this area done quite fast, which is pretty cool. So we go here.
You take a quick
there we
glimpse
go.
Into your mirror. A bridge of solid darkness has
and then I pop my things in here, and I get to fight the final boss. Let's go.
A subtle magical aura. No doubt they are receptive.
And because you still have to go from zone to zone, you will want to keep your inventory window open. Conference Defender, playing Dragon for your competence bonus. That is correct, yeah.
Well played. The Shade applauds. You've certainly done a better job of...
Yeah, always make sure you're checking the bonus type. The bonus type is one of those things that... It's a holdover from 3.5, which does that as well. Alright, and then I'm going to have to deal with Shade Arkai in here, so I'm going to get my Radiant Force Field going, because I don't know where they are. They're just going to jump on me at some point. Fuck you, I'm not facing Tiberus. He's like literally in front of me, but fine game. Alright. Gildorg, and then we go back to the other side. Die, Tivris. At some point, die, please. Kind of an annoying boss. What are you gonna do? If I had more damage, this would be a lot faster, but I unfortunately do not have more damage. So he gets a transition from one spot to the next, just go boop, 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 and teleport all over the place. Anyway, that's it. Talk to Orifon, quest is done, 170,000 XP in 11 minutes and 57 seconds, explaining the entire thing. If I was explaining nothing, it would probably be like 8 minutes if I was just running through. But I stopped to explain stuff pretty regularly. But hopefully that has helped you with your experience with this dungeon. This one can be quite intimidating if you're not familiar with it, but once you get the hang of it, it's very fast and the XP is gigantic. That's one of the reasons why people would run this on Reaper and then Elite and then Hard and then Normal, because just doing that alone gives you like 600,000 XP, which is not bad. And then I can get my hero item. Now these items are not actually good. These are actually all bad pretty much entirely. However, one of the benefits of these items, which is kind of cool, is they look great. The hero equipment looks fantastic. The Sage's vestment looks good. I don't love the Outsider's furs personally, but the rest of the items are like pretty good looking. All right, and that's Wayoon Prison. In the clear. We're done. Now we head back to Evening Star. Has it been half an hour yet? I think so. I'm gonna sit back down.
Within the shadows of the prison township of Wayoon, a deeper dark is growing.
Yeah, it's been an hour.
We'll cast a light on it before the darkness spreads.
All right. Let us continue. I get to level up. Level 28. Almost there. Getting all the way to level cap. It does take quite a long time to level up, especially if it's your first time. If I wasn't playing on hardcore, and also you might be wondering like how do people level so fast? It's grouping. Grouping makes your leveling experience a lot faster because in a group, multiple people can split multiple directions, which can be very good. I forgot what feat I'm taking, so I'm just gonna do one of these. Thank you, past me. 28, I'm taking Harbinger of Chaos. That makes sense. Good feat. Harbinger of Chaos is good because it gives double strike and double shot, but most importantly, if you're chaotic, you also gain imbue dice, which is all good. There's just a bunch of free damage, so I'm not going to complain about that. Hard, do you still have a delving bonus on each? No, the first quest consumes the delving bonus, which is why you want to run it on Reaper mode, which gives the most XP. So the delving bonus is 150% total, and if you run the quest on Hard, it's 50% bonus. Elite, it's 100% bonus, and Reaper, it is 150 bonus. So what you do is if you run a quest on Hard, then Elite, then Reaper, you get 50% on Hard, 50% on Elite, and 50% on Reaper mode because it like consumes it. It like takes a chunk out of it, if that makes sense, for that difficulty setting of the total 150. But if you run on Reaper first, then you get the 150 applying to the higher base XP Reaper entirely, which makes it just better. All right, we're gonna do a quest that is like become a staple of mine, which is Study in Sable. This quest is relatively dangerous, a lot of hard-hitting monsters and spooky sections. There's also a way for you to actually save everybody in this mansion, and because I have the ability to do so, I'm going to do that. You don't have to do so. This quest is not too bad if you split up and you have people who know where to go. It's all about solving a mystery. Basically, there are a bunch of people staying here at Sable Manor, and slowly they get corrupted and turned into vampires. To stop this, we need to specifically identify who is a vampire thrall, and then have a way to break them from their stupor. So, before I actually start the night, I'm going to walk around the entire house, and actually I think I can start the first night. I don't think it matters, so we can just kind of do the thing. Yeah, we'll just start this. And a new day begins. And I'm going to be looking around quickly to pick up all of the materials to save all of the people. Now, as each day, an area is going to open up. So the back garden is now open. All of the stuff you need to save people in Study in Sable is in the house already. So nothing that I need to unlock. So I just look around here, and all I'm doing is trying to find specifically the things I need to save these guys. So the only one that's complicated is back here, I believe, is always the bottle of sunlight. It's always in this area, which you can use to identify people. I believe it always spawns in this little entryway here with these vampire thralls, but I'm not sure. I believe it's always back here. This is the only one that requires something, which means you need search to be able to find it. Oh, but it's not back here. Oh, interesting. Okay. Usually it can spawn back here. Any new info? We have no new info about Arcane Trickster that we didn't have last week, unfortunately.
Remember,
Alright, still looking for stuff. No bottle of sunlight, nothing.
whether a guest is one of the vampire's thralls.
I'm going, Sir Ebermund.
If you can.
I'm going. Hunter map.
This map is
Again, if I look up here,
magical symbols.
this is the attic. It's closed. I can't go here, but you can find an item on the way.
A skilled rogue.
The hunter's map allows me to trap the hunter, so that is good. And again, I'm just going to go quickly search for the other items. I don't remember exactly where they spawn, so this is going to take me a lot of extra time, but I'm looking for the hunter's map, the maze, the bottle of sunlight, and the necklace, or the amulet. All of those things will allow me to protect the guests. Where do they spawn? I can't remember all of them. I remember some of them, but not all of them. You also just need to identify which guest is off. The elf complains about being tired. So if he stops complaining about being tired, then he's the one. The lady complains, or basically is scoping out the place to steal a bunch of shit. And if she starts talking about the master, that means it's her. The huntsman is like, all he wants to do is go out and hunt in the nearby woods. And if he stops talking about that, starts talking about the master, it's him. And then there's the wizard who just wants to go study. And there it is, Amulet of the Medusa. And if he says, oh, I can't wait to meet the master of the house, then it's actually him. He's the one that's the thrall. So for example, I can just check her right now. And she says, oh, many fine possessions gathered over the centuries. They must not be disturbed. Yeah, it's probably her. Because she wants to take the things. And instead he goes, I've been cooped up for days. I want to go hunting. But I can't go hunting because I'm not allowed to go hunting. So yeah, too bad. And we go talk to this guy over here. And he goes, if only I could stop the voice. It's always there, always talking. He's fine. He's just going crazy. So you don't worry about him. And then this guy. He's like, books and documents. And he's upset. All right, so it is her. But I'm going to quickly just find the last items here before I forget. There it is. Strong sleeping draft. I need the maze. I'm only missing the maze. So we're actually going to save everyone. Again, you don't have to do this. I just feel like it's fun. I don't do this very often, so why don't we just save all the people? Sometimes it's good to just do optionals because you feel like it. This quest is fun to explore also if you've never done it before, so I can recommend. So this back area is actually going to be open, so that's the open door here, but now I have the Mystic Maze. So now I can rescue everybody. So before I forget, because I am foolish, and I will forget, I'm going to go and use the Amulet of the Medusa to lock up the lady upstairs. So I go, hey, remember how you wanted to steal stuff? Guess what? Take a look at... Oh, I don't have the thing. Right, I have to go get the thing first. I forgot. I need the clue thing, as it were. So we're gonna go to the groundskeep in here and get it. I forgot. Also, this quest features the Augment the Golem's Heart in the upstairs segment. When you go to the attic, there's basically a Frankenstein-style monster fight that happens. And if you go and do that, you can get yourself a augment called the Golem's Heart, which is an augment that gets you healed when you take damage. Which is kind of cool. It used to be like really, really good back in the day. Now it's useless, but it used to be really good. The main problem is that the healing, like the hit rate is too low. It's like a 2% chance whenever you get hit to heal for a little bit. And the amount of health is also very low. And because it's technically you that's doing the healing on Reaper mode, the amount gets reduced, which is unfortunate. If it was like just a static heals you for a certain amount multiplied by your healing amplification, I think it might be good. Anyway, you'll notice I kind of hugged the right wall when I came in the maze. Just hug the right wall, and you're looking for the chew toy, which makes a sound.
This is a pet's chew toy, shaped like a colorful.
It's a little squeaky sound. Anyway, once you have it, you can leave. If you have Dimension Door, this quest can be a lot faster. So yeah. There's also a werewolf in here somewhere if you don't hug the right wall. As mentioned previously, just hug the right wall and you'll be out of here in no time. Or then come back hugging the left wall. Here you go. I gotta heal Dorg. He took damage, not Dorg. Anyway, head up here. Hello. I have some questions. Look at this. A chew toy. Why is this dog barking? Stop, it's yelping. So this is the master of the house. He's the vampire, isn't he? You're under his spell. Do I serve the master? Yes, there's nothing you can do. Oh yeah? Amulet of Medusa. So whoever you show the thing to, so I showed her the dog thing, they will then admit to being a part of it. But if you don't have the tool at that time, you can't catch them and you fail to save one of the guests. So that's why you want to collect everything first, so you can always say, oh, you are a vampire? Perfect, we're good. Also, don't miss.
Night falls on Sable Manor.
You want to pick the wrong person. You don't get any second chances. So.
Something clanks and clatters.
Attic time.
Above in the attic.
And he dies with the Wilhelm scream, so you always want to do him. I don't know if I want to do that, but yeah. Haste pause 30 seconds. They are, but I'm an artificer. Artificers gain bonuses to the caster levels with potions and scrolls, and so my haste potions actually last longer than regular characters. Alchemists also get the same bonus.
The attic door is open, but there's no sign of movement.
I mean, it's like billions of monsters in here, so I'm just gonna kill everything. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's another one of the reasons why, like, I'm using wands of protection from evil 10th, and these wands of protection from evil 10th last for 10 minutes, but because I get +5 levels, they actually last for 15 minutes, which is the duration of almost every quest. Anyway, there's the Gem of Revelation here, which is what I needed, which is perfect, which allows me to find another person. Basically, if you don't know where to go, just go into one of these areas and then just start looking around.
A gem of revelation
Not too bad.
can be used to detect powerful spells and enchantments.
Sweet. And now we have to figure out who is the thrall. Everybody should be in bed. So let's go scan them. That's my room. So not this room. Let's go into here. Hey, Thadris. Spotted a grouse. Yeah, he's talking about birds. So he is not the guy. Nobody's in here. I turned her to stone. The cook is asleep. So I'm looking for Elf Boy. And we're looking for, here we go. Hey, what's up? Voice louder night. Must not listen. Must not listen. Nope, he's fine. Him. I was just about to retire. Nothing like a soothing night's sleep in the country. It's so peaceful and quiet. I could stay here forever. Except earlier today, this guy was bitching about it. So guess what? Take a look at this.
You have uncovered.
And so he's with the vampire, and I give him the mystic maze, and now he gets stuck inside.
And examines it carefully. Ah, a most intriguing puzzle. Wait, what's going on? Am I shrinking? In the wink of an eye, the wizard is trapped.
Ooh, and now we go to the next day. Again, this quest is just kind of fun. I don't know, I just like doing it.
Rises and a new day begins.
And we wait.
The smell of brimstone.
Now it's the west hallway. The west chamber is probably the most dangerous. There's just a lot of like monsters that spawn right on top of you. Vampire thralls, obviously, but then there's also like demons that just spawn out of nowhere, which can get kind of spooky. So you just gotta be careful. Again, not a terribly dangerous quest, just gotta take things as they go. I always like to take the time to mention when areas will be scary or dangerous, that way you can mentally think about it, because I am thinking about it. You'll notice that sometimes I'm not just throwing myself into the room to fight all the monsters at the same time. Sometimes I do. Not all the times, though. And in those times where I'm not doing it, I just want to make sure I'm giving that information to you, so if anybody wants to follow in my footsteps afterwards, using the same questing path, same character, you can have, have a similar level of success. Again, a lot of what determines whether you are going to be doing well in a quest or not is, your preparedness. And hey, look, it's the item I wanted. And that's pretty much what DDO is all about. It's all about, like, prep, good prep, and succeeding through prep. So my dog died. Goodbye, Dorg. Not Dorg. Not Dorg. And we have the Orb of Sunlight, which is going to expose another vampire thrall. I mean, I probably could protect Dorg better by giving him some more defenses, but, like, I don't know, whatever. He's fine. He's doing good. Okay, generate facets just rerolls its bonuses. Oh, because you didn't ask. Chadris. Ah, he's now excited to wait for the master of the house, which means he's a thrall. Look at this.
You have uncovered
Hey, guess what?
one of the
I have a hunter's
vampires
map.
with the
You're busy.
nice eyes
And now he's too excited.
bulge when he sees the moving symbols on the magic map. Look at that. 2 prime stags with night.
I saved one more guy. And now, by process of elimination, it is just the elf remaining. Also, you can move when it gets darker, so if you can navigate via the map, you can start heading towards the last area, which is the basement, the cellar.
Strange sounds resonate.
Wouldn't splashing
from
something be
deep
good?
below
It depends.
the
So
manor
for
house.
melee arty, there's nothing you can do to splash it if you're actually planning on using the, in my opinion, if you're actually planning on using the
Inside, something skitters
Arcano-Technician tree, and you're not planning on using Vistani. If you're planning on using Vistani, then multiclassing is actually quite good. So there are actually some melee Vistani artificers that I've seen people post where they're like 18 artificer with like 1 warlock and 1 fighter sometimes, or other builds. You can do stuff. But since my plan is to actually use the capstone of the battle engineer, or like primarily focus on the rune arm, you need to get as many caster levels as possible to increase the power of your rune arm as much as possible. So that's why we are doing that. So pure artificer makes the most sense to maximize my rune armor efficiency, and since I want to maximize my rune armor efficiency and actually use it as a tool, kind of be like a kind of a half caster of sorts, it means I actually need to focus on that. If you don't care about the rune armor and you just use it as a stat stick, that's where multiclassing comes in. But every time you multiclass, you lose damage and DCs on your rune arm, and I don't want to deal with that. Okay, because I have a different goal. It depends on what your goal is with the character, though. That, and also, admittedly, this is a themed character as well. And so, if I was going for raw efficiency, maximizing your rune arm is never like the winning play. Rune arms are good, and they can be quite powerful, but realistically, it's better to shore up on like your physical damage because it has a higher scalar, like it multiplies more. So it's usually a better option. But again, for the themed build where I got to use it, like the goal here is to play a character that is kind of based around Mega Man, so I need to have my Mega Man arm cannon kind of be a big focus part of the build. If I don't, it's not going to be as good. Anyways, now we have a rat trap, which means we have to catch a rat. Unfortunately, the rat trap doesn't do anything if you shove it in somebody's face, so you have to go catch a rat. But yeah, I looked at this for a long time. The capstone here of +4 intelligence and an extra +1 to hit and damage is just +3 to hit and damage, and it's really hard to get anything better than that out of another character class without spending more points. Because you're like, well, you take a fighter, but yeah, but I already have action boost haste. Oh, well, take like a class that gets a trance. Well, I'm intelligence based and I get the Harp Raging trance. It's just kind of hard to justify taking something else for this specific character build. Not saying you can't. There are a lot of good options. Anyway, you catch a rat. Hey, buddy, catch a rat using the rat trap.
Deftly snare the rat and put the caged animal inside your pack.
And now we go rescue the last guy. He's just upstairs. I like how the dog is just chilling there for the entire quest. And how do you know? He says, it calls to me so clear. Now he's not resisting it. When he stops resisting it, that's how you know he's the guy. Take a look at this. A rat. Thrust the rat in the guest's face.
You have uncovered one of the vampire's thralls.
Here you go.
The bleary-eyed
I have rescued all of the guests.
I'd give anything to rest, to escape that voice, to find sweet oblivion. He drains the bottle with a single swallow, and the sun
And it's
rises,
done. And now we're done the
day
quest.
begins.
So now we head to the backyard and we fight the guy. Now, if you don't rescue any of the thralls, then you have to fight all of them at the final boss fight.
I trust
But
you
because I
enjoyed
rescued
your
them,
stay,
they're not there.
says the voice. Unfortunately, I was unable to greet you personally. It took
Anyway, so we come down here,
What are a few days to
do-do-do-do,
one who
into the
has
dark.
waited for
Now, the way that you do this boss fight, a lot of people don't understand how to do it.
And
It's
now
really, really
I'm
easy.
ready to
You have to keep them in the light. How do we keep them in the light? You come up here, you break a pillar, so it lets the light in, and now you fight him here. A lot of people don't do this. I've done this quest multiple times with people, and they just run all over the room. They fight them in the middle. They go to the front door. They do all sorts of stuff. You just stand right here and you fight them. That's it. You don't do anything else. If you have any inclination or desire to do anything else, don't. Just stand right here and just fight him. That's it. If you just stand here and you just fight him, he dies really easily. Like I said, I've seen people that they're dying and they're like, oh no, and they're like running all over the room. Don't ever do that. come to the sunlight, fight the vampire in the sunlight. He loses power, he gets less damage, he takes more damage. Very easy to kill in the sunlight. Anyway, you get a second chest for actually rescuing everybody. So let's see what we got. Nothing. And nothing. You can actually get his sword, which is despawned, but you get the vampire as a sword, which is a pretty cool looking two-handed weapon. But yes, unfortunately, if you get a heroic gem of many facets and you really love it and you want to upgrade it to like an epic or a legendary because it's the perfect set, it re-rolls it, which makes a lot of people very angry. So I understand where you're coming from, Julian. I'm angry too, just thinking about it. Okay. So next up, I could try to do Delirious, but there's also Stormhorns, and I'm going to be honest, I think Stormhorns is easier than Delirious. So I think we're going to do Stormhorns first. Because Delirious is not too bad in terms of the monster types, but they just hit really hard. Actually, what do you guys think I should do? You think I should do Delirious or Stormhorns? I'll pass this decision off to you guys so I don't have to think about it. I'm going to do both. I just don't know which one I'm going to do first. I don't want any of this. I don't want any of these items. They are bad for me. Delirious, horns, precious cargo. No, go away. Yeah, you can infinitely reroll the epic gem forever. You can't infinitely reroll the legendary, but you can do the epic one. Okay. Do I have any extra remnants? Yeah, I do. Alright, I'm just gonna empty out this bag. I never bought the bigger collectible bag, which I should have done. That can go in there. Stormhorns, we had a yes already. Delirious, Stormhorns, Stormhorns, Stormhorns. All right, we have all the votes for Stormhorns except for one, so we'll do Stormhorns next. So that's what we're gonna do. Ooh, the brass censer. I didn't put that away. Perfect. Okie dokie. Yeah, I'm down to do Stormhorns. Stormhorns is fun. But before I go do Stormhorns, I should take a quick break to use the washroom, and also I gotta throw the sous vide on. All right, but Stormhorns is a very, very big area with some cool quests. However, the quests are mildly dangerous, so just like anything else, better to do in a group. This quest chain especially is way better to do in a group. There's just so many monsters and so much crap going on. This will be fine, but there's just a lot. Before I do that, though, I'm going to use the washroom. So I will be back in just a minute. So hold that thought. We'll be right back. After these messages. Oh, consumer messages? I don't know what the right word is. back. Hit a rear bumper of your parked car, then parked their car and ran off. Wait, they hit your car and then they kept their car there? Amazing. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but that's wild. Yeah, the Evening Star challenges are also a good option. The reason why I'm kind of doing a wider variety of quests is I'm trying to get as much favor as possible, which is pretty cool. In fact, I've actually earned enough Harper favor. I can actually go get, I think, the first Harper pin. So I'm going to do that. Which is something I should have done before. The Harper pin is an item that you can use once every 10 minutes. It allows you to break free from any crowd control effect in the game. Except knockdown. If you're knocked down, you don't get back up. But everything else counts. I don't know why knockdown specifically doesn't work, but knockdown specifically doesn't work. Anyway, we head into the Lonesome Tankard. We talk to this person, and we get +2 bonus to perform and bluff, and the Harper pin lesser. That's it. Alrighty. You also get a bunch of bonuses to your skills by like handing in your favor, so just feel free to go and do that. I didn't hand in Morgrave, for example. There's like Purple Dragon Knights. I can talk to this guy. Not this guy, this guy. And he goes, hey, you get 5 extra hit points. Talk to this guy, and he gives me something. Yeah, he gives me a dog. Look at that dog pet. Sick. So yeah, so if you ever need to, same with Agents Arganessen. I'm missing out on health here. So there's 10 health from Agents Arganessen. Fjarlin, Kandaric. So you get a bunch of just like raw stats from handing in your favor. So if you ever need more stats, just go and hand in more things. And people trying to get out. They sprint across the street. Just take a baseball bat to their car. Yeah, hopefully you have a dash cam. That was actually one of the reasons why my girlfriend got a dash cam for her car, so she has like the front and rear dash cam, because it's too often where stuff like that will happen, where somebody will just like bump in your car and then run away, or just, you know, not take any accountability for their actions. So yeah, I forgot spells. I didn't forget spells. I don't have any spells. I can't learn them. So like I just don't know. I don't learn any, so I can't add any. It'd be cool if I could learn more spells, but I don't have any right now, and I'm too lazy to go do it. All right. I'm going to teach you, there's only one trick in this quest that makes it a little bit faster, but I will teach it to you so you can have it. Hi, Wolf Kobold. I am in fact here. Did you know that? Well, I guess you do now, but yeah.
Now, where did I put that blasted journal?
That blasted journal.
You're here. Be a good sport and lend me a hand. My journal has wandered off. It can't have gone far. It's somewhere in this glade.
A ton of photos because his car's right behind yours. Yeah, 100%.
There it is.
But yeah, that's definitely something that you can call for and be like, what the hell, dude?
But now may not be the time. I fear that
I am doing pretty good.
Two dark-robed wizards.
And I'm gonna get knocked down here. You always get knocked down. But fortunately for me, I can protect myself because I can use this Scorching Turret. And then the enemies will go after this instead of me.
That is rich.
I'm gonna also cast my Arcane Tempest before I get knocked down, so that monsters will spawn and take damage. He spawns a bunch of orcs. Some of them even died. Once you don't have to kill any of these guys, you have to kill all the orbs. Usually you have to wait for their dialogue to be done, but if you come over and you use the enchanted root walls with this little gear here, you can skip listening to their talk.
The wizard teleports with Orophon, leaving the others behind to fight.
So yeah. Anyway. There might be big pits full of spikes. That's the only thing that's dangerous in this quest for the most part. And some of the Shade Archive. The gnolls aren't terribly dangerous. The spellcasters are really not dangerous, especially if you're a Warforged. They can actually cast Hold, but I don't give a shit, because I'm a Warforged. Ooh, you also started Melee Arty? Very fun! I like Melee Arty. Hill Giant Shaman. This is gonna break. Oh, it didn't. Nice. It looked like a broken floor. There's also one spot with, like, traps that are designed to keep you like locked in place, like a net trap basically. Just gonna be mindful about that. What's fun is the monsters can actually run over it, and then they get hit by the net trap. You played melee or range, thought you try melee? Yeah, there is a trap here if you want to disable it. All these campfires with barrels all have traps on them. The quests in here give you a really good amount of XP. Up here is where that trap I was just talking about was. So you're gonna hook around so you don't get hit by it. It's right in the middle. Just wanna make sure you don't get hit by that. Anyway, again, none of these guys can really knock me down or crowd control me in any meaningful capacity, and even if they do, I do have access to the Harbor Pit now. So it's once every 10 minutes I can break out of any crowd control, but 10 minutes is good enough. Take a drink? I did. You didn't see it.
Gnolls stand guard.
But you know what? Just for you, I'll do it again.
Magic barrier.
There we go. I made it nice and exaggerated so you didn't miss it. It is good to hydrate, though. I do need good reminders. Hydration is an important part of the day. Did you know that if you don't drink water, you feel like crap? I learn this lesson all the time, where some days I'll just wake up and I'll be like halfway through my day and I'm like, I feel so sluggish and slow and I just feel like garbage. Then I realize I haven't had a single drop of water for the entire day. I'm like, oh yeah, water, liquids. Is that guy using the spike chain attack while invisible and killing my dog? I didn't even know they could do that in stealth. That's spooky. I actually did not know that was possible. Well, I learned something. Anyway, there's a trap here. And then I'll get this giant. I failed on a 1. Oh my god. I forget my physical needs all the time. I definitely don't think I feel hunger in the same way that a lot of people do. Like, I don't know. I just don't really feel hungry most of the time. Like, I eat out of a necessity where I'm like, I should eat at this point because I'm gonna die if I don't. And not because I'm, like, hungry. It's very rare that I actually, like, eat because I'm hungry. Am I a vampire? I hope not. Because the last vampire piece of media I consumed was that movie Renfield with Nicolas Cage. And doesn't seem like it's a fun time. Did my quest bug? My quest bugged. Okay, I've never experienced this bug before. I've never had the door not open. Well. Oh, wait, hold. Ah, it didn't bug. There was a stealth guy chilling, doing nothing. I love that. It reminds me how in Lord of the Rings Online there was a the expansion Siege of Mirkwood came out, and when Siege of Mirkwood came out, I don't trust it. Yeah, when Siege of Mirkwood came out, there was a quest where you had to find these like goblin runners, where they're like running intel for the enemy, and you had to kill all the goblin runners. The problem is they were all stealth, they're all invisible, and it was a mandatory quest. You needed to complete the Goblin Runner quest as part of the main story to move on to the next thing. So you just had all these players who were running around randomly in the landscape, hoping to come across a Goblin Runner that was just invisible. And the best part, they're runners. So they have these really wide paths that they run up and down. So later on, we ended up figuring out that there was like long tracks. So you could just stand in one place and then wait like 40 minutes. And eventually you kill it, it would respawn, and then another one would run across your path. Oh my god, it was so horrible. Really, really brutal. They ended up changing it so it's no longer part of the main quest path. So it's just an optional quest now. So you can do the area without actually having to do that quest. You can just do it if you choose to. Brutal. You considered was studying Sable like 15 minutes ago? Oh, true. I forgot about that. If you don't drink water, you won't lose weight efficiently. Yeah. because you get incomplete combustion inside your body, because the way in which a lot of people don't know this, when your body is like burning energy. So if you're like, I want to, I got those love handles and I'm trying to get rid of them, you gotta make sure you're drinking water, because when your body burns fats for energy, it does so by burning those fats, producing carbon dioxide, and you breathe it out. But you need hydration to get everything moving properly to the right spaces. Because you don't have water, then it's more difficult for your body to like push your blood around, because it's less fluid. Even though technically combustion does produce water, you still need like all the proper materials. TLDR, not drinking enough water causes lots of problems across your entire body. Who knew? What's with this Discord team by default setting? I don't know. I heard something about that this morning, in terms of like I saw something or like a news article. I haven't had a chance to look into it yet, so you guys probably know more than I do. I kind of woke up, got a couple things sorted, and then turned on the live stream. But if anybody's read an article and is familiar with it, let me know. Yep. Anyway, TLDR, drink water. It's good for you. It's pretty much never bad to drink water. Some people will point out and be like, actually, Stram, did you know that you can actually get water toxicity if you drink too much water? But yeah, you have to drink like gallons of water, like multiple gallons every day for like months to get water toxicity. Because it takes quite a long time for your body to become like destroyed by increased quantity of water. So yes, it is something you can do to yourself, but it is very uncommon and not easy. 3 to 20 levels on YouTube. They're technically on YouTube. I just haven't actually physically posted the video. I should have done that the weekend. I forgot to do that. Whoops. I'm going to set an alarm on my phone to just set them so they auto post now. I'll do that after stream today. That would be smart. I don't know why I didn't do that. Well, I forgot, obviously, but yeah. The Shader Kai are the only things dangerous in this dungeon. Which you're going to find that a lot with the Stormhorns. The Shader Kai and anything out here, the Shader Kai are the only dangerous parts. Yeah. I'm doing intense exercise, yep. Oh, my buddies, man is playing melee already. Oh yeah. Drinking 6 liter water in 3 hours is lethal. Yeah, don't drink 6 liters of anything. Just don't do that. It's really hard to drink liters of anything. Like, it's very difficult. I remember as a kid, I used to go and get, I'd like go to the corner store and I'd buy like a liter of chocolate milk and I would like drink the whole liter of chocolate milk. And then one time I was like, I bet I could drink 2 liters of chocolate milk. I bet I could do that. I could do that. I could probably do that. The first liter is easy. The second one is very hard. It took me like an hour and a half. And then when I was done, I felt so sick and so bloated and so horrible. It was not good. It did not feel good. Anyway, and then I stopped because I was like, I don't want to do this. Do I have allergies? I don't know. I'm not allergic to milk, but yeah. I'm allergic to pets. Dogs, cats. Like drinking several liters of a liquid in one sitting is very difficult, especially when that liquid happens to be milk, which is relatively high in fat and sugar and protein, so you can feel it in your body. It's a tough one. So some bananas are slightly reactive. If you eat 40,000 bananas when sitting, you die from radiation poisoning. I mean, yeah, but if you eat 40,000 bananas, it's bad for you. Guys, don't eat 40,000 of anything. Don't drink 6 liters of anything.
You finally reached the harbor gesture.
It's like, I do understand you know, if I give the recommendation to somebody to be like, yeah, just drink a little bit more water. You probably could stand to drink more water. That's probably true. Because you can give the example, obviously, of like some people have very specific liquid balances that's very important for their diets. And again, they probably know that because they've gone to a physician to check that out. Or, as was also mentioned, like, you know, if somebody is like a very athletic, then you need to manage your electrolyte balance, which is really important, which is true. But most people aren't either of those things. Most people are not really athletic, and most people don't need to watch that sort of thing.
The harpy nest lies ahead. With some smooth negotiation,
Going to handle that much milk? Milk.
to attack the supply convoys.
You're gonna put a Saga Cornlord favor, House K? I don't think they would ever do that. They could go back and add Sagas to stuff. I just don't think it's necessary. That would be if we ever get like a DDO 2 or like a DDO revamped, but they revamp the whole thing. All right, so I'm gonna start this fight. The trick here to doing this, you start the fight, okay? And then I go and I kill all these small harpies. The big one's not that dangerous. It's the small harpies that are dangerous. Fuck. Because once you get made helpless, you can't do anything. You're stuck. So you just want to make it so you can be as helpless as little as possible. I'm helpless again. And if you have too many harpies, they will just keep you helpless for like minutes. Actual minutes. Eventually they will stop warbling. And I can attack and do something. There we go, we're good. All of them have warbled. They're done. But they basically chain it. I don't know how they're coded to chain it, but they're one of the few monsters in this game that actually just does chain CCU. Most monsters will not do that, because they're actually designed not to do that. In fact, if you didn't know, a lot of times video game designers will like design monsters to not chain CCU. Where they'll be like, if one monster uses an ability, it puts that same ability on cooldown for all associated nearby monsters, which is a good idea to prevent chain CC from happening. In DDO, the harpies are designed specifically the opposite, where they will wait till one is almost over and then start their next one. It's wild. Specific. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? There's like the rule, and then there's the exception to the rule. Anyway, I'm gonna run over here. I have 2 minutes left to do this convoy. I don't think I have enough time to get all the things up here, so I'm probably not going to destroy the entire archer line here because I'm just solo and I'm slow. But I'm going to grab the traps because the traps will be useful.
No, snipe down from the edge.
There's a sniper here, and there's a sniper here, and there's a sniper here. Fun fact: you actually only have to kill the null trackers to do this section, which is kind of fun. All these guys here, the warlocks and all this other secondary garbage, you have to deal with. I might have time. We'll see. Anyway, you talk to the trap maker, and he goes, "Hey, you want some traps?" And he gives you some net traps. These net traps are going to be very useful, and I will be using these. Also, these gnolls don't spawn until you walk down here, which is really funny. So if you want to make it easier on yourself, if you do want to kill all these guys, because again, they just spawned in. I think that's it. Do I have time to get the last gnolls? Maybe? Not if I miss. Probably not. I think even if I just run for straight the trackers, I don't think I have enough time. Little warlock. Skirmisher. Trackers spawned. Yeah, I don't have enough time. I gotta go. Damn. Not sure if I get stuck like that. Oops. Any sagas that aren't in expansions? Yeah, a whole bunch. Not a whole bunch. The Pirates one is mentioned. Alright. Any reason you don't use armor of speed? Because armor of speed doesn't give you movement speed. And so I find when my potion runs out, that's the easiest way for me to remember that I need to use another one, because my movement speed slows down, as I might not always notice the attack speed right away. So that's why. If I use Armor of Speed, I will lose speed sometimes and possibly not notice. But if I have the slower movement speed, it's like so immediately noticeable. If you're wondering why I don't have a speed item, it's because I haven't gotten a good speed item. Alright, so all these guys are down. So I'm going to drop the trap here. Get my speed back up. Is Soul Eater or Tainted Scholar better at endgame? They're both good, but the answer is generally Tainted Scholar. But you need both of them. Soul Eater has all of the crit, and Tainted Scholar has all the base damage and the crit damage. It is very confusing. I don't know why it was designed like that, but that is the way it's designed. You need both of them if you want to use them.
Kyra Armand has salvaged some of
I'm currently experimenting with spending most of my points in Tainted Scholar, including the tier 5, which is not traditionally what is done, so I'm just doing some experiments. Oh, this guy's here. Ah, crap. Did you make enough ingredients from Giant Hold? I actually didn't check the Giant Hold ingredients. It's a good thing to look at. Die, giants. Slaughter the convoys. Again, this is where tactical detonation really comes in handy. One more convoy. Okay, I believe that's all the supply carriers now. I think I'm done. That's it. We done. Let's go. Enough for the augment? Let's see.
You've eliminated every supply.
I have
not a single one.
9 giant, 9 dragon, and 11 elf. I have no idea how much they cost. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's been a little while.
Back at her camp.
Ah. So yeah. Dude, Lamortia is missing the Saga tracker. Thought I added it. The Saga tracker? What do you mean? Or do you have like your own personal Saga tracker? Do these guys do like 20,000 damage to him? Great thunderclap. Oops. You also notice I'm not breaking my way out of this. I only use the Harper pin in case of emergency. If my character is not dying, if I get crowd controlled, I don't use the Harper pin. Because I would never want to use my Harper pin preemptively and then accidentally get destroyed by something. Ah, okay. That's what I figured. You said the Saga tracker? And I was like, the Saga tracker? If you have Dimension Door, you can like pop back up to the top and get some more chests, but I don't have Dimension Door, so I'm not going to do that. Yeah, that's pretty much the only reason why I don't use armor speed. Oh, you posted in the chat. Sorry, I'm blind. I literally am blind. I'm like blind. I couldn't see. I literally see it right there. I'm staring at it in the face. But yeah, I could get like a swiftness augment and just slap it in like the sailcloth cloak. I'm thinking about it because it would save me on drinking haste potions all the time. But you know, why not just drink the haste potions? All right, so now the last quests are all in the upper section. So we're gonna take this. So once you leave, the way you get around here is actually pretty easy in the Stormhorns. You go right to Tracker's Trap. You go left to Tumble Rock Pass, which is the lines of supply. And then, to get the rest of the way up the mountain, just hug the left. That's it. We're just hugging the left here. The traps will get a rework. ATR will nudge them towards it. I don't think so. Anyway, once you find this road, you just take the road all the way up. Every once in a while, you want to stop and clear monsters away from you. If you get red alerted, just stop, kill everything, keep going. It's not too bad. Hey man, drinking potions is good. It's my own little haste potion. Yeah, the griffins are way too fast though. No. Oh my god. The instant knockdown. How about everybody? How about you all die? Huh? How does that sound? I can't mount up because of this guy. Also, Dorg, stop dying to normal monsters. But yeah, maybe I can get augments. DDO augments. Hold on, I'm looking this up because I don't know. Purchasable augments. Giant hold. Giant hold, level 20. So I can buy Sapphire of Defense for 6 and 9. Yeah, because the other thing too is I can actually replace my boots. I have a movement speed thing, but I don't replace this because it's 23 sheltering. So I could get a sheltering augment and then just use the Treads of Falling Shadow, which gives striding 30. It doesn't give me the attack speed though, which would be kind of annoying. I don't think you can get a swiftness for free anywhere. There's no Topaz of Swiftness as an option. Nope, no Topaz of Swiftness. But I could get the other thing. We'll see. I'm looking at it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. All I hear is the go. They're coming for me. They're coming to get me. No. Yeah, I know I'm not facing Griffin because it flew behind me mid-cast animation. Like that. Woo. Actually, we'll just cast a Blade of Armor just ahead of time. So if enemies hit me, it actually takes it out of the Blade of Armor. Oh my god. Sure, let's do this, and then we're just gonna... Everything dies. There, now I absorb elements, and I have a Blade of Armor, so in theory, nothing should actually hit me, so I shouldn't get knocked off. It's usually good to have for most cases. No, augments are good to fill in the slots you don't have. So the way I think about augments... generally while leveling, I don't think about augments at all. If I have one, I just slap it in if you need one. For endgame, you just need to know which stats you can augment, which means there are certain stats you don't need to get on gear. So for example, movement speed and attack speed is the swiftness augment. The swiftness, I'm gonna kill this guy because why not? Let's get red alerted, baby. The swiftness augment is basically free, so there's no reason not to use it because you can just get it for some DDO points, and it covers off those stats. So instead of going, oh, I'm going to get speed for my gear, you don't need to get speed on your gear. You can avoid that stat and just augment it later. Similarly, dodge, other things. You can get stats that you don't necessarily need to find on gear. Also, always come up to this northern camp on the map. It's like up here. So you just kind of go until you get to this big fort, and then you go right above it, and there's the northern camp. Well, now that you click this, you can teleport back up here. And you never have to make the run ever again until you reincarnate. Yeah, so just focus on the stuff that you can gear out of it. However, anything that needs to be maximized, you don't want to have on augments. So an easy example of this is like your main stat. You can get augments of like charisma, for example. The problem is if I'm playing in Artificer, I want intelligence. If I augment my intelligence, the maximum augment is 14, but I can get 15 on items. That +1 might not seem like a lot, but again, every time you get rid of a single +1, that's when you wonder, hey, how come that person has 110 intelligence? It's because they didn't ever get rid of a +1. They took all of them. All right, this quest. So when it comes to augmenting gear, just look for the stats that you're okay with putting in augments. So for example, are you a medium armor user? If you're a medium or heavy armor user, a dodge augment is perfect because dodge augments give you 14 dodge at the level cap, I believe, and 14 dodge is usually your dodge cap. because it's based on your armor type.
Gong echoes against the mountainside. An eerie, never-ending strategist appears atop the fortification.
So you don't really need to have more. But if you're playing as a light armor character, maybe you're going to have dodge on your gear because you're wearing a piece of gear that already synergizes with it and you already have it. Or maybe you want to have more dodge and you want to get a higher value. Are Mysterious Remnant augments worth it? Yes, absolutely. It's free stats you wouldn't otherwise have. So for example, I bought a augment with Mysterious Remnants. I bought a Magnetism Ruby, which gives me 110 lightning spell power. So my lightning spell power is just higher, which affects my weapon attacks. Because I have an Imbue, which deals additional lightning damage on each attack, which right now is about 200 damage. And that's scaled because of my lightning spell power. Sounds complex. That is DDO gearing in a nutshell. If you don't want to deal with complicated gearing, just don't play endgame and you're fine and just use whatever. But once you get to the level cap and you want to do like the high level stuff, it is not like World of Warcraft where you can kind of just like put on gear and go crazy, or go on a website, and have somebody tell you exactly what the best items for each slot, or tell you your stat priority. Unfortunately, DDO has too many stats, and that is, for better or for worse, a thing about the game.
Those nodes were the weakest of my horde, the strategist admits.
All right, so in each of these sections, there are deadly and dangerous traps all over the place. Unfortunately for me, I have absolutely no desire to get murked by these traps, so I'm not going to die to them. However, they're everywhere. They're all along the outsides. So, yeah. Also, I love that the archers are just literally chain slowing me. I can't even move. The dragon is mildly dangerous here, so I'm just going to be careful about that. I'm trying to get rid of the boss before I do anything else. Like, it's just all slows constantly. I can't even move. And so if you want to go in there and fight the trap, or get these guys, I have to disable the traps, which I can't really do. They can stand in the traps and not take any damage because they're spell wards. Spell wards suck. They're like probably one of my least favorite mechanics. I think they're just straight up bad, and I don't like them at all. There's some areas where it can kind of make sense, where like a bunch of wizards would put like a magical trap, like a glyph of warding sort of deal. But a lot of times they're just like thrown in because they can. Like this one. Can I get it? Nope. Damn. I was really hoping I could get that one. Because like these guys, I can't do anything to them. They're stuck in the back. So I have to just come forward here and maybe hopefully they'll leave. So I thought Dork was these guys. Hey, they came out. Nice. I wasn't sure that was actually gonna work. Unfortunately, that does now make me vulnerable to the dragon because I had to come out, but yeah. So yeah. Do I collect class lives? Don't have iconic at all? Yep. You don't need any iconic class lives. Would you like to see more Dragon Mark focus items like Chimera's Fang or secret quests like Dull Dagger? Okay, so for me, what I think that SSG should do is Dragon Marks are due for an upgrade at some point. So I think that Dragon Marks should be a cool option to add for many different characters. And I think that Dragon Marks should inherently just upgrade on their own, personal opinion. I think that'd be kind of cool. So that's what I would like to see. I would like to see Dragon Marks just like upgrade on their own without you having to do anything for it. So let's say I take the Dragon Mark, and they could even do it by adding a bonus feat to every single race in the entire game, give everybody an extra feat at level 1, and then also make it so that like, so you can take your Dragon Mark or you could take something else. I don't know, they could do something with it. I just feel like there should be more Dragon Marks energy, and we don't really have any. Dragon Marks are a really important part of Eberron, and it'd be cool if we had something that actually kind of worked with it. Dragon's Roar said Dragonlord says Charisma and Strength, but it's only adding Strength because it's higher. Is that a bug, or am I reading it wrong? It only adds the highest. It's never going to be 2 stats. It's just whichever one is higher. It probably even has the text highest of Charisma and Strength in the wording, which is the what, like 99% sure, or I'm like 99% sure that's what it is. I'm actually running out of mana in this quest because there's so much combat. But it's good. Yeah, it's like the first quest I've actually come close to running out of mana. higher the two. I'm like 99% certain the word higher is in that piece of that line of text. But I will look at it in just a minute here and confirm. Yeah. I'm very confident it's highest. But I'll double check, but like, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yeah, usually if you have a trapping character here as well, by the way, you can actually have your trapping character get rid of all the traps in here, which gives you a bunch of XP bonus. Unfortunately, I can't do that, but that'd be cool. Yeah, I think this is the last wave. Yes, it is. And since it's the last wave, I can get Dorg back, and I can fight Drayton himself. Now, this is, again, the only dangerous one, because there are Shader Kai coming. Remember I said the only thing dangerous about this entire area is Shader Kai? Here they are. I'm just gonna kill Drayton. Keep my health up. Drayton dies, and we're free. The Shader Kai keeps spawning, by the way. So once you're done, loot your chest and get the hell out. Chest one. Got the Shield of Mourning. Ooh. There's also a spell ward on the way out, because why not? So just tumble past it and you're all set. Okay, I'm just gonna double check, because I'm like basically certain that that's how it works, but I will look here. Fighter Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord specifically is Dragon's Roar. 10 plus highest of strength and charisma. Stunning bonuses, breath weapon DCs. Yeah, so it's the highest of strength and charisma. So whatever's highest between the two of these, it's going to take it. So if your strength is higher, then it's going to use that. If your charisma is higher, it's going to use that. It does not use both of them. It's the highest of strength and charisma. They could probably change the text to make it slightly more clear for people who like don't have English as a first language, as saying like the highest between, because it's not wrong to say it's the highest of strength and charisma, but it could be more clear by saying or something else. Yeah. When null archer alive are disarming all the traps as long as one is alive. Oh, really? Oh, smart. That's a good idea. I didn't think to do that. Yeah, if you could double dip on the stats, that would be very interesting, but that is not how this works. Also, if you could double dip on stats, oh my god. But yeah. As far as like secret quests, I don't really care for secret quests. Not because I don't think they're interesting, mostly that like that's just not the type of gamer that I am. So if there's like secret quests, I just don't really care too much. So if they do end up adding secret quests in the game, more along the lines of like Dull Dagger, I think it's cool for the community, and I think that the community hunt for finding out some of these secrets is really awesome. So I personally love that. I think it's very, very cool. For me, I just don't have a desire to do that, but I think it's very cool. But again, Dragonmark stuff, I think there should just be more Dragonmark in general, because it's a cool part of Eberron. In 5, the way that they did it is it's a racial variant that you can choose to play the Dragonmark race. So as opposed to being your base race, you play like a variant racial variant that has the Dragonmark, and they're not bad. They're not bad. Especially when you take a race that doesn't really have a whole lot going for it, like human, and now you give them the Dragonmark. It's not bad. Yeah, Tom can handle all of that. It's a good thing Tom is so smart and handsome. But yeah,
as the path winds deeper into
that's something I would definitely be in support of. Anything that brings us more Eberron content as well, hell yeah, I'm down. You might have noticed I waited there. If you don't wait, sometimes if you're running against the bridge, you'll like fall through the ground, which is not ideal. Also, you'll notice here I'm also running in the middle of the knolls a little bit more. The knolls aren't terribly dangerous, so I'm not too worried about it. That's why I'm just running into the middle of these guys. Heal Dorg. Now, unfortunately for me, when I get into Legendary elites are designed for using endgame gear. It's kind of weird the way that Legendary is done, because you'll notice to get start in Epics, early Epics was kind of weird, but then it started to get really, really easy the higher level I got, and now I'm just like rushing through stuff. Going into Legendary, the Legendary monsters are dramatically more powerful than Epic monsters, okay? They're, like most Epic monsters, my DCs here are like 48, and if I go Tactical Detonation, I'm going to knock down most of what's in this room. When I get to Legendary, that's not going to work on a single monster and a single Legendary quest. So the numbers are a lot higher, and they expect you to have endgame gear because Legendary was endgame that kept moving forward, and never, has yet to have a kind of rebalance for the actual purposes of leveling. So if you are level 29 or 30, you could equip a whole host of Legendary gear you've saved from like other past lives or other things, and have a relatively easy time brushing your way through Legendary content. However, if you don't, like I don't, this is where I would step down onto Legendary Hard difficulty. Legendary Hard is not going to be too difficult for this character and will feel very comparable to Epic Elite, but Legendary Elite is monstrous in comparison to what I actually have.
Your eyes you sourly from a ledge above you.
Just comparing the stats, right? The monsters in here have 2,500 health, 2,000 health. If I step into Sharn, the monsters are going to have 8 to 10,000 health and do double to triple the damage. And none of my spells will actually work against them. So it's a bit of a step up in terms of difficulty. So if you are somebody who's playing through and you get to the Legendary quests and you've been playing Elite the whole time and you struggle on Legendary Elite, that is something that will happen. So don't worry about that. Don't stress about that. Again, if you already have like some gear and other things sorted, it's not too bad. But yeah, it can be very, very difficult. Health bloat is also a thing. But right now the bosses around here have about 80,000 health. Once you get into Legendary, the bosses will start having 200,000 health. So yeah, it's just one of those things. A lot of extra health. It's sort of like how the original Epics was, where because Epics was designed as the original endgame, Epic Elite was just insanely difficult, and they ended up toning it down quite a bit to kind of make a more smooth curve. Yeah, or 400,000 in Lemuria, true. Yeah. To be fair, Lemuria is level 36, I think, the quests, or the 34. Is Lemuria? Whee! Lemuria is 36, yeah. So it is the highest level content in the game, but whereas I'm only in a 27.
Different than the areas above. There are almost no
yeah, the big difference though is with the old Epic system. The old Epic Destinies gave you all of their power right away. There was no waiting, so you could have a fully unlocked Epic Destiny right away if you had reincarnated. And if you hadn't reincarnated, oh god, trying to do Epic Elites with no Epic Destiny. Ugh. 30 is fine. You keep your Legendary XP in Figens, so once you get all the way up to level 34, you can reincarnate, and then once you get to 30, you'll automatically be able to take 31, 2, 3, and 4. It's like a separate XP system. Oh yeah.
The dark stone of the mountain juts out
and now we collect all of the battle trappings.
And mountain meet. You've reached the very roots of the mountains.
Doesn't work. Oh well. The old stab. In here, just to be mindful, there's a lot of ice creatures that can be mildly dangerous. So I'm just gonna buff myself up again. Oh, wolves! Fortunately, they take extra from fire, so it's not too bad. Even though they have some fire damage. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why like old hardcore was a lot harder than modern hardcore, because not only was Epic Elite much more challenging, so if you wanted to get those quests on favor or for Epic Elite, it would be really, really hard, which is why we oftentimes did Legendary or Epic Normal or maybe Epic Hard in Evening Star. But on top of that, you started with no Epic Destinies, so you would have like no big power spike. You'd just feel super frail by the time you got there. And getting all the way up to level 30 is 8 million or 8.25 million XP. Getting all your Epic Destinies unlocked is 24 million XP. A little bit different. Do you know when they're going to add the next core for EDs? Well, given that this is 0, or like level 1, 23, 26, 32, and this is 0, or effectively level 1, 3, 6, 12, 18 would be 38, and then 20 would be 40. So I assume 38 is when we get the next one. Actually, I've come to kill you, I say to this guy. No, Dorg. It's possible they might do something different and wacky and do it at a different level, but I don't know. Also, you notice how, you know how we get these at level 30? I wouldn't be surprised if these got flipped to be 32 at some point in the future and they just like dump the level, increase the XP. Increase it to 32. Where am I going? I'm lost. And you had to do that for every character too. You had to max out every epic destiny on every character. I remember when the change was first announced, where they were like, and people still complain about it to this day, where they have to go into the Junction of the Spheres to like go talk to the NPCs to like learn about the epic destinies and also unlock them. And again, I do understand not wanting to take like the 2 minutes, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys, the 2 minutes, not even, it's like maybe a minute with loading screens of going around and slamming your way through all the NPCs is infinitely better than the way it used to be, which was 24 million XP.
To satisfy him. Although he might be pleased if you found more.
Yep. Unbelievable. Wait, these guys spawned back here? I didn't know there were guys that spawned back here. Also, what the hell is this? Look at the size of this pile, dude. There's like literally a million guys. What? Did I take too long? So there's like a ice guy that didn't get up. These quests are taking a little bit longer, so you're gonna notice them going slower. Not intentionally, just they're taking longer. Sometimes a 7+ life character, legendary past lives are gonna be miserable. I don't think so, because the XP on legendary quests is like really high. The problem is if you can't do legendary elite, like if you don't have a gear set, like if you have a level 30 gear set, like if you just have a full Sharn set, you can just rip through legendary elite, no problem. But you're gonna have to like sort that out ahead of time. I don't know how much I will do legendary reincarnation, but we'll see. If legendary reincarnation requires you have to re-level the entire way through, as well as like the way epics did, oh man, I would hope that by the time we get to legendary reincarnation, they smooth out that system a little bit. Where they could just like take a snapshot of your character and then you can just jump back to how that was. But some people also like the fact that you get to re-level and re-choose everything. For example, going from regular Blightcaster to regular Druid, returning Cold Druid in epics.
There you are, liar, cries the frost giant, storming into the room. What are you really doing in my glacier?
What are you doing in my glacier?
That is not for you to know, vainglorious giant.
Hey, man.
You have outlived your welcome.
Eventually legendary leveling? Not really. I don't think it's that bad. You have so many quests you can do. Oh, also, if you leave the giant, he does not kill Tharno on his own, for the record. If you're curious, like, oh, does he kill Tharno? No. He does attack him. His damage is negligible. Die. I don't want to fight all this garbage. Just die. Die. There we go. I've asked people to tear through lives already. Yeah, again, I don't see it being an issue. It would have to be like a really powerful thing. I don't even know what they would do to do legendary reincarnation. All right, and now he's gonna turn on me. Except sucker, it's the classic like, now that you've gotten the other guy out of the way, I'll kill you now that you're weak and helpless. It's like, that's not how that works, because I'm way more powerful than you are. No, live Dorg. Oh, I guess severe stunning blow again. The number of times that you roll ones against stunning blows is too high in this game. Almost got him. Goodbye, run near. 100%. He should be like, great. Thank you for giving me my glacier back. Anyways, you don't have to stay here. You can go. And I'd be like, okay, no problem. But he's like, no, now that this guy's dead, I'm going to kill you too. It's like, bro, you needed me to help you. What are you thinking? From 30 to 48. Almost 170 quests if you average 150k per quest. Well, yeah, but you also get like the 300,000 from the Saga reward when you finish like a quest chain. And a lot of quests give more than 80,000 XP. Okay, so these goggles could be good. Back in the day, bro, the Sage's spectacles with fire lore and combustion on them and intelligence. God, they were so good. What an item. These caps as well, the Sage's cap, which gave the Radiance and Radiance lore. Oh, so good. Anyway, grab some garbage. We got boots with conjuring, speed 9. Does that give attack speed? 9% attack speed. Horrible. Horrible. And then one of these, is it the Sage's mantle? Yeah, that gives the enchantment focus and illusion focus. Be thematically, considering Epic Lives are thematically tied to Epic Destinies? Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'd probably have to get into Epic or Legendaries, so I don't even know what that would be. They also might just not give us Legendary Past Lives. Anyways, now that I have the last quest, what goes up, we're going to talk to this guy and say, hey, can you lead me someplace I've already been? I'd like to go to the North Camp, and he's now going to take me up to the North Camp. Convenient. Oops, wrong button. Also, I could have taken the Strike Drive, so it would cause my ability here, my Galvanic Blast, to stun. But you know what? I'm an idiot, so I didn't do that. Take this. Right, let's go. Yeah, I don't know what they would do for those extra things. I mentioned this before. I don't play DDO for past lives. I play DDO for the reincarnation system. I like starting a new character again and again and again. I love starting new characters, dude. Whenever I play video games, I love starting new characters. I don't know what it is. Playing one character forever is so difficult for me. I just hate doing it. I love making new characters. When I started playing Dungeons & Dragons Online eons ago, that's one of the things that like really draw me into DDO, or like it drew me into it, was the fact that you would like, there's so many ways to recombinate your characters and have different classes and races and stat distributions and items. And why don't I play Greatsword Rogue? You know, that could be cool. Take some fighter, get some more ranger, get some proficiencies, do some stuff. I don't know, I thought that was like a really cool concept. And so I've kind of loved that about this video game. And yeah, it's one of the reasons why DDO's kept my attention all this time. Yeah, so for me, it's about the reincarnation system. The fact that I can start over again and again and again with something new. That's cool. All right, so in this area, if I fall off the glacier, I die. And I lose my hardcore status. Which would be embarrassing. So let's not do that.
Pale light filters into the glacier's depths. Somewhere farther in, Orifar being held prisoner, and Netherill's plans are forged.
So yeah. Could just reflect the Scion feats? Yeah, it depends on which one you took. Yeah, that could be it. Ooh, the jeweled key, nice. The jeweled key can spawn in multiple different places, and there are 2 of them. One of them can spawn either here, or once you come upstairs, not here, there's like a other area can spawn around the corner here. Die, everybody. I'll leave you to my minions then. If you're trying to get every past life, is there an optimal way to do it? Yeah, the best way to get every single past life is to find a method that will cause you not to burn out. One of the problems that people experience when they try to get past lives is they just burn out. There's no optimal way to do it in the sense that, sure, for your racial past lives, you can play the same build over and over and over, but if you burn out because playing the same character like 50 times in a row can be very mentally taxing, then you're not going to make it. And so that is kind of a huge problem. As far as the optimal way to get it done, you want to find what works best for you in terms of level of variety. Some people can just play the same thing 3 times in a row, and many people do to great success. Not to discount the people that can do it. I do know people that, like, when a new race comes out, they log in as that race. They'll play like an Inquisitive 3 times in a row, and then never play it again. People that hated Shifter, they hate Dampier, they hate Eladrin. A new race comes out, they just get the 3 past lives on it, and then they leave. I know many people that do that. So if you're one of those people that can just do the same build over and over, you want to find whatever is the fastest character for you to play. Whether that's a monk, or an Inquisitive, or a sorcerer, or a Blightcaster, or an alchemist, whatever you think that has good AoE, levels, good AoE, good movement speed, and is overall very powerful, those are good options. That being said, for me personally, I struggle with that a lot, playing the same build over and over and over. I burn out, and a lot of people have lofty goals of playing through the entire game multiple times to get their past lives as quickly as possible, but you will find that it is a very, very difficult task to do.
To the heart of the glacier at last.
I agree. I find it, for me personally, the way that I do it is I switch. I just play whatever I think sounds cool every time I reincarnate, and it makes it easiest. Like, if I want to play something, I will check to see if I already have that past life, and if I do, then I will play something else, but if I don't, I will do it. She just wants to play Airsork always. I mean, that's not bad. Airsork's fast and good and fun to some. I don't love Airsork personally, but
Floats beside a barrier, almost as if the two were linked.
You get knocked down, buddy. Thanks.
These two
All right, so now, oddly enough, I'm actually going to fail this. So I'm going to take off my Use Magic Device gloves. So my Use Magic Device goes down. And I'm going to attempt to use the orb, but I'm going to go extremely difficult. It's going to cause something to go horribly wrong. By doing this, because I'm going to fail my UMD check because I don't have nearly high enough, it's going to spawn additional traps. Spell wards. Those spell wards can then be disabled for extra XP because this quest gives a lot. Eight Ranger, 1 Rogue, dual wielding Trapper. The life is trying to get it out. That's what he enjoys. And he doesn't burn out. Exactly. So that's what I said. If you are somebody who can play the same thing over and over and you don't burn out, that is good. Then you can definitely do that method. For me, I can't. Bam. Experiment around, try new things, and see what it is that you like. DDO is not going anywhere anytime soon. So if you're worried that, like, oh, you know, I want to go quickly so I can get to experience it before the game shut down, again, DDO is not shutting down anytime soon. This game is like a cockroach. It's gonna make it through the, you know, nuclear winter, so ain't going anywhere. Iconic reincarnations give you the class. So let's say you play a Deep Gnome, right? Deep Gnome Wizard. You get the Wizard past life, and you get the Deep Gnome past life. You're the only race I will ever play. If we ever get Kobold, yeah. I really like Dragonborn, so I do play Dragonborn quite a bit. But it's not the only one I play. It's not here. I'm trying to remember where all the traps are. I don't play trapping characters that often, so remembering where spell words are is tough. 9 Swim Cleric, 11 whatever else. Yeah, there's one here for sure. Yeah, there's one here. This one is evil, so it actually does hurt me. Hmm? Oops. Sorry, I was responding to a message. Oh, I'm out of spell components. I didn't notice I was out of spell components. Oh, it's actually really bad. I ran out of spell components for tactical detonation right there. Oh no. Oh, I burned through 1,000. How did I burn through 1,000, dude? Oh no. Oh god.
Good, you found the crest. When the coast is clear, we'll meet by the
I also didn't go down this hallway. Oh god. How about a taken race? I don't know about that. Well, that happens. Sometimes you forget to buy spell components. It's okay. Dito's nice looking. It looks nice, but it's so overwhelming. Reincarnation system, no idea how that works. All the upgrade thingy. I think if you've grown up with the game, it's nearly impossible to start. I disagree. The nice thing about Dungeons & Dragons Online is it's very easy to start because the game is like a pretty straightforward video game if you aren't digging into the deep mechanics, which is you wake up on an island and there's a dragon and people in town need help and you just go on an adventure and you just keep finding adventures to go do things in and go in places to go find. I can agree that there are a lot of overwhelming systems in terms of like building and constructing your characters in the best way. So I don't disagree with that. I do think that there's some difficulty there in terms of kind of finding ways to bridge that gap for the average person. But I think that I don't think it's a game that you can't start playing because you haven't played it for the past like 20 or so years, especially because you can look at the argument of like, oh yeah, but there's like a lot of crafting systems and other things, and that's true, but almost all of those systems are at this point in DDO's history completely obsolete and unimportant. Like, you don't ever need to worry about what's a good crafting system that is irrelevant. Let's see. Actually, pretty much every system in this entire game is irrelevant. I'm going to be honest with you. You don't need Canvas crafting for anything. It's like an optional system to engage with. Realistically, it's whatever thing comes with the latest expansion. It's like kind of cool. And if it's not that, then maybe you find something, you go, oh, neat, look at this. And you start experimenting with it, or you like ask a question. I think there are a lot of things that can drive people away from Dungeons & Dragons Online. Just the simple fact that there's a lot of like math in here and you can make characters that are not as good for sure, but that's not stuff that you necessarily need to know from like years and years of playing, although that is stuff that builds up. But like whether you started now or you started 3 years ago or you started 8 years ago, you're going to have that same experience. Again, this is not me trying to say that if anyone has struggled getting started with DDO that their experience isn't real. It is. DDO is a difficult game to get started with, for sure. I don't disagree with that at all, but I don't think that's like a time-based thing. I think if you start today, or you started 2 years ago, or you started 5 years ago, you'll have the same amount of trouble. If anything, DDO is kind of the easiest it's ever been, because they've been revamping systems to make stuff easier. Epics is like dramatically easier than it used to be. We actually had a big discussion about that earlier, about how much easier it's gotten in terms of both the monsters are easier, but also just the general systems behind it is a lot easier. So that's a pretty big deal. I'm gonna put this defensive buff on. Oh, not having access to tactical detonation is really bad for me. But those systems are a lot easier. They simplified a lot of the crafting systems, like the epic crafting system is like a lot easier to understand. Generally, you only owning the most recent expansion is pretty much all of the gear that you would want to get. They've made a lot of items also easier to use. Like they just revamped some systems, so like if a weapon looks like it should use dexterity, it just does now. So like bows use dexterity to hit and damage just by default, and so do crossbows, and so do daggers. Like you have to figure out some weird convoluted way to get these stats to be the way that you want them to be. The stats just are the way that you want them to be, which is good. Is 1,000 tactical detonations one strategic detonation? Yes, probably. Postponing iconic lives to level A for A+, you start earning 15 no matter what. That's not a bad idea, yeah. Do your first 8 past lives as heroics. That's a good one. I actually didn't think about that. That is a good optimization. Kenneth challenge turn-ins? True, yeah. Like you could go and do Kenneth challenge gear and go explode the Kenneth challenges, but if you're getting started with it, those are just like cool adventures. I remember doing the Kenneth challenges for the first time, and Dr. Rushmore's mansion is really cool. It's a really cool dungeon. Is the gear valuable? Not really, but the system isn't super complicated. It's like literally just go and do the thing and you get the materials to craft. Yeah. It's just not really good anymore, but the dungeons are still fun to play. Yeah, the Braces of Air are still good. Not having any crowd control sucks, so this is not ideal. We're, you know, we're Giga Melee now. Yeah, the thing is, that used to be all the time. That was the third life XP bonus. You youngins, you don't know what you're missing. Let's do the game. Moment-to-moment gameplay is very simple for the most part. It is, yeah. Because, like, you can go over somebody's character build and look over all the details, but if they're playing a melee, they're mostly just doing this. They're just, like, clicking the mouse and holding and spinning the character around to make sure they're hitting stuff. Which, again, there are other abilities, obviously. I'm not saying that there aren't other abilities and other things that people are using. But, like, also, a lot of the time you're playing as a melee character is clicking mouse, standing in the right spot. Just find a build mode game, yeah. 2 times we did 20 in normal mode and 22 or so in hardcore. Hey, if you're getting to epics in hardcore, that's awesome. Also, these guys are really dangerous. I don't like this. That's fair. I mean, that's going to be the case with a lot of video games, is like you get to a higher level and you don't know where to go and you lose interest. It all depends on the onboarding and how well the game does at explaining things to you and where you're supposed to be going next. Dungeons & Dragons Online does none of that. It literally explains nothing to you. So it's all about you have to dig into it. So as a result, I completely understand why a lot of people get stuck or get frustrated with DDO. This bridge, don't run into this. If you do, sometimes you will fall below and then instantly die. Keep that in mind. But yeah. Oh, champ. Get knocked down. Thank you. A great example. This is not like a great example, but this is just an example I can think of. I played Lord of the Rings Online. And in Lord of the Rings Online, when a new expansion comes out, they don't tell you where to go for the expansion. So the most recent expansion, the Kingdoms of Farad, came out, which is awesome. I wanted to play it. I wanted to go level up. I had no idea where to start it, and I had to use Google to figure out where I was supposed to go. All right, operate it. I succeeded. Damn, I'm too high. Unlucky. I was hoping to fail so I could disable another trap for some more XP. So, like, Sandstone Games generally has that problem of, like, kind of giving you the right breadcrumbs to lead you to the direction you're supposed to be going. I believe the technical term for that is vectoring. So they're supposed to leave a vector for you to follow. So you talk to one guy who gives you a quest, who brings you to another place. You get to talk to another guy to get another quest, who brings you to another place. And that kind of like daisy chaining of getting you from point A to point B is a good idea. A lot of games will do this with like mass quests. So for example, like in WoW, if you're playing World of Warcraft and you don't know where to go for the most recent expansion, like all of the guards in a town will have like a quest above their head and it's a shared quest. And then you just talk to one guard and he goes, hey, by the way, did you need to go here? Because this is where you go. And then it puts a marker on your map. DDO just doesn't do that. It just goes like, yeah, go explore, have fun. I will say there is one guiding principle that you can use if you're trying to get into Dungeons & Dragons Online and you don't know where to go and you don't know what to do. And that's the LFM panel. If you don't know what to do, you don't have to do that thing. So let's say there's like a group here for Haywire Foundry. If I'm level 20 to 26 and I'm going to, if I want to join this, you can join it and just follow a group and they'll show you where to go and tell you what to do and people will give you all the information you need. But what's even cooler is you don't have to do that. Let's say you're just like, I don't know what quest to do. And then you look up in this and you go, oh, Into the Deep, 20 to 25. That's my level range. You don't have to join that group and do Into the Deep with those guys. Maybe you don't want to. Maybe you just enjoy playing solo. But you just look at the quest panel and go, oh, people do Into the Deep at the quest range. Okay, I'll go do that. And so now you know where you should go because you can go do that quest. That being said, do I recommend doing Into the Deep? No. Bro, did these things ever despawn? Why are there so many bad guys? How many orcs am I going to kill upon this glacier? Oh, hey, Amscar's here. Oh my god, there's more orcs. Did they just auto respawn when you kill them? I actually don't know. That's kind of funny. Okay, goodbye. Whoa, whoa! I failed to disintegrate. I rolled a 1. That's cool. Ooh. Anyway, flight pillars time. All the flight pillars. These are constructs, right? I think so. I really like the melee hit sound. Especially when you have like melee hitting armor, where you have like an armored troll or something, or an armored ogre, and you just go like, you hear that tink, 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 tink. It's just laughing, guys. I love it. Very satisfying. Good sound design. especially when like you're fighting a bunch of guys and you're wearing armor, so when they hit you, they also make the tinks. Ugh. Go speed. I like how this guy ran into melee with me and then died and then yelled stubborn knave. Dude, you ran into melee. I didn't run into melee. Why am I stubborn?
That's what you are. Don't you realize there is an entire army on this glacier? But really,
Right, so you have to dodge the lightning bolts. The lightning blasts do a huge amount of damage and they knock you down and keep you inside of it. Also, now I have Shader Kai spawning on me, which is even better. Remember I said the only dangerous part about these quests is Shader Kai? Well, here we are. Alright, once this dies, we're good. Okay, it's dead. I have lots of resources. I just wish I could cast Tactical Detonation, which I cannot do. Because I'm an idiot. And I didn't bring enough resources for that. If I fall in the middle, I just die. If I just fall in the middle and die, it's really embarrassing. I want all of you to laugh at me collectively. Thank you. Not because it's embarrassing to die in this quest. It's very common and people die all the time. But I'm like trying really hard not to. And I'm like, yeah, I can. If I get through the entire game on hardcore, going through all the challenges without dying, solo, and then I fall in a pit I am intentionally trying to avoid and talking about it frequently, that is objectively very funny. Anyway, if you don't know, you phase this section by killing enough ice elementals. That's why I'm searching around for the ice elementals. Because you kill them, and then he makes more, and then you kill him, and then he makes more. Could kill more of these bad boys. Is it cold? Almost there. What? What? I didn't realize they just said that when they died. I don't know what sound I would make if I was getting stabbed by a giant robot with a, like, heavily edged sword covered in, like, magic. I don't know. Maybe in the future. Figure that out. Do you have a suggestion for a build which can solo well in Elite and Reaper with First Life and don't need to robo traps, label like or Alkane already, so maybe melee now? Well, those are all of my recommendations. You can do a Barbarian if you want. I find Barbarian kind of falls off pretty quick, and it requires a little bit more player skill because positioning becomes a lot more important, and being able to like manage positioning of Reapers, but like Barbarian's a good option. Dragon Lord is also not bad for doing that, and Dragon Disciple, the new kind of hybrid, is also not bad for that. But bear in mind, solo Reaper First Lifer is not usually good. Not usually a good good indicator of progress. It's mostly a player thing, not a build thing. Yeah, Dragon Disciple is not horrible at that, if that is your goal. What rune is that? This rune arm is the... Oh god, I can't see the ground. This is the Corruption of Nature. Gotcha. Whee! This guy resists lightning. You bet he... Oh no, web! I rolled a 1! Oh, what are the odds? Not high. Please die. Thank you. Unbelievable. The web. Oh, these two Shadowfires came together. That's convenient. It's nice of them. Hey, buddy, what's up? Gotta be careful. There's Shader Kai still around. Gotta be mindful. Kill the Shader Kai. Always kill the Shader Kai first. Don't go towards the middle. Alright, and now we just have to kill Amscar, and it's over. But yeah, also, if you're wondering why it's so big, it's because I have a drive. So when you play in... what's this enhancement tree that I'm using? Macro attack. The macro attack gets different drive abilities. The drives all have different colors and are visible on your rune arm. So this kind of like arc here this is the speed drive. And the reason that's relevant is because later on I get Armor Legends, which gives me bonuses based on the type of drive that I have equipped. Eventually Amscar's going to come down. I don't know when. Oh, there he goes. He did come down.
About here?
How about here? Eventually he stops. And we beat him up. And he's gone. That's the only part that's annoying about this quest, is that Amscar just like teleports around. So you have to like kind of chase him down and hope that you find him. Amscar! The way you can solve this problem a little bit is with dot spells. If you have a dot spell, he'll start running at you after he teleports.
Time to move.
Okay, time to move. I still don't see him. Not ideal. I don't see him on this side either, so I'm gonna go back the other way. Maybe he's over here. Nope, I still don't see him. Amscar. There he is. Teleports all the way to the literal exact opposite part of where I am. I think I'm gonna have to try to just be a little bit more aggressive here. I need to get some damage in. And he's gonna teleport soon. I'm just gonna get in. Die, Amscar. And he does. And that's it. And then I just jump off of this to make sure I don't fall into a pit. And I get attacked by anything else. I did jump over that pit. If I fell there, I would have died. How funny would that be? But then, boom. Look at the XP, baby. But yeah, Dragon Disciple would be a good option if you want to try for like another solo kind of character. The reason why Dragon Disciple doesn't have to worry about traps is because you get evasion and really high saving throws. So you can kind of ignore most traps. Boom. Hey, Dorg is back. I love it, Orphan, and all the chests they drop from the sky.
Well, that was a narrow scrape. What's that? Over there, look!
What's over there? This was a cool spectacle. Obviously, this is not like the most cinematic thing ever, but it is very cool how like the glacier just slams against the mountain and just explodes. And we did it.
Certain ruin has been averted by you, by me, for honor and for the
Anything good? Maybe? No, not really. 266,000 XP though? I'll take it. I will take 266,000 XP. That's not bad. But you know what? What if we got more XP? What if we got even more XP? Well, I'm going to show you how to get even more XP out of what we just did. Infinity XP glitch. It's not really a glitch. It's just, we're just going to get more XP. First, I have these points. So this is the other drives. Now I have the strike drive. I'm going to put it into blast. So now when I use my epic strike, it's going to cause a stun and increase the damage to a d6 plus 8 per caster level as well. And it gives me movement speed after I use it, which is good. And then I'm also going to take the echo drive, which adds sonic damage onto my rune arm blast that scales with spell power. And it's just whenever they get blasted by my rune arm, which is quite convenient. So now you can see I have even more drives stacked up. So there's my 3 drives. Pretty colors. Isn't that neat? Anyway, I talk to this guy and he goes, hey, do you want some stuff? You want a ring? The Sage's ring is kind of cool because it does give charisma and wisdom and potency, which is neat. The Thunderstruck is kind of cool in the Skirmisher's ring. And then the Guardian's ring adding sheltering was beautiful back in the day. I don't want any of that stuff. All right, now we can get into the Saga rewards. I have done every quest for every Saga except for one. There's only one quest that I haven't done for Sagas, and that is specifically the was it the Belly of the Beast quest. I don't like that quest, and I'm not going to do it. So I'm going to use my VIP to skip it. If you don't have VIP, you have to go do that quest. You notice there's one missing. So give me my list of quests, Belly of the Beast. So give me a detail. I'm going to scrape one for free as a VIP. If you're not a VIP, just go run it. I don't want to run it because it's hardcore and it's scary. And I can get 134,000 experience. Alternatively, you can also pick a skill tome. Now, this area here is going to do 5 sagas. So, my recommendation to you is if you're playing your long-term character and this is a character you're going to be reincarnating, take these sagas as skill tomes. I'm deleting this character once I hit level cap. I don't care about it, but these, if this is like a real character I'm going to take, I would much rather have an open lock tome and then maybe get another tome and just have that on my character and go farm at XP later. +3 to open lock all the time is amazing. It's especially good if you get the really important skills like search and disable device. You know, leveling through this character, it was difficult sometimes to be able to get the traps, and sometimes I even failed on a couple. That's because getting those skills can be really annoying, but having the bonus here is really, really good. On my main character, I have every single one just because I will just check to make sure I don't have it. If you want to check if you have it or not, if you go to your skills, if you actually mouse over the number, it'll tell you where you got this. So you can see this balance. I have a +1 tome. It says tome inherent. So I have a 1 already. But if I go to open lock and I put my mouse over it, I don't have inherent tome. So therefore I don't have one on this. So I would want to take it. But again, I'm deleting this character. I don't care. Give me some XP, baby. And then we have another guy here. This is the Cormyr Noble. I have to skip anything. Take another 165. Not done. Then we come over here and we talk to Istidine Madrivel. And we have another saga here for doing all those quests. Another 100k. We talk to Gisla, who has another saga here for another 76k. Because unfortunately I did Spinner of Shadows on hard. And then Fiddly Fallowfield. Guess what? We got to skip one quest. Belly of the Beast that I didn't want to do. And now we have the True Elitist reward here. 230,000 XP. That's one of the reasons why handing in those sagas are nice. Why so many saga rewards for the same quest? Because it's an old section of the game, and that's just how it was designed that way by the ancients 100 generations ago. I wish I had a better answer for you than that, but that kind of is what it is. Anyway, Sprockets gives me 10 PRR because I have Construct Exemplar of the Feat. This gives me Rune Arm DCs. And I can take the Arcane Imbuement tier to get extra Imbue dice. And then we'll kind of get a little bit higher. We're almost there. Almost there. That's why. So now you got a bunch of XP. Also, bear in mind, because I don't have a Voice of the Master, if I did have a Voice of the Master, I could have used it to gain more XP, as Voice of the Master does increase your Saga XP bonus by 5%. So does your ship buffs, which gives an extra 5%. And so does, if you have an XP potion, for example, you can collect all those. Does Healing Amp increase the amount of HP I'm healed from other players, or just the amount of heal from my own effects? Healing Amplification increases all healing you receive by that percentage. So I have 38 positive healing amplification, so therefore anytime I get any heal from any source in the entire game, I increase that number by 38%. That's just how it works. There's also Devotion Spell Power, so spell power here, or positive, which increases the amount of healing my healing spells heal, and these are multiplicative. So for example, let's say I heal for 100. Well, I have 278 positive spell power, so my 100 point heal is now 378. And then I'm casting on myself, and I have 38 positive amplification, so my 378 is somewhere around like 510, as an example. Right? So they multiply together. So as another example, this is actually easy to calculate. So we can just do the math on here. So calculate, pin it. Here we go. Okay, so toss this up here. Yeah, here we go. Get out of here. So this is my calculator. So we've got Reconstruction. So Reconstruction heals a max of 150 HP. But it says it goes up cast level 19. So 10, so it's 190 base. So it's 190 right here. So that's how much it does. Then I have my repair spell power. My repair is 313. So we're going to be multiplying this by 4.13 because that's 300%. So 784 is how much it should heal for. But then we're also going to have to multiply that by my repair amp, which is 131. So times 2.31, 131. So I should heal for 1812 around there. And I heal for 1845. So something is off with the rounding somewhere. But that's basically it. So if you have healing spells, you want Devotion Spell Power. But if you're like a fighter or a rogue or somebody who doesn't have any healing magic, you want Healing Amplification. Now, arguably, everybody wants healing amplification because increasing the amount that you heal by a percentage, as it turns out, is actually very good. So everybody wants healing amp, but yeah. So every build, you're going to want to have amp. So that's why I have repair amp here, because I am a repair character, and it makes it so I repair myself to full every single time. This is also one of the reasons why you will find Con 12, False Life 44. It's like not bad. The armor I'm actually getting is not terrible here. Like Charisma 13? Damn, it's crazy. Okay, don't forget, buy spell components, buy spell components, buy spell components, buy spell components, buy spell components from this guy, buy spell components. Don't forget, buy spell components. I can even see them right here. I should use all of them, that's crazy. Okay, good job, good job. I'm gonna refill my scrolls and stuff too. Yeah, Mending Burst is a good option. I'm not using Mending Burst. I'm instead using Galvanic Burst because it has a stun associated with it, which is kind of good. But Mending Burst is very fast and does a lot of healing. So my points back to 0. Yes, when you claim a Saga, your points set back to 0 and you can do it again. Yeah. I could have one free feed across all the characters to be issue materials, so I don't have to run out of spell components anymore. I don't mind. It's very rare. I think I just didn't buy enough spell components just in the first place. I don't know. Alright, and now Dorg, get some ship buffs. Get my buffs, boy. Get buffs. Yeah, look at him. He's got all the ship buffs. He's so powerful. They don't have any resistance to death effects unless they are boss type creatures. Mini bosses get Death Ward built into their characters. Alright, so now we are going to do Delaris. I might die in Delaris. We'll see. I hope I don't, because that'd be embarrassing. But I might. I hope I don't. But the monsters hit really hard, so we'll see how this goes. Again, there's a good chance I get murked. But, oh, before I do that, I gotta get my scrolls. Scrolls. And potions. Do I have enough haste potions? I kind of want to just skip the haste potion thing. Okay, I don't want to drink haste potions anymore, so I am going to buy a swiftness augment, and I don't care. Stuns unmending. No, I want the damage. That's all. I already bought the materials. Swiftness. I've earned my points. I'm buying it. Topaz's swiftness. Yay. Here's my augment bag. Topaz's swiftness. Apparently I've got a bunch of augments. A sapphire of accuracy 17. Cool. I'm gonna put this in this cloak. Sailcloth cloak. So now it gives me like a whole bunch of accuracy, deadly, insightful deception, and now movement speed. No more haste potions. Goodbye, haste potions. So I don't need them. Anyways, I'm gonna go buy scrolls anyway. In House P. Yeah, you can use it on Mending Burst. Fun fact, when it was on Lemania, you could stun your allies with it because it would heal your allies and then stun them because of the way the effect was worded. They fixed that before it released. But there's the disassembling burst or whatever, which adds burst damage. We were testing it on Lemania last week on Wednesday. Turns out most constructs in the game don't take rust damage because they weren't programmed to. So a lot of the classic DDO constructs do take rust damage, but pretty much anything that has released after the year like 2013 doesn't take rust damage. So for example, in the quest Heart of the Problem, in which the opening segment, you have 2 Iron Defenders and 2 Security Constructs. They're all constructs. The Iron Defenders do take rust damage. The Security Constructs do not take rust damage. Which is really funny. Augment before you delete the character? Yeah, I'm going to bank this. I'm going to bank this item. I'm going to bank a bunch of these items, actually. Vecna or Saltmarsh? Which one do you recommend? Vecna or Saltmarsh? Good question. It's tough because Saltmarsh is just good fun, and the epic gear that it provides you is really nice for leveling purposes. But legendary Vecna gear is like the biggest, easiest crutch gear set ever. Of if you want to get into doing legendary content, Vecna gives you access to like the easiest gear set acquirable, because all the items are really good and craftable. It's Vecna's really nice. The problem is the Vecna quests are never good for leveling. So if you like doing leveling more and you like doing reincarnations and making characters, Saltmarsh is easily the answer. If you like doing endgame, Vecna gear is an amazing stepping stone. Can Mending Burst kill Axel? No, sadly. You need a Spring to Summer? No. Reborn in Fire to do that. Good clip. Okay, so now I have a stun built in on my Galvanic Blast. And again, this opening room will tell me whether I'm doing this question. We'll see. These archers hit very hard. Okay, so I couldn't hit anything. Literally none of these guys with my knockdown. So that's bad. It's only DC 48. My stats are not good, but oh god, that's not a good sign.
The holy symbols of the sovereign host.
Oh yeah, you don't have to do the bridge thing if you just have the jump spell. Or not jump spell, but enough jump. Okay, I can knock down this guy. So they don't have a lot of health, which is good. Alright, feeling good. The monsters need it really hard, especially the ghouls. I love it. And the whites. Oh god. And remember, I have over 100 physical resistance rating. Any damage I take is cut in half. Okay, there's a trap here. We're going to just disable it real quick. I think it's fine. $100 damage. Okay, that's not as bad. Could be worse. Okay, so they're hitting me for about 100, so they're doing about 200 and something damage. Yeah, 112 physical resistance rating, so they're doing like 200 and some damage per strike. See how it goes. Again, I don't feel super confident about this. I've seen way too many people die in here, but we'll see. Oh, my stun works on undead. Galvanic Blast works against undead to stun? It should work on Reapers. Reapers are not immune to stun. That's why Soundburst is so good against them, and that's why the new Arcane Trickster Rogue archetype will be very, very good for dealing with Reapers, because you can get Soundburst at a very early stage. That was 200 damage for that one hit. That means that guy's hitting for 400. That guy's also hitting for like over 400. Oh, geez. Okay, basically, champs are deadly. So just don't let any champs near you, and you should be fine. Also, these guys just hit for 200 base, non-champ? Oh, no. That means they're like 400. Oh, God. 400 damage per strike. Oh, God. It's fine. I'm managing. I'll keep doing it for content. But yeah. Oh, God. Okay, everything's fine. Greater Arcane Skeleton. Okay. So, in this area, you only get trapped if you step on bones. So you just look at the floor and don't step on the bones. That's it. And the monsters don't spawn on you. I'm going to make sure I kill the wraiths here because they're just in the rooms generally. Yeah, you just got to make sure you don't step on any bones. I'm just going to slowly sneak my way around here without stepping on any bones. It's kind of hard to see because it's so dark in this stupid ass room. Oh, bones. And we're just going to keep going. No bones. All's good. If you're playing in a group, avoiding the bones can often be difficult because people don't know that. So they will step on all the bones and then they will aggro everything. And then you're like, damn. Like me, I just stepped on the bones myself and aggroed everything. It's not too bad. Oh my god, damage. At least the stun works. That's kind of cool. Bam. If you didn't know that, it's a neat trick. If you run Dolaris more regularly, you can also get through this quite quickly because you don't have to worry about not stepping on the bones. Now for the last one, unfortunately you'll notice there's bone piles everywhere. You have to do this room. So this one, you're limited. So you got to do this one, but other the rest of them you can skip. Oh, Dorg is getting wrecked, dude. See if the last two is just harder. Yeah, if you have a dash, it's not too bad. And of course, the monster only spawns when you loot or pick up the note, so you can loot the chest first, which is cool. And then also, after everything spawns here, obviously I'm just going to try to stun everybody and get them all out. I stunned the Omeran Death Guard. That's fantastic. I'm going to kind of camp back here and try to recall. If you have the ability to recall out, I'm going to get surrounded, aren't I? Yeah, and these guys hit really hard. Okay, well, I guess we're just fighting our way out now. But it's okay, we have stun. See ya. Their fortitude saves are fortunately pretty low because undead have no constitution. So their fortitude saves are extremely easy to bypass. In pen and paper, undead actually have a dash for their constitution, and they're normally immune to anything fortitude related. So undead tend to have terrible fortitude saves. I'm doing pretty good, Kenna Hands. How are you doing today? Anyways, there you go. I just taught you guys something about Delirious. Delirious. Exactly. Yeah. They have the undead traits, which means they're immune to stunning, they're immune to all this other stuff. But for some reason, there's just some effects that just work. I'm going to be honest. Okay. I kind of want to put it up to a poll. So I'm going to poll the chat. So I'm going to set up a poll here. I'm curious as to what you guys think about this. Should immunities follow monster manual 100%? Yes. Nerf those weird abilities. Change outliers. No, outliers are okay. Okay, so I'm going to put the poll up. I'm asking if you think monsters should follow their monster manual immunities in the poll. So what I mean by that is undead traits are immune to stunning. Undead cannot be stunned. They can be cowered by turn effects, but they cannot be stunned. However, Galvanic Blast is a stun that just works on undead for some reason. Stunning Shield from Vanguard is a stun that just works on undead. Sometimes it's a balancing reason as to why they do it. So what I mean by that is Vanguard sucks. It has sucked for a long time. Now granted, obviously, there are some good builds with Vanguard. You can do some good things with Vanguard now, but traditionally Vanguard has never been the it happening place. Stunning Shield, being able to stun any monster in the game, regardless of the fact that whether that monster is traditionally immune to stun or not, is kind of just like a balancing act of like, hey, here's a cool little trick you can do on a Vanguard that you can't do on other characters. You're allowed to stun this one type of creature, and that's cool. And I actually do like it because it adds this extra little power of like, yes, Vanguard has the ability to like stun any creature you want at any time, and there's no consequences. Sick. But the downside of that, and this is my personal thing, is you get rid of that, some of the magic that is D&D of like, well, how come I can just stun everything? It should have like an extra line of text that says this works on every creature or something like that for sure, like clarity reasons. But like Galvanic Blast is a bad ability. This is not a good ability. But the stun works on everything. So it kind of has this niche role. It's still not good, but it has like a niche role, and that's kind of interesting. So should it keep that niche role or should it not keep that niche role? What do you guys think? Are you, yes, go by the book, no, it's okay to have outliers, or it depends? Exactly. I'm with you right there. If you allow exceptions, why do we even have monster types in the first place? Because you could just add a different status type, right? You don't have to call it stun. You could call it like debilitate or disable or something and say this is a new status effect that bypasses those traditional rules. But just having it so that sometimes stun works and sometimes stun doesn't. If I can stun with a shield, why can't I stun with a sound burst? And the answer is because you can't stun with a sound burst. That's just the answer. So yeah. Osteoporosis? Yeah, I mean, if you're a skeleton, how the hell are you going to be drinking your milk, you know, to keep your bones strong? Like, how are you gonna do that? Where does the milk go? So there's a mind effect? Yep, exactly. The stun is literally, that's why the monk stun, like the stunning fist, literally has the dinner bell sound, because that's like you're in a boxing match. Like you punch somebody in the head and then they're like, their brain is melting because you slammed part of their brain into their skull. So yeah. Explode from gases? Well, zombies are held together with magic. That's why. And you might be like, well, how come you can't stun him with magic? The answer is because if I hit him with a big stick, it's not magic. If anything, Soundburst should work when Stunning Shield doesn't, because Stunning Shield is literally just hit him with a stick. But at least it's not really magic. You're a DM, my son? Yes, that is correct. How does this work? Magic. Don't ask questions. What sword am I using now? I'm actually using the same sword I was using before, the Epic Ethereal Bastard Sword. I actually could upgrade to a Morning Lord's one, but I figured I would just save that till 30. Battle their bones. My ancestors' bones. Yeah, I'm just curious to what you guys think about that. What's your opinion? Let me know in the comments below, which is direct Twitch chat, which I can read. And YouTube chat. I'm reading both. Can doggos wear sentient collars? Some reason works with magic to create a physical effect. Yeah, but it's at least magic. We're like at least a step closer. We're using magic for a magical effect. Punch into the stun, the enemy's delivery, stun, extra stun is mine for stunning fist. So the thing is though, I think of it like a stun is, you know, you get hit by something and you're stunned. There's like the birds chirping, flying around your head like in a cartoon, versus let's say you hit an enemy with a lot of force and you prevent them from being able to like move quickly. I would think of it as like a stagger type effect, like you stagger them. Sort of like imagine a big robot. You like hit it so hard it like has to step backwards and regain its balance, giving you precious time to make your move. Also, oh my god, everything's hit so hard. Jeez Louise, man. Don't come in here without a lot of physical resistance rating. Work well with fries. Hamburgers and cheeseburgers? I don't know. A buddy of mine was saying that the pro gamer move is to go to McDonald's and you get the double hamburger. He says the cheeseburger's overrated. You got to do the double hamburger. I don't know how I feel about that. I have tried it. The double hamburger's not bad, but is it the move? That's a tough one. You strip and everyone will be happy? I mean, some people will certainly be happy if you're moving me into stripping of elements. Again, if you're watching and you're like, oh, stream, are you just like paying attention to chat and not actually paying attention to gameplay? No, I'm hyper focused. That's why I'm showing up where the enemies are like ahead of time. And I'm like very carefully like moving around, so I'm like not getting hit by certain abilities. Order the burger pie. They put the patty between two apple pies. There's no way you could order a burger pie at McDonald's. They'd never do that. Ain't nor way. Anyway, instead of fighting all the skeletons that spawn in here, because they're all archers, you can just run through, grab the bag, and leave. Isn't that neat? There you go. Burger King greater than McDonald's? Never. I cannot stand Burger King. Does double hamburger contain pickles and cheese? Double hamburger has no cheese, only pickle. It's pickle, that like onion mash, ketchup, mustard, and 2 hamburger. And it's like this big. And I cannot do it at McDonald's, sir. I mean, that's true. Listen, if somebody is out there slinging McBurgers with apple pies on them, go get them. I remember when I was much younger. I think it was in high school, 17, 16. Anyway, one of my friends worked at McDonald's, and we talked about it one time where he was like complaining about how some customers, there's like a customer who came the other day and they were like, yeah, can I get like extra Big Mac sauce? And they just have like a little squirt gun where they like push the sauce out perfectly every time. And so when it's an extra, you put like an extra squirt on there. Anyway, so it said extra. So instead of doing 1 squirt of the sauce, he did 2 squirts because it's extra. The customer was upset. It was not extra enough. And he complained to the manager. And so he's like, man, I really wish I could just like, just when the guy's like, okay, you want extra? Fine. And just like, boom, 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 and hit it like 1,000,000 times. And my friend and I were like, well, we can give you that catharsis. We can do that. So we told him like what day we were going to come and by, like when he was working. And then we showed up at the McDonald's at the exact time we said we were gonna. And we're like, yo, can we get a Big Mac, but with like extra Mac sauce? Anyway, Big Mac gets ordered. We see him poke his head out from the back. He like looks around from the back, sees us, makes eye contact, and is like, yeah. Anyway, so we get the Big Mac, the box. It is dense. Okay, this thing is like 2 pounds. When we opened it, the whole box was full of Big Mac sauce. As in, he took the bun off, sauced it until it was full, put the bun back on, and then kept saucing it until it was just overflowing, and then closed it, put it in the bag. I'm not going to tell you that the food was good, but my God, was that a funny story. We couldn't eat it. It was obviously just like a big plate of sauce, but it was very, very funny. And he got to get his catharsis of being like, you want extra Mac sauce? Here you go. Because you can't do that to a regular customer because you get in trouble and your manager will yell at you. It was great. Again, we tried to eat some of it, but it was just too much. It was just all sauce. Regular's the best. Quarter pounder. In the South, they do pie burgers. I've never been to the South. I've never had a pie burger. I don't even know what that is. Do you know Australia? It beats the cheeseburger. Yeah, these archers, ignore them. The classic move. Although I have to kill this guy. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I had to tell that story because we were just talking about things. Anyway, long story short, I'm just curious as to what you guys think about exception abilities and whether they should exist, where this thing works like this all the time, except when it doesn't work like this. I'm curious to what people's opinions are on that generally. 2 soul locks have now been opened. The Lyra will be released. Also, I keep forgetting how short the cooldown is on my galvanic charge. So being able to blast that out all the time is really nice. Never eaten a McNugget in your life? You're not missing much. It's just fun. The thing about McNuggets is they're just like very crispy and also very greasy. And they salt them. It's like extremely salty. So that combination just kind of gets your brain going. I would say that if you were to go and have some McNuggets, like just awake and alive, it will probably be a disappointing experience. The best time if you want to eat some chicken McNuggets as a person in their 30s is to go when you're like really hammered. Like really hammered. Not like regular hammered. You have to like, you have to have somebody drive you home from wherever you are because you can't handle like calling like a cab or something. And then somebody takes pity and is like, fine, I'll like drive you home, get in the car. And you're like, yay! And you get to go home. Then on the way, you complain that you want some food, and then they get you McDonald's on the way home. And then you have those chicken nuggets. Those ones are really good. That's the way to do it. Yeah, when you're like, I would say half in the bag, but, the bag isn't even in the question at this point. And then you get the nuggies. That's what it's all about. Were you asking about the accept versus rule in terms of DDO or fast food? DDO. All right. cool thing about this, if you have enough jump, you can jump into here, wedge, jump into here, and grab this and climb up if you have the jump spell and skip all of the monsters that are on the outside here. Unfortunately, I do not have that as an option. My character does not have the high enough jump, but that is something you can do if you have a high enough jump to do. Isn't that neat? Anyway, so I did ask the question earlier, should immunities follow Monster Manual 100%? The poll of the audience is 13% of you said yes, and they should change the outliers. 20% of you said no, outliers are okay. And the overwhelming majority, 67% of people, say it depends, which is great for 2 reasons. Number 1, it's my favorite thing to tell people when they ask me a question about DDO. Hey, Shrimp, what's the best way to do this? It depends. It's a great answer because it's very true. It does depend. But also, I think there's some nuance there. I think it's a balancing tool. Giving certain character classes a really powerful ability that goes outside of what you think they're supposed to do is kind of cool. Like the fact that Vanguard can just stun anything, that's just cool. You know, it's like a superpower from being a shield. You know, I mean, Captain America can stun whatever he wants with his shield, so why can't I do it with mine? Eat kebabs? No, not often. You need to be somewhere where you can get good kebab. Late at night. When they get to be so such as the world barely exists, it loses its luster. Yeah. Like a great example is Burst of Glacial Wrath was changed, so that way it would work on pretty much everything physical. It didn't used to, but like, why not? Why can't I freeze an ooze? Why can't I freeze a skeleton? Like, let me freeze these things, you know? And so that was changed, which is a good change. I think Burst of Glacial Wrath is a much better ability because it was changed. It also lines up now with Bard, because Bard had that ability. Bard, you could freeze basically anything physical. You can't freeze ghosts, obviously, but you can freeze anything that has some type of physical thing to it, like a skeleton or a construct or whatever, you can freeze it. So I personally think that was a good change to change Burst of Glacial Wrath, so it works on all those things. But it still doesn't work on like ghosts, because there's nothing to freeze. But then it basically becomes like a stun that causes helpless on things that normally can't be stunned. But it makes sense why it would be able to be stunned, because you freeze it solid. It's like a new mechanic. Freezing solid is not an effect in pen and paper. All right, we're almost done with Delirious. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't expect to just do all of this. I thought this would be way scarier, but it's not. Yeah, I don't really usually do kebab. Unrelated, but for last week for my girlfriend's anniversary, girlfriend and I's anniversary together, their anniversary, we went to this like Turkish restaurant. Alluring 12, Cloak of Dodge 11 is sick. That's kind of cool. I'm not going to use it, but it's kind of cool. Anyway, we went to this Turkish restaurant and had some kebab, and it was very, very good. Waffle House, biscuits and gravy. Yeah, we don't have Waffle House here. In fact, Dinobone freezing ice can work on ghosts. Yeah, you can freeze ghosts as well. There are a few effects that actually can freeze ghosts. Which again, that's where the inconsistency comes in. I think the biggest reason why there's inconsistency in DDO is just because there's just so many different effects that get programmed by different people, and then somebody doesn't activate this thing. It's the same reason why you will see effects that'll say you're immune to most knockdowns, and it's because there's just like 10 different versions of knockdown in the code, and if somebody grabs the wrong one, you're just not going to be immune to it. So we have new furnace put in. Oh, nice. I'm glad to hear that your new furnace is working. Sad to hear that your furnace died. That sucks. Furnaces are expensive, and that is a really bad last-minute expense to incur. So sorry to hear that. That sucks. Glad to hear that the furnace is in. Hopefully it's working, and you're able to stay warm. That's important. Yes, everything is completely manual. If you're wondering how the reason why a lot of stuff in DDO is weird, like certain effects work in certain places but not in others, and certain things do this and not in others, it's because DDO is literally done by hand. Everything is done by hand. There isn't like a big table that things pull from and it just auto pulls data. No, it's done by hand. All right, this puzzle, it's this lever. It's the second on the left. It's not really a puzzle, but yeah. The extra movement speed's kind of cool. Armored whites are dangerous. So is my last job. Oh. Trap here. You can't disable this one. Also a poison trap, which is fun. Trap here. You can disable this one, but you disable it afterwards. This trap and the next trap you disable afterwards. So I'm just going to jump it. It's like ice trap. I'm just going to jump this one, poison trap. If you're in heroics, you got to be mindful about that. If you're in epics, not so much. Oh man, I can't knock anything down. Uh-oh. A doggy is dead. That's okay. He's trying his best. He's trying his best. There's a lot of monsters in here. If we get stunned, okay, simple stunning. And now I work my way backwards. So this trap is actually for the poison one that's here. And then this trap box that's here is actually for the ice trap. Research for TUE, which is the codex, was unnameably introduced, and it takes place before the pit. Fiend attempts to take the stuff to compile the codex. Does Trials of the Archons explain how Pit Fiend General discovered the codex? And if not, what are the trials for? Oh, like the Archon chain that's there? No, that's just a separate chain. I don't think it's related to the codex of the Infinite Planes. The Archon chain leads into the raid, which is just a Shavrath themed adventure, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong about that. Am I wrong about that? Hold on, I'm trying to think. Anyway, I'm gonna spawn a million guys. Don't ever do what I'm about to do on hardcore. But again, I was kind of very carefully balancing it. So I ran like this, kind of did a circle to pull everything together, and then I jumped over and I did the blast in midair. You notice me jump casting or jumping over to cast Galvanic Blast and hit more targets? That's definitely something that you can incorporate yourself to give yourself more power. More power. Also, my guy died again. Unlucky. Dorg, live. I'm gonna leave Dorg dead for a little while. He needs to rest. Oh, how he figured it out? Oh, I was under the impression that Eritrakos learned about the Codex of Infinite Planes. Like, because. Like, it's just powerful magic and somebody figured it out. Because remember, lots of villains learn about the Codex of Infinite Planes, and we have to chase it around. So they bookended that story, obviously now, but for a long time, it was like the Villain of the Week format had the next person. Oh, it's Eritrakos, and now it's the Hags, and now it's whatever, all searching for the Codex of Infinite Planes to do nonsense. And then it's Vecna. So I think it's less important how they discovered it. Also, monsters spawn in here. More monsters spawn if you actually step into the water here. Just don't step in the water and you have less monsters spawning. I think the how is less important than the like, or sorry, the why is less important in terms of how, like, why did he discover it? What happened? It is not as important as the fact that he just did figure that out. Because it's like powerful magical artifact. They can probably sense it through the world. Demons have magic sense. I don't know. Good question. They could probably explain it, but yeah. It could have been Vecna, because what we do know is that the Codex and the Mysterious Planes storyline concluded with Vecna, and it was a trap. So was it possible that Eritrakos was guided to it as a trap? That maybe he would have connected it as well and gone to the fortress? Maybe. I'm going to be honest, this is a question I've never thought to ask. I was just like, oh no, he's trying to get the Codex of the Infinite Planes. That's not good. Want to continue that storyline? Yeah. So, the Path of Exile story, sorry to shift gears, is unintelligible. There's a trap here as well. Is completely unintelligible. And so, most people don't know what the story is in Path of Exile. However, there was a Path of Exile content creator, Kitten Cat Noodle, who made YouTube videos that were extremely thorough and detailed. If you don't know anything about Path of Exile and you want to learn about it from playing the game, her videos are incredible and explain everything in extremely good amount of detail, and you can go through the whole chronology. She's been making awesome videos for a very long time, and it's been helpful for keeping track of what's going on in the story if, again, you don't pay attention or you don't read all the item descriptions or whatever. Or you can't make the connections yourself in your mind because you don't have like that encyclopedic knowledge of like, oh yeah, this person did say this at this time and that's related to this. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Kin Cat Noodle is not making as many videos anymore because she got hired by Grinding Gear Games to work on the story. But it'd be cool if she like posted that like last week. She like got a job with GGG on the narrative team, which is kind of sick. If you or anyone you know is like, you know, it'd be cool if we had like somebody who made like lore videos about DDO and put the story together, because lots of people will watch a lore video, you know. Do it. Go make that YouTube series. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Now here, if you have Dimension Door, you can pull the lever and then get out, and it's an extremely good idea to just pull the lever and then leave immediately. You save a lot of time. Here, I don't have Dimension Door, so I have to just sit and wait for a minute. Because the Traveler's way stronger. You need to trap because of the 4 very powerful deities. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I know, girls on the internet. But yeah, she made incredible videos. Really helpful for understanding the story. Problem is, I understand the story of DDO pretty well, but some of the things where, like you said, I've just never sat down to think, huh, how did Eretrikos catch it? I don't know. That's true. Well, you can kill the guy here and then Didor as well. Kitten Cat Noodle is the YouTube channel, Cyrus. I'll type it in for you. Silly sounding name, unbelievably good videos. And like I said, she posted because she's not making videos for a little while because she is working for the company now. Helping write the story. I should just link the channel, but I didn't do that. Sheer laziness. The real important question: are we getting Lemania this week? Doesn't look like it. I think Lemania is gonna be next week, but I'm honestly not sure. Oh my god, I hit nothing. Oh, that was bad. I was like looking at the monitor while walking in the room. I forgot that these quests can be dangerous. Bear in mind, if I just stop paying attention for a second when I walk into a monster pack, there's a good chance I can just kill me. All right. Kill archers. So, fun fact, Dreadlord Gideon back in the day used to be the most dangerous thing because his chain lightning would clean up your whole party. In epics, spells don't do any damage, so you can just ignore them entirely. It's really interesting because, ooh, maximum XP, let's go, we did it! Level 30, woo! Woo! In epics, the monster's damage doesn't scale with spells, so even on Reaper 10, in a lot of cases, it just doesn't matter. Also, Enchanting Goggles of Enchantment, Enchantment Focus 5, Insightful Enchantment 3? For level 28? Yo, that's so cool! If I was playing an Enchanter, that'd be like the craziest item possible. That's so sick. Oh, you got the thread. Nice. Good old Wayback Machine. Big fan. Okay. All right, time to level up. Time to take level 30. Woo! Woo! We did it. We did it. We got level 30. I still have legendary to do, but it's very satisfying. Also, going from level 1 all the way to level 30 has earned me 3,076 favor. Not bad. I actually didn't pick up my 1750 favor, which is for a plus 2 tome to whatever stat I want. And I could have picked it up. I also didn't get my Harper favor as well, so I'm going to probably take a second and go do all that before I keep going. But let's take level 30 first. Woo! 30. Woo! Yeah! All right. Let's go. Next epic level. All right. So I want to take Emboldened Spell because it gives me +2 to my spell DCs for specifically my Galvanic Blast and Tactical Detonation, which is just nice. So, and also Arcane Tempest, all of which is quite useful. And then I'm going to take Scion of the Plane of Fire, which might seem confusing because you get all these different legendary feats that you can take. I'm taking Plane of Fire because it gives me spell power, spell crit damage, which is fine, but also it grants bonus imbue dice, which is damage, and evocation DCs, which I need. The alternative would be to take something like Arborea, which is also quite good, which grants 20 melee power, which I'm not getting any, and 1 imbue dice as well as some spell power, but I don't get the DCs, and the DCs are really, really important for this character, especially for the rune arm portion, so I want to take that. The reason why I'm taking Fire is because it gives both physical and magical resistance rating on this one, as well as the imbue dice, whereas Earth, Conjuration only, Water is just magic resistance rating, and mana that I don't need mana anymore. And then Shadowfell doesn't matter. Or Air, which gives dodge, and I'm already at the dodge cap, so I don't care because my armor's heavy. So we're taking Sign of the Plane of Fire. Woo! +4 evocation DCs, 59 on the Galvanic Blast. And then the goal is to also be able to take up here, grab the top here, so we're missing out on some of this stuff. I just don't have enough points. So a few more levels, and I'll be able to take the stuff all the way to the top of the tree. Very exciting. Armor Legends is going to be good. Because I actually do have, where is it? I do have Epic Mage Armor. I'm just not casting it, so you might have noticed I took this a while ago. Epic Mage Armor gives you a bonus to your armor class equal to 20. However, it doesn't overwrite my actual armor. So my armor is 53, so the actual 20 doesn't matter to me. This doesn't do anything. So if I cast it, nothing happens. However, there is Armor Legends, which gives you 1 character or 1 AC per level that just stacks with everything. This is 34 extra armor class automatically. Plus, because I have the speed drive, I get 5% attack speed all the time. Because I have the blast drive, I get +3 to all saves, which is just nice. And then lastly, because I have the echo drive, I get 1 bonus imbue die on top of that, which is pretty good. Again, because my saves are kind of bad, so getting +3 would be sick. Sick. Oh yeah, Voice of the Master. I forgot to get the Voice of the Master. Yeah, yep. Oh, should probably do that. Okay, we're gonna do this in order. So I'm going to House Drasco, so I'm gonna do a couple things while I'm in House Drasco. Yeah, Microtech is good. So we're gonna upgrade our weapon. If you own Barovia, you can get yourself a Morning Lord's weapon. So I'm going to go do that here first. So I'm going to go into the land of Barovia because I already did Heroic Ravenloft. And by walking into Epic, I just walk down the street here and Tobar the Smith is going to give me not only a cool sword for free, so I don't have to do anything, which is like a legendary weapon. So a Barovian Morning Lord's Bastard Sword here, which base damage rating is going from 51 to 64, which doesn't sound like a lot, but just wait till I equip it. Sweet. And if you talk to him again, you can get a Sentient Jewel. I just don't want a Sentient Jewel. So yes, my weapon is base damage rating 51. I equip this. My new base damage rating is 102. So my damage per hit is now twice as high, which is pretty sweet on average. On top of the fact that this is good and silver, which is just convenient. So yeah, that's just nice to have. The downside is this doesn't have ethereal anymore, so I actually can't hit ghosts easily. So just jumping into Reaper mode is a little annoying for this character because I don't have a way to solve that problem. Also, I don't have the augment anymore, which is my Ruby of Magnetism, which is how I was getting spell power. I don't have that, so I'll have to get another lightning spell power something somewhere at some point. So that's kind of a big deal. Okay. Keep doing things in order. I got so much Moorgrave University. What quest did I do for Moorgrave? Did I do Vecna Unleashed? I don't think so. Also, I gotta turn the lights on. Oh, my phone is buzzing. Yeah, weather warning, whatever, go away. I'm in my house. I ain't leaving the house. You can't make me. Alright. Oh, Planar Eyes. Yes, Planar Eyes, that's what it is. I did Planar Eyes, and I did Fred's First Date. Anyway. Return to Dalaris' tomb. Yay. Now you can get an epic voice of the master or heroic. In my personal opinion, I think you should take the heroic. The epic voice of the master is fine if you're okay having an artifact on, because it does give good luck +3 and it gives movement speed and it's got 3 augment slots, so it's kind of cool. But this is an artifact, so if you use this item, it will oftentimes not stack with whatever it is you're already doing. Like, you can't replace it easily. And if you want to use it for swapping, some people will use this because it gives the heroic inspiration effect is 5% bonus experience points. I could have gotten this while I was leveling. I just chose not to. This 5% XP is nice. But if I want to swap it in, let's say at the end of a quest, like we get to the end and then you put on your voice to get more XP because you don't actually want to use it as an item. If you take the epic voice, the epic voice is frustrating because in epics you have an artifact equipped usually, and you can only have one artifact. So I would have to take off my artifact, then put on the voice, then finish the quest, then take off my voice and put on my artifact again, which is just a little silly. So I usually prefer the heroic voice. However, in this case, I think because I don't have a good trinket, I will just take the epic voice and just use it as my item. Because I don't care about the movement speed, but good luck +3 is just nice. It's an extra +3 to my saves, so I'll take it. Oh yeah, I did too many cooks. Too many cooks. All right, favorite menu. Let's go to the next one. I didn't do Sharn City Council. I didn't do Harper's. Okay, so let's go to Harper's. I could do House Drasco. I'm like literally right here, but whatever. Okay, we're back in Evening Star again. No other artifacts, only a legendary. Yep. I mean, I might get an artifact while leveling, but we'll see. Hello. 5 hit points. And I have the Harper Pin Greater. So the Harper Pin Greater is just better than the Harper Pin Lesser, which is this one, which has a 10-minute cooldown. The Harper Pin Greater has a 5-minute cooldown, making it just a better item. Fun fact, did you know that the Harper Agent Tree Capstone, Harper's Freedom, which lets you break out of one ability or one crowd control effect every 5 minutes, shares a cooldown with this item, which means this item is basically having the capstone? Harper Agent is really bad. Anyways. She's like, yeah, but what if you could break out of stuff for free? Yeah, what if? Anyways. To Sharn. Stick a gift for the master in your artifact. True. Easier reference in the future. Oh, nice. Good job.
You have arrived in the wondrous city of Sharn. Captain Dranmore suggests
do you have a link to that thread?
The Adventurers Guild to
Here we
find
go.
out more about current events in the city.
Give me some bluff and haggle. Cool. And some hit points. Thanks, buddy.
Adventurers Guild in the Clifftop Tower district.
Where is the Moorgrave University rep guy? Is it in Moorgrave? No, it's up here. It's literally here, isn't it? Yeah, it's right here. Hey, give me +2 search and spellcraft. +5 Moorgrave hit points. Hell yeah. So that's search. Deneath is also search, so I probably should have picked up Deneath. I forgot to mention this, but you can get a lot of search from Deneath, Moorgrave University. So I probably should have done that sooner rather than later, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I also should have teleport scrolls for getting around town, because they're very convenient. Fuck this, dude. I'm walking. Oh my god. If you needed to earn the item to get access to the tree? What? Oh yes, also, that's true. If you don't own it, you can earn Harper Agent by just like doing Harper quests. So you get Harper Agent at 310. Which is very funny because it means that by the time you unlock the actual tree, you already have the capstone as an item in your inventory. That's actually even funnier. All right. I have House P? I have House P favor. Let's go. I'm just gonna doing all the favor now. I'm gonna collect them all because it's a bunch of skill points. And I can buy teleport scrolls. No, I can't. Yes, I can. No, I can't. I can buy greater teleport. Good DDO content hosted by a handsome devil. Well, at least one of those things is kind of true. I have been called the devil on multiple occasions. Anyways, so we go here and picking up greater teleport scrolls just for the convenience of being able to teleport wherever I want in the game. So I'm just going to buy this. Being able to go places is just really convenient. So I'm very happy to give the inventory space for this. Put this on here next to my other teleport garbage. Get this out of here. And we're going to lock them so I don't delete them by accident. And then the other ones are in House J. So we'll get there. And then we go this way. Patron, hey buddy, to hide and perform. Ooh, more skills. If you didn't know, the different factions give you skills. I should have talked about this so long ago, but I kind of spaced on that. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm not in House J yet. We're getting there. I gotta get my skills. But yeah, Deneth also gives you search, so this is a good way to get an extra +4 search. Oh, Deneth, patron. Hey, buddy. Give me more search. All right. Now we go to House J, where I can buy my teleport scrolls, which is convenient. And I can also talk to the favor person. There's a lot of weird stuff in DDO. And some of them are just in the Dragonmart houses for stuff that I think that they obviously want to do something with, but they didn't. So you can talk to Riel, Blossom, and I can get heal and diplomacy, which is good. But also, did you know you can just go into House Jarasco, this building? And inside, it's a hallway that's well lit. You come around here, there's a tree, and that's it. This has been here since the beginning of the game, and they've never done anything with it. It's nice. It looks good. I'm curious if we'll ever get something inside House Jarasco, but yeah. Isn't that neat? Anyway, buy scrolls of teleport now. Buy 100 of these. There we go. And again, the convenience of teleporting around is too good. Lock these. I wanted to lock these. Thank you. And now I can just teleport. So I'm going to go to House Kandaric. So I'll just go to the bank to hand in my favor. Put the reincarnation guy there. We could put the reincarnation guy there. All right. House K rep. Let's go. I can get more bank space. Cool. That's done. Next is Agents of Arganescence. Now we teleport to the market. Got a featherfall item just in case? No, I don't care. The maximum fall damage is like 60. I am not worried. Anyway, Janicia, she gives me a Collapsed Portable Hole, which I've already gotten. I'm going to take some Blood of Dragons and bank them for later. And she gives me Draconic Vitality for 10 extra hit points. Yay! I am almost done. I have the 12 and the Silver Flame to do. Silver Flame is just over here. Just got to clean up all that favor, man. Clean it up. We talked to Astra Quinlan. Hey, what's up? Yay! And now we go to the 12, which, remember how I bought those teleport scrolls? Oh, aren't they coming in handy? Ooh. Yeah, they might have been inside. And maybe they moved them out. That's a good question. Part of my brain can't remember that detail. And he gives me a small ingredients bag. Yay, I already have one. That's good. Oh, is that it? Okay, good. And now all I've left is my total favor. Let's teleport again. As I mentioned, once you get access to teleport scrolls, oh my god, it changes everything. No, you can't use more than one portable hole. And I've already used one on this character, so I don't need another one. I forgot the extra bags. Oh, also, reminder to put this new sword over top of my old sword. Drow Elder. So now I talk to him. Hey, I can make 32-point builds now because I got 1750 favor. And I get +2 intelligence. Tome of Clear Thought. Hell yeah. Also, he gives me Favored Soul. And I have Veteran too, so now I can make level 7 characters for free. Isn't that neat? And then +2 more intelligence. Hell yeah. I like that because of the rune arm, the book is like wobbling around. Okay, so that is for the most part everything I need to do is prep. And so now my character is pretty good. Next, I'm gonna get another augment for my new weapon here. Oh yeah, my weapon, it's 1037 durability. My weapons are all made of light because of the Divine Crusader tree, which is just convenient, so I don't have to worry about like smashing them into anything. Confront any foe. It's funny they made Confront any foe that ability there, because Confront any foe is quite good. Oh, also, I should be casting Deadly Weapons now. Because Deadly Weapons is quite good. Epic Ethereal Bastard Sword is gone. It's garbage now. You know, I'm not going to wear any of this. Sable Device 9, and I probably don't need it. My stats are really good. Enchanting Goggles, maybe I'll sell those. Maybe somebody will want them. It's a really crazy item. Shield Wand, let's get rid of that. Maybe somebody would want them. Yeah, every life you can get a new one, yeah. These goggles are these ones? Yeah, post. 12,000. Apparently my other auction, did it just expire? Uh-oh. +8 is the highest, yeah. Oh wait, my auction expired. Okay, I'm just gonna have to sell this. Oh, I sold this auction, $10,000. I sold this auction, $4,000. I sold this auction. Wow, they didn't all expire.
Me
Cool.
out of this hellhole.
Also, what's up? Checking my loot, Raiders. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Stream Tom. Today, I've been running my Solo Guided Artificer playthrough. We just hit level 30, and I'm still live on hardcore. Running through the game solo with melee arty, trying to teach people some cool tips and tricks on how to get through the game and to be successful in their own experience. So welcome everybody. Hope you're all having a good time. Hopefully your stream was nice and you had a good time. What did you get up to today? What's up? Welcome. Listen new to DDO, give him a big hug. Absolutely. Please come on in. Grab a seat, sit down. Or don't, stand up. You know, honestly, that feeling when somebody says take a seat and you're like just feeling comfortable standing. How's it going? Level 30. Did you finish it? Yeah, I'm 30. We're going all the way up to cap, though. I need to buy a augment with remnants. I have no clue what I was doing. That's okay. You learn bit by bit. The trick about Dungeons & Dragons Online, this is what I try to explain to people, is that a lot of things you're going to do in life will have a bit of a learning curve. You know, you're trying to build the muscle memory for doing a new skill while also learning that thing at the same time. And so, like I said, a lot of things in life will have a bit of a learning curve. Dungeons & Dragons Online doesn't quite have a learning curve. I try to think of it as more of a learning vertical wall. There's like a 40-foot learning vertical wall that eventually you just run into, because it's really easy to start. You just like make a character and run around and fight some guys, but then you hit a solid vertical wall of like suddenly everything is killing you and you're getting hit by spells. You don't know what they do and you don't know how your numbers work, and you put on 2 items and they both say strength and they both say +5, but why don't I have +10 strength? What the heck is going on? And so you hit this learning vertical wall of just there's a bunch of crap you have to learn to get past. But then once you climb that vertical wall, the best part about DDO is that at about 35 more feet, there's another solid vertical wall. And that's all it is. It's just a series of concentric vertical walls. It just goes like boom, 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 boom. But it's very satisfying. It's very satisfying to overcome that. Oh yeah, there's like so much depth to this game and so much you can learn about it. I still learn stuff about it from other people, and I've been playing this game for 100 million years. 20. Scary. 20 years of DDO. I don't know how to feel about that. Is this a first lifer? This is a first life character, yes. Word. Electrocution. No. Conduction. No. Magnetism. Megan. All right. I can buy another 1,100. I have 1,000 remnants, so I might as well buy it. It's the best magnetism I can get, and I can put it in my weapon. Now I have the lightning spell power back. Lightning spell power. Ruby of Magnetism. Perfect. Yeah, so hopefully you're having fun. Hopefully you're enjoying the game and having a good time. If you ever have any questions, one of my favorite parts about being a member of the DDO community is that the DDO community is awesome. People are like really kind and really generous and will take the time out of their day to just like answer all your questions, which is cool. I love the DDO community. Am I going to 34? Yes, we're going to 34. I just learned that Jackie B. Drexline is kind of an asshole sometimes. But yeah. So sweet. So to give you a quick rundown of what my character has now that I'm level 30, after I did everything here. So my character's level 30. I have 54 intelligence, 34 constitution, 1500 hit points, and 2000 spell points. My spell powers, I have, what is this? Electric, I'm at 464. My repair is 421, and my force is 423. Those are the only ones that I have that are relevant. My armor class is 89, and I have an 8% dodge. 89 is not very good for my level, but it is what it is. Same thing with my saving throws. They're also not very good. 32 fortitude, 43 will or reflex, and 25 will, just kind of standing around in town. I have 23 double strike and a little bit of melee power, 116, which is basically exclusively from all my levels. I don't have any items or anything special that gives me melee power. And then I have 112 physical and 76 magical resistance rating. So I reduce the damage I take by a fair amount. As far as my skills go, I've gotten my disable device to 83, and my search is now from all those things up to 86, which is not too bad. And then as far as my equipment goes, my equipment is probably the most lacking part. I do have some good items. I picked up the magnifying lens at level 21, giving me all my search and open lock and disable device so I can get all those traps. But we have a few stinkers in here. We've got the deflecting docent of insightful repair. Not the best chest piece I could be wearing, but it's good enough. It's got some good stats. Insightful repair amp. Spell resistance is okay. I think monsters are too high level, so they can just kind of ignore it. But sure, it's fine. Death block, ratios of fortification 43. You need death block. I got death block, so that's good. I got the Ring of Wicked Insanity. I was very lucky to pick this up out of Keep on the Borderlands. So it's got 33 stacking health, as well as +1 to all stats and 10 intelligence and some spell saves, which is really nice. My saves are bad. So having spell saves, this adds an extra 8 on top of this number when I get hit by a spell. Very nice. My boots give me 23 sheltering and some extra critical damage, which is okay. My gloves give me force spell power and use magic device, which I needed before. I don't need it anymore, but it's still nice to have. My other ring is just giving me 8 dodge. I don't need any of the stats, but 8 dodge is nice. I don't have another dodge item. My belt gives me constitution 9 and also shatter. Shatter is how I knock enemies down with thundershock weapons, so very good to have there. The sailcloth cloak, I got this out of Saltmarsh, and I upgraded it, so it gives me accuracy and deadly, so I can hit some monsters, and I put a topaz of swiftness in there, so I can run around. Just nice to have. I just got the Voice of the Master for some movement speed, good luck for +3 to all saves and skill checks, and the extra XP bonus. My necklace gives me bonuses to spell focus mastery. The search doesn't matter, but I just wanted something that has evocation. I could probably see if I could buy something on the auction house for better evocation, but we'll see. And then lastly, my helmet, my level 8 Lemordian Bowler. This is a insightful intelligence item, so it's got +2 intelligence. And then this has +5, and this has +1 for a total of 8. That's kind of sick. I also put a Sapphire of False Life in here because I had one, and I put a Solar Gem of Swift Charging, so it charges my Rune Armor a little bit faster. And speaking of Rune Armor I ended up with at the end game here, or like at level 30, is the Corruption of Nature. This one comes from the quest Outbreak in Evening Star, and I like it because it gives insightful intelligence, which is fine, but mostly because it has a good shot, which is the acid shot, and deals a good amount of damage, and it gives acid spell power, so I can't really complain about it too much. And then I just got a brand new weapon, the Morning Lord's Bastard Sword, which has a Ruby of Magnetism in it now, and just hits pretty hard. So all in all, that is the basics of what we got going on here. You'll notice my gear is not amazing. Really, the trick that makes the character function is a combination of the enhancements and the Epic Destinies. Quickly going over the enhancements, this character is a battle engineer, using all the hand and a half stuff to get the bonuses with my Bastard Sword and getting strike through, as well as some action speed bonuses. On top of that, I get the Imbue that allows me to add electric damage onto all of my attacks, and several unique attacks that allow me to do some additional damage. Then we get the extra bonus Rune Arm stuff, the Rune Arm charging speed, and all of the cores that improve both my weapon damage and my Rune Arm abilities. I go into the Renegade Mastermaker tree for tank because getting repair amp, hit points, constitution, magic resistance rating, all that stuff is kind of good, as well as some maximum dex bonus and some increase in armor, which is just generally going to be useful for my character. I use Harper Agent to get intelligence to hit and damage, as well as know the angles, which lets me double dip, getting even more damage from my intelligence onto my hit chance. And then I have intelligence and intelligence here. I also make sure to take listen, search, and spot out of Harper Agent and some disable device here, because if you don't have enough, you won't be able to do traps. And as a first life character, it can be hard. And then a little bit of Warforged because I had some points left over for some repair amplification. And then Epic Destinies, my goal is the Macrotech tree because I think it's cool. Is Macrotech the best way to play this character? No, it's actually probably better just to use Fatesinger, but I think Macrotech is cool, so I am using it because I have the focus on the rune arms, getting stuff like rune arm use, which I already have, but it gives me a stable charge tier that's higher, so I can run around without my rune arm losing charge. On top of that, I get these extra drives, which you can see physically on my character here. These are the different drives that improve my character, and later on I'll be able to use those for armor legends. The bread and butter and what carried my character through the entire leveling process through epics was Primal Avatar. This bad boy's insane. We've got Shardstorm, which is just absolutely fantastic, dealing huge amounts of damage in an AoE and giving me temporary shield whenever I cast it, which is cool. I get access to Mantle of the Nature Sky, where I hit enemies and then they take huge amounts of damage from my melee attacks, absolutely massive. And then later on, I get Shared Mantle, which allows my dog to also do it too. The Artificer dog sucks and is useless past level 5, but once I get to level 23, all of a sudden it starts hitting really hard. It does die instantly to everything because it has no defenses and there's no way to fix that, but this at least helps a little bit. In theory, if I wanted, I could take Natural Shielding, which can give my hirelings 60% bonus health, but the bonus health isn't going to change anything because I can't heal it to full with 1 repair anyway. And then I grabbed Evergreen because this is infinity mana. Overall, this is a general setup of how I'm going to do this character. I'll probably put another point into Spirit Boon Mind, grab the regrowth here just for the extra core for the extra stats, and then finish off Macrotech here. But we'll see how it goes. I'm not certain where I'm going to land. Overall, the character feels really, really, really good, and I am really enjoying it. So we're going to take it all the way up to 34 and see how it goes. But I don't know. Sorry for not reading chat. I thought it'd be a good idea to go over the character since new people had just started in. Also, this character, I've only used items I can get from leveling, so there's no items on this character that I didn't find myself. I didn't take anything out of my shared bank. I didn't take anything out of anywhere. The only things is I did buy some things on the auction house, so scan the auction house for items that you think might fill up a slot, but I didn't do any. It's only just stuff I found all solo, and solo self-found, if you are familiar with that term from other games. And yeah, just as a way to this play session here and all of the play sessions throughout the entire time, I'm kind of segmenting out into a solo guided playthrough for people to follow along if they want something to follow along with, which can be cool. Hate to raid and run before you got to start early for work. Oh, sorry, I didn't read your thing. Check in my loots. Enjoy the rest of your day. You're probably already gone, but just in case, have fun and take care. I'm playing Swash Bard first time melee and using Illusory Blade. Am I giving myself by using an actual weapon? No, not really. You can use it all the way up to the level cap, and then at that point you have to decide whether you want to use a real weapon or not. Fun fact, if you like the Shadow Blade and you think it's cool, there's this, Esper the Shadow Blade. This is a weapon that is a level 29, I think. It comes from the Raid, Dryad, and the Demigod, which you might think, oh no, Raid? I'm not good at raiding. I don't know the things. People run Dryad and the Demigod like every day, so you can just like watch the LFM menu and you'll see people doing it. It is one of the easiest raids in DDO. You just have to walk around and follow people and they will do the whole raid for you. It's very, very easy. Also, nobody wants this weapon because people want the newer stuff, and it's the Shadow Blade that you summon, but the big difference is that it's like a real weapon, so you can use it as like a real endgame thing, which is cool. And it's got Sovereign Nightmares, it's got the instant kill, Constricting Nightmares, so it actually has the ooze effect, which is really powerful. Yeah, so overall, just a cool, powerful weapon you can use. If you're like, the Shadow Blade is cool and I want to use it as a real weapon, this is a real raid weapon, which is cool. And it can accept sentience. The reason why you kind of run into problems with the summoned Shadow Blades is you need to be able to put a sentient jewel into a weapon for endgame, because sentient jewels give you a disgusting amount of power. But you can't put them in a summoned weapon. But this is a real copy of that summoned weapon, so it's kind of sick. That's it. It's Fate Dark Illusionist if you're a bard. That's all you got. You get charisma to damage, but there's no hit, so it's Fate Dark Illusionist. Some DD influencers brag they can use their hardcore characters and do R10s. Not on hardcore, but for sure. You definitely can use first life characters and do R10s. Absolutely. Like, that's just a thing that you can do. That being said, I don't think you're not gonna do that on hardcore, because if you die, you lose your character, so you'd never do that on hardcore. But yeah, you can gear out a first lifer and then run an R10 with it. If you have like a group of people together, especially like you're not soloing anything, but yeah, you can do that. Because people have also done challenges as well, So for example, some people have done or hosted different types of challenges that are like the solo low level R10 challenge, or like the low level R10 thing, where it's like you have to do the highest level quest you can solo on a first lifer. And there were people that were doing like subversion and things like that on R10 solo. Some cool stuff. In heroics. Can you wield both of them? Yeah, you can get 2 of these in dual wield if you want. This becomes an option. Yes, Esper would, if the Esper would unironically be a usable weapon if they make force damage affected by magic resistance rating. Specifically on monsters. This becomes a real contender. Because it's easier. Yeah, exactly. You can definitely take a hardcore character and like a first lifer character with like whatever kind of gear and do an R10 for sure. Absolutely. It's hard, but you can definitely do it. Without dying, no, you will die. You will die. Other people will die. RNG is going to get you. The thing about R10s is like people's characters are so strong that if you go in with 156 Reaper points on like 3 members of your party and they all have really powerful builds, you will get through pretty much every R10 and not have to reset that often. It's pretty rare. You'll get through pretty much everything. But sometimes you still do have to reset every once in a while. If you're doing first life characters, just the odds that you have to reset because you wipe increase. That's all. Use a lesser heart to do it work? Yep, you can use a lesser heart. So if you make a brand new level 1 character, obviously when Arcane Trickster comes out later this month, you'll be able to make a character then. So you just make a brand new Shader Kai once it comes out, and you can use the Heart of Wood that it comes with to turn into an Arcane Trickster. So yeah. Items give way more power, that is correct. Yeah, items are huge. What was I gonna say? Is there anything else I need to prep here? I am going to be starting into Legendary because it seems appropriate. But also, I've done so many of these quests already. Although not all of them. What do we got here? What's the starter? Is it just starting on Ravenloft? It's just start with Ravenloft. It's just to run every single expansion on Legendary hard. It's not the worst. How hard do you think Legendary Elite Into the Mist is? I'm gonna try. I'm curious. I want to try. The downloads and megabits updates. I am not having that problem. I'm logged in though, so I don't know. Somebody else might be having that issue. I'm level 30 and I can't, I'm not even plus 100 to hit. So I'm going to be missing everything. I will try it once and see how it goes. But I'm probably just going to do almost all these quests on Legendary Hard. But out of sheer curiosity, I got to know.
You stumble through the thick mists.
Will we get the answer here? I do have a better weapon, so it's not all bad. And again, so I'm at... Yeah, my saves are kind of low as well. My big worry is the fear. If I get feared, I can't really do a whole lot about it.
The soldier looks up at you, his face strangely pale. Halt! Do you serve Strahd? You hear
there's a chance I die here. We'll see.
A raven cries somewhere overhead.
Also, the wisps are immune to lightning and acid, which is annoying because it's a lot of my damage. I'm going to swap Rune Arm just because of that. I was just thinking about it. I'm going to swap Rune Arm because of the wisps. Did I forget Deadly? No, I can't take Deadly right now. I was thinking about this because I want to use all these spells, so it's tough. Actually, I don't need to use all these spells. I don't need the AoE.
You hear a branch snap behind.
This is the hardest part right here. Oh god. Please stop running away. Okay, that's not too bad. Dorg isn't dead. Could be worse. Only 7k life. Okay, that's all of them. And this only hits for 120. This seems fun. I might just be able to do Epic Elite Ravenloft. We'll see. Again, I was really worried about the fear. Oh, I'm immune to fear because I have Greater Heroism. Oh. Woo! How about you don't mob me? Unfortunately, my spells don't work against anything in here because DC 60 is not high enough. Who knew? So I basically have no crowd control, and I'm just a beater. That's it. I just beat these guys. Oh, but that thing failed to save, so that's good. Okay, anyway, I'll just beat these guys up. I mean, I'm actually able to stun these guys back here, so that's interesting. Can I just do Epic Elite Ravenloft? Excellent question. I mean, there's some crazy items I could get out of here. Huh. Been leveling, not on hardcore? Yeah. This is the first life hardcore character, so Epic Elite Ravenloft might be off the table because I just hit 30, but we'll see. Oh! The Standing Fighter Sash! This item is so good. Too bad I can't use any of the stats on it because I need Shatter and it has Stunning and Vertigo, which are both stats I don't want. So it's actually garbage for me. It is conveniently complete garbage and trash, and I don't want it. I hate this video game. Recommend, but it's doable? Yeah. What's up, Mr. Lift? How you doing? Mythical, powerful, enchanted gear? Yes, I pulled the wrong mythical, powerful, enchanted gear. That is correct. And I'm going to complain about it. Yeah, woe is me. Anyway, what's evocation? Evocation? Oh. Mind's Eye of evocation. I need evocation DCs. Blasting? I can get a blasting 4, a blasting 5 necklace of sheltering 36, or a blasting 6 of resonance. This I'm going to buy because I could use this later. I need to get me some DCs, baby. It's in the mail. PvP and pen and paper. My group ran a battle royale one shot yesterday. It was sick. Yeah. I have seen, or done a tiny bit. I ran a campaign that was a dual campaign where it was 2 campaigns running at the same time that were sort of connected. At the end of the campaign, we did a battle royale where all the players from one campaign fought the players from the other, and our characters were very theme driven and the other players were like very like in the weeds numbers players, and so we got completely trounced. Level 18, that's correct. 4 strength and 4 stamina belt. Insane. Okay, cool. I don't know if we can use all this. Sick. Sick, sick, sick. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Yeah. Stats different versus themed. Yeah. Can't use this item. That is disappointing. Someday. Yeah, it was really cool. It was a really cool idea. So I'm glad I got the chance to be a part of that. What am I doing? I'm just running in circles. What's this? This is garbage. Get this out of my inventory. All right. I need to take a slight break here. So I'm going to do that. Because it's dinner time. So I got to get some food. But then when I'm back, we'll do some more stuff. But yeah, I'm going to take a slight break. In a Warforged War Domain cleric. Yeah, if you're making a character that is designed to do a PvP game, that's different than saying we finish a campaign that lets PvP another party. Because again, for the most part, the people that I like to play games with are people that do like themed characters because they find it more interesting. Actually, I'm gonna do this now. I want this to go over this, and then I want to do this. Put this over this. The deadly weapons goes here because deadly weapons is better than the alternative. Okay, there we go. Yeah, All right, there's the character. Feel free to stare at my stats. I will be back very shortly with some snack because I need some food. But yeah, if it's a PvP one shot, that's different. But yeah, that's when we took each other out, but the group is closer because of the experience. I mean, sure, yeah, that's good. I'm glad that you guys had that experience and people aren't like angry at each other, being like, "Oh, this person killed me," and I'm mad about it. Anyways, I'll be back in a bit. Make sure to get yourself a snack if you need something. It's a good time to grab a snack. Quick snack break. I'm kind of back. Oh god. You ever had that weird experience where you put something in your pocket and it doesn't come out of your pocket? I have something. I have some things. Some interesting things. Yeah. How's the food? So, the food was good. I did some sous vide pork chops. They were absolutely delicious. Magical. Fantastic. Excellent. Unbelievably tasty. No, to be honest, I've said this before and I will say it again. I am a full sous vide convert. Great product. Takes out all the guesswork. It makes things so fast, which is fantastic. So it's good for like when I'm cooking stuff, especially when I'm going to eat it during stream. But speaking of during stream, I'm going to show you guys something cool. Do you guys know what this is? And you might be like, oh wait, I know what that is. That's right. They're magic cards. I have real magic cards now. Isn't that cool? I have a whole deck of cards. I don't know how you shuffle this. I have to learn. Because I put the cards together and then I was like, I'm going to shuffle the cards. And I'm bad at it. So yeah. Anyway. Cool deck. Get used to it? I hope so. Yeah, anyway. So I have magic cards. 100 magic cards is a skill. Yeah, it's hard. It's a commander deck. For playing physical magic, I play on the computer. So I play on MTG Arena for like the actual like standard. I don't really have any desire to buy magic cards. So for the record, I'm not going to be buying a lot of magic cards. Okay. But unexpectedly, a couple of my friends started getting into magic because one of my friends, so my old roommate actually, who she's like not traditionally a gamer at all. Her brother is big into magic and he was like wanted somebody to play with. So he gave her some magic cards so they could play together. And then the person who took my spots when I moved out, this other woman moved in and he gave her a magic deck as well. So they've actually been playing Commander together. And these are two people who I never thought would ever play any type of card game whatsoever. Because I've tried to push it. It's never worked. Anyway. So I thought we could play together. So I bought some cards. So I just bought a starter deck at the store. And so that's all I have. That's all I got. The starter deck was pretty cheap. It was like $25 or something. And then if I want any cards in the future, I'm planning on doing the tried and true method of legally acquiring cards and using my laser printer. Oh, who is the commander? This is the commander. I don't know how well it's going to come through here, so I can actually look at the camera. Oh god, you can't really see it. It's too blurry. Can I go to me? Here we go. It's not sure. Oh, angles. It's Gisa and Geralf. I can't get it to focus on the thing because I'm not good at autofocusing it. But yeah, this card. I can't zoom in and enhance. Yeah. I bought two cards, two decks. I bought the blue-black zombie deck and the green-red dragon deck that were there. And I put both of them in front of my friend who I taught to play on the weekend. And I was like, which one do you want? And he picked the dragon one. And he didn't understand it because he thought like because he was literally learning magic right there. And his commander is a Tarka. And it is a 6/4 for 7 that when your dragons attack, they gain double strike. And he didn't understand how good that is. And so the first couple games, like the first game I beat him, the second game it kind of goes even. I had a terrible draw. And then afterwards he's like, oh, I can just kill you. Like every turn I can just kill you. Like if I have any dragons on the table, I just pull this thing out and I kill you instantly. So he figured that out pretty quick. Yeah, red. Yeah, magic. Yeah, magic, which is I kill you from hand. Good game. Anyways, thought I would share that. Yeah, the zombie deck's okay. The main problem I had is like, I mean, it's just variance when it comes to magic anyway. The whole deck basically is you want to mill zombies to your graveyard, and then you can do stuff with them. And literally every time I would able to mill 2, mill 4, mill 6. Every time I mill, I would always put lands and instants and sorceries in the graveyard and then draw the zombies. It was just the worst. And I shuffled really aggressively to make sure it was nice and even. So, because the commander is when it enters, you mill 4. I played it 3 times and milled 12, and I can play zombies from the graveyard and never milled a zombie. It was brutal. And the only creatures I drew were humans. Exactly, magic. Exactly, magic. Skill. It is a skill issue. I should have stacked the deck. I'm going to be honest with you. That's what I should have done. Anyways. But overall, it was fun. It was good because he got a chance to learn how the game kind of works. And it was really interesting watching him start from being like, having no understanding about magic and going like, oh, I don't know how any of this works. And like the basics of like, oh, I can play this, but I can't attack this turn. And I can do this. Oh, this is an artifact, but it's not a creature. It's an artifact creature because I destroy an artifact that's his creature. And he's like, oh, and like how the stats work and the numbers. Also, very conveniently, I'm a huge D&D nerd, so I had just a bunch of dice. So that way, when it came to like counting counters and things, it was just like, and dice, and use that. And so it was really cool watching him go from like the first game where he's like, And so I had him like saying the steps of the turn as we went through. So he would be like, okay, upkeep, untap my cards. All right, draw a card, do this. And he's like going through it. And then at the end, again, he realized, oh, if I just play the big dragon, I win every time. So yeah, it was good. My personal belief is I managed to play 2 times on TTS. You have to buy cards. Yeah, exactly. Tabletop Simulator, you get all the cards. If I can ask if I have a dice collection, oh dude, I have 1 million dice. D&D for the past 20 years, I got a lot of dice. One of my favorite dice moments was when a player in my campaign got an ability that let him, it was 20 d6s, and he didn't have 20 d6s, and he's like, what do I do? And I'm like, oh, you go buy dice at the store. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, you go to the store and you buy dice. And he shows up with 2 big stacks of d6s. It was great. And then watching him just have all 20 and go like, and then drop them on the table. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just like post in the Discord, or if you want, post it here. Both are fun. But yeah, now the one problem is I do need to buy a box for all these cards because there's so many of them. So I'll have to do that eventually. What do I do? Get dice. Yeah, exactly. I don't have dice for all this. Well, that's, as many people have said to me, that's an issue, not an issue me. You don't have enough dice? Issue, not an issue me. All right, I gotta decide what I want to do. Do I just rip every Saga on hard? It's honestly probably not a bad move. Yeah, it's probably every Saga on hard, I'm gonna be honest. What is this? I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a clock, not a dice. Yeah, legendary hard. So quests on legendary difficulty. You turn it the other way. Oh, I see. So quests are normal, hard, and elite. And for legendary, I'm probably doing most legendary quests on hard, not elite difficulty. I was able to do the first quest in Ravenloft on elite difficulty, but that is going to end real quick. I mean, if you guys want for content, I can keep trying on elite, but I have a feeling I will get completely gigabodied because my spells don't work at all. Which is the bigger problem. The fact that my spells don't work at all is kind of an issue. I can't hit a single monster with a single effect. So, yeah. So I'll probably just do hard. Has your character met his first death? Nope. No, we're still alive on hardcore. Part of me is like, oh, I could just like keep going, but you know, we'll see. Yeah, we're going to just continue on hard. And I think I'm just going to go through and basically just do every single quest, I guess. So we'll start with the... And if I'm doing quests on hard, I might as well just like start at the beginning. So let's go do the Grim and Barrett chain. Do some Gatekeepers quests. Instead of the XP. Yeah, legendary cogs could be a good idea. Also, Nutella makes these little like medallion things called Nutella biscuits. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like Nutella that much. These are just Dunkaroos, but for grown-ups. They're so good. Oh, so delicious. Oh, I've already done Grim and Barrett, so I will do the other quests. So we can do Dino Crisis. This is technically an epic quest. Is this hard on Epic Elite? I don't know. Let's find out. I'll know from the first monster. Dinosaurs are very dangerous. So if this quest is challenging, I will die. Let's find out.
You step out of the camp.
They only have 2,800 health, so it doesn't seem too bad.
You can hear high-pitched shrieks and deep roars.
I was able to knock some stuff down. All right, let's do it. Is that not when I read alert or alert already? I can't cast any spells because it's telling me I'm out of range. That's good. These things hit pretty hard, which is unfortunate, but whatever, it's fine. That's what healing is for. And everything gets stunned. Yay. I can't really knock anything down. The reflex saves are too high on the dinosaurs, obviously. Yeah, I can't hit the Horde Allosaurus with a single ability. My 78 on Thundershock weapons is not enough.
Yet you can hear the sound of something crashing through the underbrush nearby.
You won't get XP? I will. I think. Oh no, I don't get XP. Oh, because this is an epic quest. You have to do legendary quests. Well, fuck it. We're doing it anyway. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I'm gonna be honest. It's been such a long time since I've done legendary leveling. I forgot you don't get XP for doing epic quests. But you know, we're here. It's fine. I also like that it's find and defeat the second wave, like find the dinosaurs. Yep, no, you're 100% correct. It's been such a long time since I've actually leveled, because once you get into legendaries, you don't have to level anymore. You only have to level once. After that, you're done. And so, like, you just get to stay at whatever the level cap is. So I completely forgot that that's like a thing you have to do. No, Polacanthus, get knocked down, please. Yeah, these monsters have really high saving throws. Their health isn't too high though, which is fortunate, but their saving throws are quite high. Yeah. A lot of game stores will have empty boxes they sell for like a couple bucks. That's not a bad idea. I should probably like just swing by the game store. I didn't even think about that at the time when I was there. I will totally admit this. Hey, you get knocked down, sucker. Can I stun this guy? Nope. Horde Allosaurus, Mark of Law. Bites me for 200. That sucks. Okay. How about we don't do that, guys? How about we don't bite me for 200? Beautiful. Expensive ones too. If they're lucky to have a bundle boxes lying around. I don't need an expensive thing. I just want something that can hold all 100 of my cards. Because there's 100 of them. Which is not meant to be like, yeah, I have 100 cards. Very impressive. It's more so like, it's just numerous. And then also when they're sleeved, they're like thick. They're like thick. Horde Carnotaurus. You guys remember watching Jurassic Park and learning about the Carnotaurus for the first time? Or watching Jurassic Park and learning about the Spinosaurus for the first time? Some of you guys might have already known about those things. Maybe you were dinosaur people or dinosaur kids. Also love that they flail their little arms. It's like, it's a T-Rex. It's like, no, it's a Carnotaurus. RAR XD indeed. Oh my lord. These bad boys do so much damage. Their poison hits me. I should be immune to poison, but whatever.
You pause to savor your victory.
Find and defeat the Etten Shaman. Was the island of Jurassic Park real? Yeah, it really happened. There were real dinosaurs. Aren't Ettins insanely dangerous? I'm so stupid. Whatever, let's figure this out. Oh, there's an Allosaurus here as well. I need to get rid of this. Oh, Assault Ray? Developing Swarm, not a big deal. Got the Stomp. Okay. That Stomp, by the way, is very much like an attack that they are a Stomp animation that they use in Lord of the Rings Online.
With him dies his mad plan to attack Stormreach with a dinosaur army. Time to tell Regina.
Hey, there's another dinosaur here. All right. God, I can't hit anything on these dinosaurs. All right, 0 XP. Let's go. I did it. Yay. Yeah, I don't know if the island was real. Or like where they filmed it. Hey, what's up, Regina? Give me a treasure chest.
Thanks for defeating the dinosaur horde, as well as a chest.
Solar Gem of Dodge Epic? There are epic gems? Where do they come from? Just here? Does every single one come from just there? All right, well, I learned something today. I didn't know there was epic gems. I did not know. Cool. All right, time to do a legendary quest. We're gonna do good intentions. We're gonna do a bunch of quests on legendary hard, because legendary elite is too high for me, and hopefully legendary hard is not. We'll see.
Meet me outside across the canal. I have something to show you.
With that,
They filmed it in Hawaii. That makes sense.
vanishes. Orban uses magically animated hammers to help craft the wares in his
Ring of Prowess? I probably won't, but that'd be cool. With solar lunar slots? I don't think so. No. Maybe it's on a national tour and it came to the mall near me when I was 10. My parents came to see it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Dude, to be fair, as a grown-up, if there was like a mall nearby that had the actual animatronic T-Rex from Jurassic Park on display, that would legitimately be like the coolest thing ever.
Ordinary crates.
Orban's pleased expression quickly changes.
Factorio God.
Wait,
Yeah.
where's it going?
What's the loot difference? It's the same as every difference throughout every other quest. On normal mode, named items have, so a unique item from a quest, a named item, has a 10% chance to drop from a quest to the treasure chest, 10% on normal. On hard mode, the chance jumps up to 16%, and on elite, the chance jumps up to 33%. Additionally, as the difficulty increases on Reaper, you get 1% per Reaper mode.
You collect the pixie dust that Orban needs to craft the wand.
Don't the new anniversary items have solar and lunar slots? Maybe. I will admit, I looked at the level 4 ones, and I looked at the level capped ones, that's it. So that's the big difference. Oh, Toil and Trouble is epic? Interesting. Legendary Normal, it's inefficient because your odds on Legendary Normal to get an item is 10% versus Elite is 33%. And remember, this game has a ransack. You can only farm a chest 8 times per week. After 8 pulls, you've got nothing. So if you're playing the game on Legendary Normal, you are not guaranteed to get 1 item per week. Whereas the odds of getting at least 1 item are much higher on Legendary Elite. Or just Elite in general. Man, I can't hit these guys with spells either. Oh, God. Well, Legendary might be a bit of an uphill climb, okay, guys? Legendary might be a bit of an uphill climb. Also, I found Nibbles right away. That's convenient.
Up onto your shoulder. He seems to like people.
And we buy him a drink, buy him a drink, buy him a drink, buy him a drink, buy him a drink. And we go.
The beholder's eye. One of the ingredients Orban needs to make the wand.
I'm gonna have to reset my client. It's doing this weird, like, gummy thing that I find happens sometimes. But yeah, man. Yeah, whenever farming, you always want to do on whatever the highest difficulty is if you're looking for items.
Dirk gives you a
Perfect.
unicorn's horn. One of the ingredients needed to craft Orban's
Who's too drunk to consent to giving you the beholder's eye? That's okay, I stole it from him. I'm already doing a crime. The goal was the stealing without making a scene. So, like, you can report me to the police, that's fine. But I've already made it away with the jewels and the gold. Right. Yeah, I can't hit anything with my Dispel DCs, which again makes sense. My DC is 60, but my god. This final boss fight can be kind of difficult because there are a lot of monsters that will chain cast Disintegrate, so I just need to kill them before anything bad happens. Kind of policing force? I mean, to be fair, there wouldn't be like a lot of like policing force anyway, generally.
Please hurry. I can't keep the
Like, it's not like the modern world. If you have some type of problem in your local area, you gotta pretty much have to solve it yourself.
The ingredients into a magic wand.
Here we are.
Plus, also, bear in mind, most of what we do takes place in, like, Stormreach. And in Stormreach, the Coin Lords run the show. And so if the Coin Lords want to do something, or want to have something exist in a certain way, that's just how it is. There's no real question about it. So, because we're on the Coin Lord's good side most of the time, they don't really care what we do. So the Stormreach City Guard might have like a personal opinion about what the odds of things the adventurers do are, but also bear in mind the Stormreach City Guard also gets caught up in a bunch of nonsense. Where like when you're doing the carnival chain, where a bunch of the Stormreach City Guard just get like mind controlled. Big money, true. I do have big money. Yeah, missing almost every attack is kind of bad. What do I miss on? A 3, hit on 11, I hit on a 9, so it looks like I miss on an 8 or lower. Not ideal. But I got nothing.
Is now nothing more than a pile of
only 5 minutes though.
Junk. Still, It would be nice to be able to sit down without the chair attacking you.
I'm not familiar with the color of nicotine brown. I mean, I'm not familiar, but yeah. Are you talking about like the stain color that gets on your like fingers after a while? Deathblock and false life. Ooh. Anyway, all right. Next quest on the docket. We're gonna keep just hitting the legendary circuit. I'm gonna be doing all the low-level legendary quests and working my way up. Might as well just hit the whole thing. That's a nice thing. If you ever don't know where to go or what to do, there's lots of legendary quests at your disposal. As a reminder, if you get to this point, I do not recommend playing alone because you could, well, I guess now it's a pretty bad example. Faces with chest can pull if you want, no. But there's almost always going to be a group around this level. I don't know why there isn't right now. That's like pretty bad timing. That you can just jump into and join and do quests with some of the people that are there. So always keep that in mind that that's an option for you at any time while you are playing the game. That just jumping in a random party and getting some XP is usually a good option, especially in Legendary. There's usually people doing sagas, Ravenloft saga, whatever saga. Additionally, if I wasn't on the hardcore and I was playing in a group, I could just open up like a Ravenloft Elite saga and other people would join me. And as a collective, even though it might be difficult to do solo, as a group, DDO players, you just throw yourselves at the enemies. And eventually you just have too many bodies.
The transfinite compass is already marked. All that remains is for Fortis here to demolish this tawdry little town.
Tactical detonation. Okay, I can actually tactically detonate some of these things. That's kind of cool. Where's this bad boy? Yeah.
Rescue more wizards, and their combined efforts will bring the barrier down. Fortis!
Okay, we gotta resurrect everybody. I think I missed a wizard somewhere. I missed a wizard! I got that wizard. Which one didn't I do? It's probably this one over here.
I can feel the power.
Earden Windvine. Here we go. So now I can fight Fortis.
Spells holding this place together like twigs.
Fortis has an ability that is a force damage attack. So he does a 360 like that, and he knocks you down. That attack can be quite dangerous if you're not prepared for it. So always reminder that can be spooky. Fun fact, on on Reaper 10, that attack deals about 5,500 damage. So when Reaper mode first came out, this quest came out before Reaper mode. When they added Reaper mode, people tried to do this quest because it's pretty short. So it's got good Reaper XP on it for the amount of time you spend in here. However, Fortis does so much damage on R10 that unless you had 5,500 health, you just die. Now nowadays, seeing a tank with over 5,500 health is really not that crazy. And also, there's a lot more force absorption items available. But man, back then it was not easy. So basically, you'd have to have your tank just watching, and then when they saw Fortis doing a thing, it was like, get out. Don't tell me that guy got away, so it's gonna delay the entire extra wave. No, Blue Abishai, no. Now, the one downside to going down to Legendary Hard difficulty is, like, I'm being hit for 30 damage now. So, like, these guys couldn't kill me if they tried. There's, like, no way to die. But if I went up to Legendary Elite, I would just get, like, instantly cooked. Like, I'm not doing any healing, and it's like, boop, and it would take them, like, an extra minute to be able to take me down. And that's one of the things I kind of dislike about the way the difficulty is currently scaled in the game. Hard is so easy, I don't even need to try, and my character will just, like, walk through these quests. And Elite difficulty, I can get, like, 2 or 3 shot by the monsters, which is not ideal. So I'm actually start taking Heart Seeds. Heart Seeds are what you need to reincarnate, to do an epic reincarnate, or epic reincarnation. So you can collect those, which I'm gonna do. Hard plus. I also gotta raise my DCs, which I don't currently have a robust plan of doing. Also, at some point, I'm gonna space and hit Legendary Elite and then die to something, so just be prepared for that. When's it gonna happen? To what? To when? Find out later.
You arrive at the 12.
Yeah, the heart seeds are bound to account, so you can just shift them around.
Draco says, I have found the Eldritch Attractor needed for the ritual. I leave the rest of the
Solar,
facility
or Earth
to
Elemental.
your
Oops, didn't have a sword. I have a sword. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of this. Yeah, it's kind of disappointing. It's like, that's the only thing I dislike about the difficulty system right now in DDO, for the most part, is the discrepancy between hard and elite. I think, like, the difference between hard and elite is way bigger than the difference between, like, elite and Reaper. Reaper is harder than elite difficulty, but it's, like, a little bit harder than elite difficulty, whereas elite is infinitely harder than Reaper, or sorry, than hard mode. Oh, because carrion crawlers are terrifying. If you've ever experienced carrion crawlers in pen and paper, they are really, really, really scary monsters. And they're scary for many reasons. One of the most dangerous of them is the fact that they get so many attacks per turn because of all their little legs, so they hit you so many times. The monsters that hit you multiple times in pen and paper are so spooky. Playing through Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, having the experience where you fight against like your first Glabrezu, which are in DDO, but going up against a Glabrezu and realizing that those bastards get to attack 8 times per turn, and you're like, oh, I don't get to attack 8 times per turn, but they do, and so you have to fight this thing. The first Glabrezu you fight was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you're like, oh god, what do you mean 8 times in a turn? What do you mean? Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Like, it's so scary. Yeah, carrion crawlers are also really scary because not only do they have the attacks, but they also have paralytic poison in them, so they can do a lot of things. It's actually funny. So in 2024, I got to go to PAX. So I was at PAX East, and I got to see a panel that was done by the SSG staff in terms of bringing monsters to life. If you have Dimension Door, you can D-Door back to the beginning of the quest and skip these monster packs. I don't have D-Door. But they talked about bringing monsters to life, and they talked about how one of the struggles that they do have is you can look at a monster that's really cool in pen and paper. So a carrion crawler's like the example they brought. Like, they're like, carrion crawlers are awesome. Really cool monster, iconic, really dangerous. But in DDO, it's really hard to put that monster in the game. Because you could be like, oh, well, yeah, but they paralyze you when they touch you. Which makes sense as something that would be dangerous to somebody who doesn't know how DDO works. But in DDO, if you have no fail fortitude saves or will saves on a 1, who cares? Like, the monster can't hurt you. So, like, you don't have to worry about it at all. Also, if they attack you a lot, unless it does a lot of damage, who cares? And so they had to find a way to make the monster more dangerous for DDO, which is where the Chaos Crawlers come in. Where the Chaos Crawlers have random resistances and immunities and add a lot of extra damage to their attacks, which make them more fun and also very challenging. Here, you're supposed to do a bunch of stuff to open this door, but because I'm a artificer, I can just walk right in. Brains in a jar, your least favorite mob? Why? This room can be really dangerous in R10 because of the constructs here, but they're not dangerous to me. Because these guys have a knockdown effect and they deal a lot of damage. However, I say deal a lot of damage, as in, like, not on hard mode. Fun fact, there's actually a bunch of optionals I skipped. Here, there's a lever in here that opens up a secret wall. Over here, there's a secret wall here. And then in this section, if you didn't know, I can actually just show this off. I believe it's over here. Because people probably don't explore this room. If you sneak back here, there's actually a hole in this, and there's an illusory section that leads to an optional boss fight. This was a cool quest. I remember when this came out, we did all the optionals every time for more chests. And you might be like, whoa, that's cool, Stream Time. Why don't you do it? No, no, no. I just showed you. Now you can go do it and have that experience for the first time. Okay, what you're not supposed to do is aggro all of these guys at the same time. You know what I am going to do? At 75, 50, and 25% health, he summons more ads. However, because I'm solo and on hard mode, he has half of the normal ads, so I don't even care. I can't be spell absorbed? Yeah, it's because spell absorb is a crutch. Just have more health. have more magic resistance rating. Then you won't need spell absorption. All right, heart seeds. Accuracy 12. Oh, that's actually way better than my helmet in its entirety. Literally just a straight improvement over my helmet. And it's for level 32. Let's go. All right, and now we go to House Caneth for Multitude of Menace. I actually don't like Multitude of Menace that much. Yeah, but float. That'd be 2.5k with 430 magic resistance rating. So just get more.
Thundering laughter reverberates from behind this door. A containment generator. Just what I need for the ritual. Carve, sting, and crush House Canis idiot gadgeteers.
Yeah, I'm gonna eventually put it on elite and just die. Don't mind.
Pulling their weight. Carver invokes.
Please understand that this is an expected outcome. I will not be surprised if I just randomly die.
There's a pulse of magic.
This quest, all these quests are pretty good. I actually really like this quest chain, Multitude of Menace, and the other one. I don't love Multitude of Menace, but the Devil's Gambit, which is what this quest chain is called, is quite good. All right, so in this section, there's a bunch of bad guys. If you just jump past them, you can ignore them. Bear in mind, if you have an open group and you let people late join, they will end up running into these guys. So just always be mindful about that. And give people a bit of a heads up. On hard mode, there's no Orthon in this hallway? Interesting. Yeah, this is the only downside. Because of hard mode, I'm kind of just going through the motions. There's no Rakshasa here because of hard mode? That's crazy. Also, I'm going to cast adamantine weapons for the golems and stuff.
Will help us free the Rashas from Khyber.
Goodbye.
We shall feel our wrath.
Feel powerful. There's no Orthon here. Oh my god, there's no Orthons in this entire quest. Hey, buddy. Whoop. Whoop. Alright, there's these guys. You can fight them all if you want. I might as well, because like fighting is fun. Yeah, I can stun this Caneth Juggernaut. Heck yeah. I do like being able to stun stuff. There's another section where running is the move. You can listen to Carver, but if I just run down this hallway, he spawns a bunch of guys. You skip all of them.
Energy to make a copy of myself.
That's it. Boom. So I've already skipped 2 packs. We used to do these quests on R10 all the time, just because of the value of like how much XP you could get so quickly, and a lot of it is because there's a lot of monster skipping, which is funny because I remember playing Star Wars: The Old Republic for the first time, and dude, the ways in which people path through quests or like through dungeons in that game, if you've ever played Star Wars: The Old Republic, you know what I'm talking about, where people skip like every monster. People will find the smallest cracks, the smallest corners, the smallest ways to climb along walls, to go in through railings and other stuff to skip every single monster. It's kind of great. I kind of love it. Gaming optimization at its finest. Oh my god. Anyway, and now it's just time consuming, it's just free. But like I said, I'm going to still do this all the way up to 34, so number 1, people can see how long it's going to take. That trap is for this, by the way, so it's for disabling this. If you do not have the ability to disable traps, this last one doesn't turn off. You can instead go up here and pull this, which also disables this. So make sure you give it a sec before you jump in, because it doesn't turn off if it's already actively shooting. So I have seen somebody pull this to think it's turned off, they climb down, and then they immediately get eviscerated. I guess it would be melted. Not eviscerated, because there's no, it's not like a blade trap or something. Also, eviscerate, great word. It's got some oomph. Also, these cultists have like infinity will saves, so if you have something that's got a will save on it, don't even bother. This is a fortitude save? It's a fortitude save. Oh, I get to add my rune arm DCs to blast drive. I forgot about that. I don't know how to get rune arm DCs, but you know, we'll figure that out. One way is to use Quarantine, which is a rune arm that comes out of the Age of Rage chain. It grants rune arm DCs. It's like part of the set, so it's quite good for that. But other than that, it's not amazing. Actually, the set's not bad because it does give a stacking critical threat multiplier bonus. Toothsome, also a good word. Yeah. I was trying to explain to my girlfriend, I think yesterday, about like what I mean when I say like something like toothsome, and it's like some pastries just have like either the right thickness and density where when you bite into the pastry, not only does it separate a good chunk of it, but it doesn't separate just enough of it that it goes under your teeth, like a croissant, where it's like very flaky and airy. So when you bite into it, you get to bite down, but then the little bit that does compress in between your teeth feels very satisfying. You guys know what I'm talking about? And some of you go, yeah, yeah. That is a good feeling. Yeah. Yeah. Need to get better rune arm. That's what I need. Puzzle solving. I'm not talking much about the puzzles or how these quests go through, mostly because a lot of these quests are relatively self-explanatory and straightforward. I am skipping a lot of the optionals though, because I can. Yeah, it's one of the unfortunate parts, and the reason why I don't just like, I probably could struggle bust my way through Elite and try to find my way through Ravenloft. The main reason why I'm not doing that, if I'm being totally honest with you, is because none of my abilities will basically work ever again on Elite difficulty. As some of you may know, SSG has talked about alleviating some DC pressure. I can hit the monsters with my weapon attacks. When I swing my sword, I will hit the monsters, but I can't hit enemies with spells. I just don't have that as an option.
Just imagine if I get inside the manufactory
and so that's pretty much the main issue, is I just don't have any real way of getting like dealing any of my spell stuff to monsters. So I basically went like a bad melee, and investing as a hybrid just becomes totally pointless. And so I really like the idea that they said they're going to be alleviating DC pressure. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't want all your spells to land for free all the time, but there needs to be some happy medium between like my spell DC isn't high enough, therefore my spells never work, and which is what we have now, and something else. I just like something. Oh, okay. Demonic Slab is what convinced me to play a Vanguard many years ago. Impact, so it gets increased critical threat range. It's got the armor piercing and 2d10s base damage. Oh my god. Oh my god. Plus on top of that, it just looks sick. Great looking shield. Yep. Yeah, like I said, I'm okay with like most of your spells not landing if you don't invest into it. That's fair. But it's just a current problem in the game with the way it's set up. Okay. Next up, we're going to Amrath. Let's go. Plus 100 to all spell DCs? I mean, probably not. Gloves of the Tinker? Yeah, the Gloves of the Tinker are not too bad. I'd have to... I can go farm them out pretty easily from Saltmarsh, and that might be something that I do. They're level 30, so that is honestly pretty... And they're pretty easy to get, because you just do Saltmarsh rares until you do pick them up. So Gloves of the Tinker are not a terrible idea. Given that my gloves are literally just use magic device, getting 5 use magic device and then 6 rune arm DCs is not a bad option. Do I go farm that out? Maybe after Amrath. We're gonna do Amrath first, and then I'll think about it. We're gonna see my ability to confirm critical hits on your character sheet. Yeah, I can show you. So to confirm a critical hit, you just need to hit your opponent's armor class again. And so that number is going to be your hit chance. So my bonus is 99 right here. Plus, you have the plus tab, general combat, and you're looking for critical hit confirmation bonus, 12. So if I am trying to confirm a critical hit, it's 99 plus 12, which is 111. Just remember back, I did more research, and the Devil's part of the Trials of Archons is where we hear about his failed experiments. Furthermore, the only reason to file the just happens is because intensified power of the Devils and the mysterious remnants, which is also important to TWE. I'm doing this question. Oh, look at that. See, this is what happens. Research. And now you start the YouTube channel.
The skiff brings you to the Archon stronghold, deep in the mountains of Shavarath. A trumpet Archon waiting at the landing site waves you over. The Archon...
Yeah, because I couldn't remember the exact pathing. Yeah, the +6 to Runearm DCs is actually so good, I probably should go get it. Can you talk about PoE while farming? Oh, I can? True, I could talk about Path of Exile while farming. You guys love when I blather about Path of Exile. I made a bunch of changes to my Path of Exile character, and I can't tell if it's weaker or stronger.
A set of floating platforms appears.
But I got a 6 link, and I got a 6 link. I got more defense. I realized that there's actually a Foulborn Barracks Respite that gives the shock on kill or explode on kill on shocked enemies effect that comes from Impulse's Broken Heart, but it's on a ring, which is really cool. The problem is the ring is 300 chaos and it gives lightning resistance, and I want to lose lightning resistance, so I'd have to corrupt it to get rid of the implicit, which has like a 30% chance of happening. So each ring I want to try is 300 chaos to try one ring. So I haven't tried it yet because I don't currently have a lot of money, but in the future, and by in the future I mean the league's ending in like a week. Oh god, do it. I just don't, I can't, I don't have the chaos. Like I will do it, but I can't right now. The worst part too is if I corrupt it, there's a chance the corruption just turns into all res, which is also bad.
For your next task, seek Liranel and the Deva in the upper corridor.
The Voidstorm Call in the first of all area, I'm sure you'll be fine. Yeah.
Liranel says, demons have breached the upper halls between here and the courtyard.
Makes sense to see much action to keep on the Borderlands from what I can see. Okay, that makes sense though. Again, I think that the Codex of the Infinite Planes was just a like MacGuffin factory where they could just say, hey, you're gonna go and chase this MacGuffin here and chase it here. The Codex of the Infinite Planes is at it again. That silly Codex, you guys. Always doing Codex stuff. I do use Tactical Detonation a lot. I don't know how I didn't notice that. Fun fact, if you want to make it easier on yourself, run down here and clear this, and then come back up. If you don't, you have to fight a double wave. But it's not hard, so I'm doing the double wave. As in, it's not hard, as in I'm playing on the easier difficulty that makes it less hard. And not entirely, it's not challenging. Yeah, this is the Maverick Hunter build. This is the, I'm currently doing a solo playthrough of this. This is Solo Maverick Hunter X. If you want to see the build that I wrote down, it's !Solo Arty in the chat. The Epic Destinies I've tweaked a tiny bit, but yeah. True, it's not hard because this is hard difficulty. Don't you guys love video games and terminology? How do you guys feel about when a video game has difficulty modes and they don't use the proper difficulty terminology? Like instead of like having easy, normal, hard or something, they go like novice, veteran, expert or something instead. How do you guys feel about that? When companies just use like a different word to mean the same thing? Oh shoot, the entangle. Asking because I don't mind if there's more difficulties that need to be accommodated, then I don't mind. But if there isn't, I find it silly. It's like a just Starbucks all over again.
You hear a voice in your mind. You've done well. The trial of endurance is over. Please follow the passage to the south of the courtyard and meet up with Tiana.
Yeah.
You'll find her in the
As they're presented in difficulty order. That's true. That's not a bad way to think about it. Like, for example, I'm just gonna use Pathfinder as the example. Pathfinder has like easy, normal, and hard, but in between they also have daring, core, like one is like unforgiving, and a whole bunch of difficulties because there's like 8 base difficulties in the game, and so they do have the standards, but then they also have like extra ones, and I don't mind that much because It's like, okay, well, yeah, there's extra difficulties, but that's fine because it's still representative. Like I can understand what I'm going into.
Next comes the trial of intelligence. To complete it,
Remember, always solve your puzzles backwards so you don't explode.
Obstacles and solve the puzzle that controls the final barrier.
Oh. Normal nightmare in hell? Yeah.
As the last puzzle piece.
And then torment 1 through 65.
The magical barriers surrounding you drops.
Oh yeah, they're Archons, they're immune to acid. Alright, so fortunately for me, I have aligned weapon, which means I can actually get evil weapon, which allows me to deal damage to the final boss here, which is kind of cool. Because it's an Archon, you need an evil weapon to damage it. Love smashing kobolds on normal? Hell yeah. Also, breaking boxes. Dude, when I first got started, it was just funny because I got to experience this with my girlfriend. She started playing Dungeons & Dragons a little bit, or Dungeons & Dragons Online, and she, when she started playing, when she realized she could, like, break boxes, oh my god, that's all she would do. Just, like, break. She would just smash every single box in every single quest. I'm pretty sure she still does. Which is good.
The large puzzle is complete, and one of the barriers ahead.
The unfortunate reality for me is that I'm a grizzled old man, and so I can't shake the optimizations out of my blood. Also, this is a trap. Almost everybody gets this, where you take the puzzle tile. That's a trap. You gotta hit this.
With the click of a button, the last.
Oh, you get the XP bonus, and it's satisfying, and you also get
You're more clever than you first appeared.
Oop, evil weapons. Here we go. But yeah, you get the breakables bonus. But yeah, it's also just like generally satisfying to break all the boxes. Just feels really good. Just be like, yeah, just break them all. And then you get loot. Dude, you get 1 tome from a breakable. You break a box and you get 1 tome. It's over.
You have passed all of the trials set before you in order to reach this point.
My rune arm is causing colors to change here.
One final test awaits.
Oh, this room is actually hard. Oh, look at that. Hey, Shrimp, how do you click through the things? I will show you after this boss is dead. But I must kill Rien first.
Your last challenge is a straightforward one. Prove to me the strength.
Any overarching stories since the end of Vecna? We have had no recurring story beats since the end of Vecna, no. Also, you can see how much of an impact the elemental damage I do, because she's basically immune to all elements, being a planetar. And so you can see the impact of like not being able to do any elemental damage on my damages. My physical damage is not great. Okay, so what you do is you go to options, Patrick, and then you're going to go to key mapping, and all the way at the bottom you have choices, and just key map choice 1 to something you can press quickly. Almost all the time when you talk to an NPC, it's just choice 1. You just slam it. Lasting of corrosion.
When the time comes to battle the devil Eritrakos, we will aid you as well we can. The trials.
And a combat to break a jar in a corner. Hell yeah. What, are you gonna leave that jar unbroken? What are you, a maniac? What the hell? Put a map on your mouse? Yeah. Some of you might be like, why do you use Shift F1? I don't know.
The codex page the Archons
We not get one for a bit? Yeah, I don't know.
Recover the page before the demons can reinforce the area and take the page back to their lair.
An attack bonus? Yes, it just means attack bonus. It's just shorthand.
Demon reinforcements start to pour into the area.
The DDO developers will sometimes do that. There are some really egregious examples of where they just shorthand something really, really weirdly. Where it's like very clearly it was written, like that's like the draft and then it has to be put in the proper text. Where is that? There's a few places where it just uses it clearly uses the wrong word, but like a word that you could hear somebody saying, but it's just not the correct one. There's one of the trees that has a bunch of that. I'm trying to remember which one. It's escaping me right now. Is it War Chanter? No, War Chanter's pretty specific. Spellsinger? No.
A demon
Yeah, well, actually, fun fact, that's because Healing Amp was not a thing. Nature's Warrior, that's it. It's literally Nature's Warrior, thank you. Healing Amp was not a thing in DDO. So Paladin Past Life for healing was the only way to increase your healing. When Healing Amp became a stat, they just never went back and updated the old text. But, yes, Nature's Warrior. Looks like there's simultaneous boost from a single button press. Is there a secret tech? There's simultaneous boost from a single button press? I don't think so. The closest I can think of that would come from that is like prowess, maybe? Is what you're seeing? Where somebody activates an action boost that also gives them a secondary buff. Depending on the character that you're watching. It could be a macro, but there's no real reason. There's not a lot of things you can do with macros anyway. Yeah. I do want us to get to a new cohesive storyline. I think that would be really good for the game in general, because I did like following the story, even though a lot of people didn't like the Codex of Infinite Planes. And I did like how everything did end up tying up to Vecna as well. Like, it didn't feel like it came out of nowhere, because there were hints dropped all over the place that this was coming. So I liked that. I thought that was really good. Will we get something else new? I don't know. Because unfortunately, both Chill at Ravenloft and Miss at Ravenloft are just unrelated to literally everything, due to the nature of how the stories were laid out and designed. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, it would depend on like the specific. I don't know what the video is or the build in particular, but it's possible there's something that connects together. The only thing I can think of is yeah, filigrees, because filigree sets can do things like giving you multiple stats at the same time. A great example of a filigree set giving you multiple stats is, for example, there's the Sanctified Fervor set, which is if you're a paladin, when you smite evil, you gain a whole bunch of melee power. So that could be what you were looking at, but it's hard to say.
The gate to the courtyard above is now clear. A second path leads further up into a mysterious cavern. The page from the Codex of Infinite Planes lies just ahead.
Yeah, like there's no real reason to macro anything in DDO. The other reason you want to macro stuff in DDO is because sometimes the client doesn't respond right away to what you're doing, so you might have to mash. So for example, let's say you want to change weapon. Even if you press all the buttons properly at the proper inputs, sometimes DDO just doesn't want to do that. So you have to just mash the key anyway.
But you can make nothing of the
stand up, fine. I will stand up. I don't want to though. Do you think it would be a good idea to use an autos box for the purpose of skipping solo leveling a rogue to get completionist, or do you have a recommended build that might not be pain? Oh, dude, rogue's really easy. Just do a the easiest way to do it, if you want to do rogue, is do an iconic. And if you want a good rogue iconic that'll feel really satisfying, just do a Tabaxi Trailblazer if you own Tabaxi Trailblazer. Tabaxi Trailblazer kicks ass. More ramp, eh? I already healed myself for my entire health bar, so I don't think I need more repair ramp. I think I'm good. I thought about it. Yeah, you could do mechanic or inquisitive. For me, I really like I'm a big melee guy. I really like the feeling of like just melee in general. And so Tabaxi Trailblazer, having all of the AoE cleave attacks, getting spring attack for free, the fast movement speed, on top of just being generally good for quarterstaff, and quarterstaff being just great for leveling purposes.
A deep pool of foul water lies at the foot of the Devil's
With
Fortress.
rogue energy? Yeah, you do.
This must be the hidden
Use rogue
entrance
energy.
that Davis spoke of.
Use coupon code STRAM at checkout. Save money on rogue.
You
I do.
found your way inside the
But
fortress.
outside of that, yeah, there's a lot of good ways. I wouldn't use an autos box just because you don't want to play rogue, if only because I honestly don't think rogue is that bad. Like, rogue is fun. Not all the time. A Shader Kai is also another one where if you've never played a Shader Kai before, bro, if you've never, you could just run a Shader Kai and blow up the entire universe. Just start deleting planets and whole star systems as a Shader Kai.
The devils quarter their tiefling slaves here in the depths of their citadel.
On the character that I'm currently working on Racial Completionist on, its first life was the Shader Kai with the rework. And oh my god. You haven't heard of chains all year? I literally said chains today. because I did a bunch of quests with Shader Kai in Evening Star. And so I was going chains all the time.
The barracks gates.
But I will forgive you for not hearing that, because you might not have been here at the time.
Leading up into the heart of the Devil's Fortress.
But only once. Do not disappoint me again. Oh god. It was a plus heart to swap into a class I didn't want to play instead of using a box. You could, yeah. Oh no, Man of the Unknown. Chains aren't decent. They are giga broken. So if you want, it's really easy. Play a rogue. You want easy, like the easiest build possible. I'm gonna save you a bunch of time. Okay, super easy build. Go with Shader Kai. Okay. Take 5 levels of Favored Soul and the rest Rogue, or do whatever you want, but you just make sure you have lots of Rogue. Your main tree is going to be the Vistani Knife Fighter tree, so just take the whole tree basically. Out of the Shader Kai tree, you want to get up to the Greater Spike Chain attack. So your combo is you enter a room, Spike Chain, Greater Spike Chain, everything is dead. And out of the Favored Soul, you want to make sure you take the feat Quicken, go single weapon fighting. Take the feat Quicken as well. Actually, you don't need Quicken, you take like Maximize, sorry, not Quicken, Maximize. And you use Maximize on closed wounds to heal yourself the entire time. And you are invincible, you have an infinite amount of healing, and you have godlike AoE. It is absurd. Especially if you don't plan on doing any endgame, it's just so strong. God, Shader Kai is so dumb. Shader Kai is extremely powerful. It is, as long as you have a light weapon, you're fine. And fortunately, daggers are one of the best light weapons in the game, making it really, really easy to use. One of the reasons why I recommend this method to you is because Shader Kai is insane. It is really, really good. It probably, I don't think Shader Kai will ever get nerfed for 2 reasons. Number one, they're currently rebalancing other things to be around the power level of Shader Kai, which is probably for the best, especially for a lot of AoE attacks, like Cleave and what have you, which are just like a little undertuned. So having them kind of be brought up is much better than the alternative. And number 2, it's a very iconic thing about it. And even among the characters that are playing around with light weapons, not all of them are Shader Kai. Although, the one kind of thing going against Shader Kai here is that you're really hard pressed to not play a Shader Kai when you are using a light weapon. It's actually one of the biggest reasons why rapiers are bad, is because you can't use them with a Shader Kai. Whereas you can use hand axes, you can use daggers, you can use kukris, you can use all sorts of nonsense. Yes, and also Shader Kai was like horrible for 10 years. 5 Favorite Soul, and then just make sure Rogue is your majority. You can throw in other classes if you want, but the reason why you take 5 Favorite Soul is because, I'm just going to explain this real quick. I'm going to show you the pictures, and then you can make a clip out of this if you want to record it. But yeah, so basically, what you do here is, in terms of your trees, you're going to use Vistani, you're going to use Shader Kai, and you're going to use Beacon of Hope. So the Favorite Soul, you take 5 levels of Favorite Soul, and you want this right here. You put all 3 points into here. So that's 8 points in the tree. Whatever you want down here, and then 1, 2, 3 here. And then you make sure you take Maximize at some point while leveling. Okay, so boom, 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 boom. Perfect. And then, the reason why this is because this is a 1 second cooldown, 2 spell point heal that'll heal you for basically your entire health bar. 1 second cooldown, 2 mana. Cool. Shader Kai, you want Spike Chain Attack. This. So who cares what you put up here? In almost all cases, I like grabbing like the first 2 cores, sneak attack damage, displacement for free with 100% uptime, and then Spike Chain Attack. Beautiful. And then Vistani. With Vistani, you basically take all this and like all this, get action boost haste because it's good, and then go crazy and go 41 points. It's 54 for the whole tree. Anyway, and then spend whatever you want in Vistani. After that, you can do whatever you need. Just make sure you have Rogue as your most class levels, so you get a Rogue pass life. If you want to make it simpler on yourself, you could just do a 12-6-2. Actually, probably a 13-5-2. So like 13 Rogue, 5 Favorite Soul, and then like 2 Fighter or something to get some extra feats. So that way you can take Empower and Maximize easily, while also still taking like 2 Fighter levels. So that way you get access to... what do you call it? Yeah, you just get the extra fighter feats. So you don't have to worry about taking like single weapon fighting and all that other nonsense. Why 5 levels of favorite soul? Why can't you get that with 2? The reason is because its maximum cash level is 5. So every cash level gives you +3 on the base healing. So you get extra 9 base healing per closed wounds for the extra 3 levels. And since it's just for leveling and for getting a past life, there's no downside. You can do it with just 2, but you double the healing of the spell going up to 3s or going up to 5s. That's why I recommend it. Plus, also, when you're leveling, if you're starting at 1, it can be kind of annoying because you have to decide where you want these levels to go. But you can literally go like Rogue 1 and then Favorite Soul all the way up to 6. So you got 5 Favorite Soul. And then for 7 and 8, or then you can take Rogue all the way up to 13 and then take 14 and 15 as Fighter. So you get like extra feats and you can take the higher base attack bonus feats. And then finish off with Rogue.
Eretraco stands before an open portal below. Eberron is our next battlefield, says the Pit Fiend.
So, yeah.
When I return, all of Shavarath.
Hopefully what I'm saying makes sense. If it doesn't, nope. Don't wait for money for epic sins of attrition. I don't really want epic sins of attrition. I'm okay.
The Pit Fiend steps into the portal and vanishes.
Is there any way to make a fully functional non-dominant class melee build? Yeah.
Sword in hand.
Some people probably have some ideas. I usually play just everything as melee. For multi-class build, how do you decide what to split and how many levels? I read about multi-class builds. I don't understand what and what to look for. That's one of the harder things about DDO. My big recommendation is don't multi-class until you know why you're multi-classing. That's a good way to start. It might sound like a really simple thing to do it, but the number of people who are like, oh, I want to cast heal spells. So they take like a level of cleric or 2 levels of cleric, and then they realize it's okay when you're like level 3 and 5 to have some extra healing, but when you're level 10, Cure Light Wounds ain't cutting it anymore. The reason why Close Wounds cuts it is because Close Wounds is stupid and broken. So the general answer when it comes to multi-classing, if you're going to take another class, the general levels are 1, 2, 3, 6, 12. Those are very common, the multi-classes, but there's also other ones. I'm trying to think of actually pretty much every single level. Never 7. No, you take 7 sometime. Never 9? No, you take 9. Oh, shit. What's a level range you don't take? I'm trying to think about this. 1 level is good for like Warlock, Fighter, Favored Soul, and Cleric because of the trance. So there's a lot of things you take 1. Rogue as well. 2 is like Evasion with Rogue and Monk, so very, very common to take 2 levels of something. So you'll see that pretty often. 11 is the Barbarian split because you take 11 Barbarian plus other stuff. Yeah. Honestly, that's a great question about what you should take at what level. There's so many good builds out there that use like different breakdowns. Yeah, 15-3-2, like 15-3-2 or 16-3-1s are pretty common as well with swashbuckling because swashbuckling is 3. Honestly, the answer is there's so many options for multi-classes. You just kind of have to get a sense of what you're looking for. A good way to examine it is number 1, you want to look at what do you get for 1 level. So do you get bonus feats? Are there any really insane low-hanging fruit in an enhancement tree that is really good? So like, for example, would you take 1 level of Artificer? Well, if I look at all the enhancement trees, all this sucks, all this sucks, all this sucks. So nothing in the enhancement tree is good for me. I don't want any of that. So I never take 1 level of Artificer for the enhancements. But 1 level of Artificer does give you access to, or proficiency with repeating crossbows, and it gives you rapid reload. So if you're doing like a Fighter Inquisitive, let's just say as an example, you could take a level of Artificer, get traps, crossbow proficiency, and rapid reload, or something like that, right? So you could think, okay, maybe that's a reason why I want to do it. Also core breakdowns. So an easy example, Battle Engineer kind of sucks. There's nothing good in here. But let's just say, for example, you want to play, let's imagine Inquisitive is a class tree, right? Imagine Inquisitive is a class tree. This ability here, True Seeing gives you +1 competence threat range and multiplier with crossbows. So imagine this is a class tree. So I go, okay, I want to have 12 of my class for sure, because I want to have this, because this is really good. Do I need the other eight levels? If the answer is no, then you can start looking for what you can get out of other places. But always determine what it is that you want in your main class and how much you're going to get out of it. It's kind of like the first step. Couldn't handle vision effect in the Fate Arc Illusionist tree. Oh no. That's not build instantly regretted multi-classing? Yeah. So yeah, so that's where it's like, it's really tough to know when to multi-class, and that's just one of those things that takes a lot of experience and time to really come up with the answer to. I wish I had a better solution for like when you should multi-class generally, of like, oh, always do it here, never do it here. But the unfortunate part is that's just not how things shake out most of the time. Usually there's a definite answer of like, yes, multi-classing in this circumstance is good, and no, multi-classing in this circumstance is not as good. It doesn't always come out so cleanly and evenly. Yep. Again, as another example, I might seem like I know a lot of these pieces of information because I've been like knee deep in Dungeons and Dragons Online for the past like 20 years. But I'm going to bring up Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous again, because that game's really good. And if you haven't played it yet, go buy it and go play it. It's 300 hours, but go buy it and go play it. Anyway, in that game, there's 20 classes, I think. And then also like 8 prestige classes. And each class has 5 or 6 different archetypes that heavily change the character class. And there's no limit on how much multi-classing you can do. So when you're getting started, knowing what to take and how much to take and what to do is genuinely very hard. It's really, really hard to figure out. I'm still not quite good at it. I know a couple things because I like looked around and looked at what other people did and other things. But like, oh my God. You know, you learn quickly, oh, you know what? Taking a level of Scaled Fist lets you use your your charisma on your armor class and gives you a bunch of saves. That's kind of good. Or taking a level, which is a type of monk, or taking a level of Demon Hunter Ranger gives you a whole bunch of extra stats against demons. So it gives you like favorite enemy, and that gives you a whole bunch of extra damage for free. It's like 1 level for +2 to hit and +4 to damage. Is that worth it? Maybe. That's also because there's no capstones, which I think could be the solution to that problem. Just give everything a capstone of some kind. When you get to 20, you gain whatever stat. Thank you, Tom. I do prefer to go by stream, but thank you. If you have any more questions, Man of the Unknown, always let me know. Just drop them in the chat, and I will go, oh my God, what are you talking about? How could you ask such a thing? Or I'll be like, hey guys, look at this guy. They're asking a stupid question. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't insult somebody like that. I do remember being in first year university though, and I did have a TA who was like, he was like, yeah, you've been lied to your whole life. You've probably heard the expression, there's no such thing as a stupid question. He's like, there are such things as a stupid question. And I kind of agreed with some of what he said. At the time, I was like, hell yeah, there are dumb questions. I've noticed that too. But then also like, there's like an elitism sense there of, I already know this thing, so why are you asking me about it? So going back, I kind of don't agree with everything he said. One of the things he did say that I think is correct is if it's in the text, like word for word, easy in the text, and you just didn't read it yet, it's a dumb question, don't ask me. What level? 34, the level cap. I don't know how long it's going to take to get to the level cap, because I don't do this very often. And if I was to do this, I would just grab one of my characters. Like I have characters that are level 30, 32, but they have full raid gear. So I would just go start running quests on Reaper mode and rip my way through it. A little faster, and also with an open group. You wouldn't delete it afterwards? Why? Why can't I delete my character? Does it feel bad knowing I put on all this work? I'm gonna level it up, I'm gonna get everything, and then I'm just gonna delete it. I'm gonna throw it in the garbage. Just tuck it in the trash. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really get attached to like my video game characters. Like, the only time I would be upset is if, like, something got deleted when I wanted to play it. Then that would bug me, because I'm like, no, I want to play this thing. And now I can't, because it's gone. But outside of that, I don't really care too much. Oh my god, there's only 2 here. Oh. Yeah, I would do that. I'm gonna take like a couple of the items. Like the helmet that I have is sick. This helmet's great. I'm gonna use this. This is a plus 8 intelligence helmet for level 8. Big fan. I have this sailcloth cloak. Gonna use that. So I'm gonna bank a couple things, but like most of the stuff is just garbage. There's items. And like apparently I have 5 Major Slayer count boosts, so I'm gonna bank that too. But most of the stuff is just garbage. Fun fact, if you have your Artificer dog, you can send the dog down here to pull the lever, and then you can use the add opportunity of it being down here, you just teleport away. So you just like teleport it to you, and the monsters can't figure out where you are, because you can pull it away before they spawn. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it. It's the same thing with like Path of Exile, right? Like Path of Exile has been around for a long time. I play it a ton. Every time they do a new season, you have to make new characters. So I just delete an old one, make a new one, and go crazy. I'm sentimental to a few characters. Either characters that I learned a lot from playing. I really enjoyed the experience. It's like another reason why I might hold on to my character for a long time. So for example, my first Path of Exile character that I ever got to high levels is a witch who is level 80 named GG mid lane rage quit, because I was playing a lot of League of Legends at the time, and it was a face breaker witch, and so it has a almost perfect pair of face breakers on it, which was cool because then they nerfed face breakers from being up to 1000% damage down to 800%, so I had this like almost perfect legacy face breaker, which was sick. Stop that. Bat's so rude, it's bullying me. Lever? Lever. Yeah, also, it's going to be in the YouTube video, yeah. And then I can go back and look at it. So you want to start playing? Yeah, so like some characters I will keep. I have some, after this, I can show you some of the dumb characters I have on my account. What's the next thing you work on to hold till Trickster? Okay, so I don't know when the next update or the Lamania is. Yes, when Arcane Trickster comes out, I'm gonna be playing a lot of Arcane Trickster. Okay, so just gonna point that out. You'll be getting multiple different types of Arcane Tricksters, a whole bunch of things. We'll be testing out some stuff. Because I think it's gonna be really cool. I think it's gonna be really, really cool. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm very excited for it. But Mania. So I did make a promise to the community, and most importantly the dev team, which is that if for the next Lamania, if Arcane Trickster works, like if you can play it, if it functions properly, because it was just missing some things. There were just a couple things that weren't working. Like not being able to take meta magic feats was kind of brutal without multi-classing, so then you couldn't test the capstone at all. If it functions enough, I'm going to do a single sitting 1 to 20, or really as far as I can go on the Mania to see how it feels. And hopefully it's good, but yeah, we'll see. So basically kind of like what I'm doing here with the solo guided playthrough, except it'll be solo sprint Arcane Trickster to see how that goes. And I'll be doing that in one sitting to do a full test to see how the leveling process feels, because it's really easy to test the end game, go and get some raid gear and see how it goes, but knowing how it feels during the leveling process, is it too powerful, is it too weak, where are the points where it feels good, where are the points where it feels bad, I'll be doing all of that. However, I don't know when we're going to be getting that, because if it's this week, I will do that this week. If it's next week, that would be so much more convenient for me in my schedule. So we'll see. But yeah. Elven Arcane Tree, would that work? It kind of, yeah, because you would get imbue dice with both of them, so you could double stack the imbue dice and use a bow build if you wanted to. The extra sneak attack stuff doesn't really apply, but yeah, you could. You get a lot of spell power, and you know there is force arrows, so you could use the force arrows if you wanted. So that'd be kind of cool. I wouldn't play that, but you could. The problem is it costs 14 points to do that because it's 10 points in the elf tree and then an extra 4 to unlock the elf arc and archer tree. So if you have 14 racial points, I think it'll be fine. But if you don't have 14 racial points, oh my god, that's a big tax. That's the reason why I don't have a lot of character builds that use the elven arc and archer tree, is because it's so expensive. To be fair, being expensive means the cool builds you can make with it are like cool and really niche, but it's basically just a toy for those with racial completionists to play around with. Kill them! Then we'll feast on outsider pies! Hey, I'm a hag! I kill people! They're gonna eat my robot flesh. Arcane Archer Ranger. Arcane Archer Ranger, very fun. The change that they made, get out of here, Panther. They made a change to Inferno Shot to make it Elemental Inferno, which is Fireball Arrow. I will admit, so there are lots of times where the SSG does not listen to me, which is good, because I think that listening to me is not a good idea all the time, because I'm not the smartest person ever. I'm a person who's very biased and wants what I want. Also, I'm the person who's always like, we should nerf this, they should nerf this, they should nerf this. And knowing the experience of dealing with people in the video game community, people don't like nerfs. I'm very much on the minority here, and I get that. So again, the way that I handle and approach video games is not the same way a lot of other people do. So it's good that SSG has a coherent plan and vision for what they want to do most of the time, and you know, that includes not listening to me, which is good. However, I'm not going to take credit because Steelstar was the person who did it, but I did badger him for like days to give us Fireball Arrow, and he delivered with Inferno, turning Inferno Shot into an Elemental Inferno, which is literally Fireball Arrow, but of all the elements, which is even better than what I said. So, very happy about that. Excellent work. Because I was just like, take Inferno Shot and make it Fireball Arrow. And he was like, what if the element, like, changed with your imbue? And I was like, damn, that's way cooler than whatever I said. And this is why I've said it repeatedly, like over and over. Wow, that's a good ring. I've said it repeatedly. Like, the thing about game designers is that as a player, you can help point out a problem. It is a game designer's job to solve that problem. So like, some people get confused and they think that like, you know, if you give feedback to a game developer and you say, oh, I don't like this thing, some people think like, oh, you have to have solutions. You have to propose solutions for ideas. I don't think that's necessarily true. You can if you want, and it's never a bad thing to say, here's something I don't like. Here's a way I would personally fix it, because I can give some context and give some extra information that somebody might be able to find useful and, you know, might find interesting or helpful when they're doing the journey of figuring this stuff out. However, at the end of the day, if you just say, hey, you use Arcane Trickster as an example. Let's say you played Arcane Trickster and you played it on Lomania and you go, look, it's just not really fun. I find my big problem is I'm not getting the Trickster vibe. Like it's cool, maybe it does some damage, but like I don't feel like a thief, you know? I don't feel like I'm actually tricking anybody with arcane magic. It needs something to do that. I don't know. The developer's job is to look at that and go, okay, how do we, you're saying class fantasy is missing. How do they do that? How do they build around that? And that's their job. Yeah. I'm not saying that that's a case, by the way, either. I actually don't agree with what I said. I was just using that as an example. Anyways, so are they including the second half of the Abyss book, but not the first half? I don't know the book, but I figured they want the whole thing. I don't know the book either. I don't know anything about, first of all, I don't know anything about the Underdark or Forgotten Realms in general, because I never read Drit's books when I was younger. And then also, I don't have, oh right, I don't hit incorporeal targets. That's a problem. These guys are gonna drain my life down. This sword You just block it. So it's dropping, block, and you don't take any damage. It's annoying. Anyway. The best part is he's got dodge and incorporeality. So fortunately for me, I can like kill this guy and just click him on down slowly. But it's a slow process, that's for sure. Oh, there's only one on hard mode. Nice. This AT doesn't tickle the cockles of my heart the way I want. I don't know how I feel about what you just said. I have to think about that. Let me ruminate.
Dusty scrolls and tomes line the wall.
The healing is going to be hella strong. So given I already have 3 passives and paladins, all the healing up that character has. Yeah. Dude, the fact that you can steal healing spells is really cool. SSG is usually really cagey about giving healing to non-healing characters. And so the fact that as an arcane trickster, you can just like steal a healing spell is actually very interesting. Like, I'm going to say this, and this might sound rude. A good character or a good player should probably take the crowd control because the crowd control is proactive and better than healing in a lot of cases. That being said, having that as an option is really, really good. And the flexibility of it is also really, really good. I love that. Like, let's say you just want to, and the thing that's really cool about it, I'm going to keep talking or expressing my point, is that let's say you just want to play a Thief Acrobat. You think Thief Acrobat's pretty cool. Crossbow, you know, crossbow rogue, jump around, or not crossbow, quarterstaff rogue, jump around, roll around, you know, you're doing whatever, you're having a blast, having a grand old time. But one of the problems that you have, audience hall. I didn't go to the right space. Whoops. Anyway, one of the problems you might have is the as you're going through it is that, well, rogue doesn't have any healing. It just kind of sucks. Well, now you can play arcane trickster, still use the quarterstaff tree, but you can just take the heals out of the arcane trickster tree and also grab some meta magic feats, and then it's just really easy. You know, you've got cure light, cure serious, and cure moderate as like free spells, and you can just blast them while you're leveling. Like you can play quarterstaff or crossbow rogue with healing. Did I see the DDO Lotro streamer crossover? Yeah, that's Tavern Tales and, don't tell me. Tavern Tales and starts with an L. No, it's not Louis. Who is it? Tavern Tales and somebody. I did see the posts and I read about it, but I can't remember the name of who it is. Tavern Tales and
is the icon of
Poteen and Poteen. Yes. Which is exciting. More people engaging in both games is cool because they're both interesting, although they are extremely different. There's basically nothing similar between DDO and Lord of the Rings Online, other than like some UI elements, kind of, and the fact that both games lag.
And stow it securely in your pack.
Outlandish to blurb out. Nah, you're good. You should hear some of the stuff that I say on the regular. I definitely think to myself that, you know, if people could hear me while I'm like alone talking to myself, they'd think I'm insane, but they can't. Royal bedroom, royal bedroom. Yeah, the mage hands are too slow. We've talked about this before, but the mage hands are too slow in terms of the activation, where you cast the mage hand and it's just like the animation is just brutal. According to Torque, he says they can't currently quicken them with the way that they're built, but he did say that through one way or another, they will become faster, which is good.
If Esmeralda had not told you of the ward barriers around the castle and the keystone needed to escape them, finding the icon of Ravenloft would be all.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know about getting quickened to work, but I recognize that they are too slow and I will make something happen. And I'm like, good. Excellent. Thank you. I'll have 2 more, please. Working correctly? Matters so much it has it. Enemy starting for 30, for 14. I've never known Goldskin not to work. We didn't know you're insane, yeah. Oh, okay. So this could be part of the problem. Is the gold skin still going down in increments of 30 when you get hit? It should be, but I can actually explain this. So, and this might change your opinion. Okay, perfect. All right. It is working as intended.
You find the ward keystone under a loose.
I'll give you a second to figure it out.
Just as Esmeralda promised.
If you can figure it out, that's good. If you can't figure it out, I will explain it. But I want to give you a chance to just be like, wait a minute. This is working correctly. I'm not taking the right amount less damage. Yeah, Sarkfa spoiled it. So gold skin and all flat damage reductions apply before percentage. So yes, it's gold skin, then physical resistance rating. So for example, there's this effect here that I have called protection from elements, which makes me take less damage from each elemental damage. So I have 625 defense against all of them. That sounds really good. Until you realize that applies before you apply magic resistance rating, before you apply fire resistance, and before I apply percentage resistance of 25%. So in theory, I should take less than like a quarter damage, or not a quarter, less than half damage from yeah, go up to the 3rd floor. I should take less than half damage easily from every fire effect, but yet I will take a fireball and it'll eat like 200 out of here, and then when the fireball actually hits me, I take 0. And that's because it's flat first. Isn't that fun? More pumped for Arcane Trickster and Duergar later this year. I don't know how I feel about Duergar. Duergar. Do or die.
An intricately carved brazier lights this space with a flame that seems to give off no.
Damn, that's weird stuff. Duergar, aka Thick Drow? Hell yeah, dude. I should get out of this thing. I don't take any damage, but I should get out. Because of the cloud, I can't see. Okay, so you said Thick Drow, so then my thought process just went to, I'm sure there are many people who have like Drow Elf pinups or posters or full body pillows, but now you replace the Drow in there with Duergar. And it's, my imagination is running wild and it's very funny to me.
In a flash of fire, you are teleported.
Hey, we're done.
There's a spiral staircase across the room.
Oh shit, I got an item. Insightful Constitution, Physical Sheltering, 33, Insightful Double Strike. Huge item, huge. I just don't have Deathblock, and I will die if I don't have Deathblock. I could put a Deathblock augment in this and replace it, so I probably will. And I got a Sentience Toolkit. Cool.
The icon of Ravenloft is still there. You have done it. With a sigh of relief.
There's a show out there about an elf that gets chubby from eating too many fries. That's the show. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I use the internet too. Terrifying stuff. Oh no, I'm glad you shared that with me. I'm saying more like, ah, yes. It's like the unfortunate part where if you probably described such a situation to somebody who is like, I don't know, like a wee bit older, they'd be like, what are you talking about? What are you saying? And it's like, oh no, they don't know. Gonna farm the Tinker's Gloves? I haven't decided yet. We're gonna keep going through Ravenloft though. I'm gonna go buy an augment. Hardcore season technically ends whenever they shut the event off, which is currently broken. So I don't know when they're gonna end it, but they should eventually. All right, I need a Deathblock augment. I'm gonna buy another one out of the store. You don't have to buy augments out of the store. Save your DDO points for other things that you want to buy that are cool. I just don't care because I earned like a goddamn million on this character, so I'm just gonna do it. Death block. I actually have death block in my bank. I have lots of these, but for the purposes of using the things I got from this character, I'm just going to buy the thing here. Okay, so now we take the bracers that I just earned. We slam a death block augment in there. And now I gain 6% insightful double strike, 6 constitution, 33 physical sheltering, which is huge. I can't use the druidic stone shape, but just a big upgrade on my stats. Big defensives. Yeah, I use the swiftness hog as well. Again, the solution to the swiftness hog is just drink potions. And if I'm being honest with you, I could probably just search on the auction house for a belt that has more stats or death block, but I didn't. I'm lazy.
The mansion looks
Also, my Dorg is gone.
Yet according to what you've been told, the Order of the Silver Dragon still guards this place, bound by an oath that not even death can break.
Anyway, I'm distracted. House day pot? House day. Nice and house day. It's like tasty, but hasty. Maybe that's the joke. Oh no, I'm old. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to farm the Tinker's Gloves. I'll say this. I'm certainly not farming the Tinker's Gloves today. Because once I'm done and I get bored of playing DDO, I'll probably do maybe a run or two of Bazaar. Because I've been really enjoying the new Bazaar patch. So I'll probably do some of that. But that'll be later. Yeah, haste cards. I do love, man, some magic cards are so strong and do so much nonsense. It's something I also find is really funny in Magic, just reading over cards, is that the high mana cost cards are never usually very good. Not in comparison to like the low cost cards. Oh man. Do you guys remember Monastery Swift Spear? Oh man, that card was sick. Oh, bring me back, please. What a good card. Yep. What's that? A 1-mana 1/2 with haste and prowess? Now that's balance right there. That's a balanced card. So silly. Yeah, there's a lot of silly things. There's actually, so I was playing a deck that was Teamer. Yeah, Teamer mid-range, because I wanted to try around with some stuff. But the problem is, there's a really, really good card that is like, it's like 3 neutral, 1 green, 1 red, 1 blue. And it's not called Dragonstorm, it's like Dragon Descent or something like that. And it has landfall every time you play a dragon, or every time you play a land summoned a 4/4 flying dragon. Dragonback Assault. That's it. Dude, that card is so good, but I don't have any mythic cards. So I'm currently trying out mono white to see what I can do with that, because it's kind of fun. I'm enjoying playing mono white. The only downside to mono white is the gameplay, and it's pretty much always the same. As in like literally the same thing happens every game. So I don't know how much I love it. So I might go back to the dragon deck, which seems really cool. But it was really depressing to like, I was playing my my Teamer deck without Dragonback Assault and going up another deck where I was just about to kill them, but then they managed to slightly turn the corner and then they slammed Dragonback Assault and I'm like, oh, it's over. It's over. It's done. I lose the value. Every time you play a land, you get a 4/4. The value. Can you guys taste the value? So much value.
Carved in the marble above the outer gate is the name Argynvost.
They make Swift Spears? No, I haven't. What game mode did I play? Standard.
And the outer gate to Argynvost's mausoleum opens. You place Argynvost's skull inside the
Sack
mushroom,
fetch for more lands.
and a
Oh yeah.
brilliant light fills the room.
I was also playing Encroaching Dragonstorm. Oh, I love Encroaching Dragonstorm.
The beacon atop the mansion.
In heroics, you can start doing it like 15, and in legendary, it's like you want to be above 30. Or if you have a friend who can help clear it for you, you can do it less than 30. For Grim and Barrett farming. But yeah, the reason why I play standard, and I know some of you magic boomers are in the chat being like, standard, you gotta play modern, you gotta play vintage. It's actually the real Stream Tom, you actually gotta play legacy. Stream, you're playing the wrong format, obviously. Here's the thing, guys, here's the thing. I'm gonna explain you the thing. You're gonna say the thing, you're gonna hear the thing, you're gonna learn the thing, okay? Thing is that there's too many magic cards for my small little pea brain to handle. I can't handle how many magic cards there are. I need the format that doesn't have 50 quadrillion cards in it, okay? Because, like, I will say this, the one problem that I have when it's like there's too many cards in the format, I like playing with like some of the blue cards, like the Interruption. I like playing with like a counter spell. You can't effectively counter spell when you don't even know what someone's cards do. Because if somebody's going to play a card and it's a combo card, but I don't know what step of the combo it is or have any knowledge, right? I can't play any type of game like that. Like, there's no interaction. I'm basically playing solitaire against my opponent, where they're playing their game plan and I'm playing my game plan, and I have no idea what's happening. So that's why I like to play standard, because it limits the amount of cards that I have to know, so I can at least sit there and go, oh, I've seen this card before, or like, oh, they're playing this. These are the general, I don't know what their deck is, but I know the general subset of cards people usually play. And just Res Shrine when it shows both on the map. It doesn't happen that often. I would say most of the time it's usually like end of quests. You can get resurrected like after a boss fight, for example, but it's not too common that there's only one and not the other. Sometimes they're hidden, like they're not hidden, but like they're built into the quest architecture, which might be the case. It feels like an older format. Yes, standard is very powerful. You kind of die on turn 3 on standard right now, which is not ideal. So I'm not playing that much standard either. The rotation shorter than 18 months. Yeah, like there's so many cards in standard, it's kind of stupid. Although to be fair, even if you look at like a lot of the older cards, I'm gonna be honest with you, you could probably limit the cards to like the last. Honestly, you could just play with the avatar cards and probably build decks that are more powerful than anything else. Those cards are disgusting. The avatar cards are very dumb. Hijacked Hall shows a tiny bottle room, but I don't see a red shrine. Tiny bottle room. Hijacked Hall. Tiny bottle room. I'm gonna be honest. I have done Hijacked Hall many times. I couldn't tell you where the shrines are in that quest. I don't know the last time I've used a shrine in that quest. Too many cards. 2 years rotation for years and years. I agree. I mean, they did that so they can sell more cards. That's pretty much all it is. As somebody who is also like a big Hearthstone player, which is also 2 years of standard, I'm like, why is it 3 years? But it's because they want to sell more cards and have more cards and sell more cards, more cards. Because it's hard for them to justify like, oh, you're going to buy more cards, but then they go away in the same amount of time. No, no, no. We're going to sell you twice as many cards, but you can use them for 1 extra year. Because I'm sure every single one of you guys is buying 7 sets of magic cards per year. It's okay. I don't need to buy a house. I can buy magic cards. Yeah. No, I agree with you. Yeah, the avatar cards are so silly. Also, I don't mind when, this is another thing, right? So Dragonback Assault is a really cool card. It is a mythic card. It's a really cool card as well. Like the art is really cool. You see like the dragons coming down. The effect is really cool. Like, and it's like a 6-mana card. It feels very impactful. And it's a mythic card, but it's also, it's interesting. It's cool. It does its thing. Even though I lost to it, it was very cool. I don't like it when video games or like card games, because I've experienced this in not just Magic but in other games, make rarer cards that are not rare or interesting. And there's no better example of that I can think of in recent memory than the Badgermole Cub. Where Badgermole Cub is a completely meta-defining card and is also a mythic card, which they knew because it's the best card in green that they got in the whole set. But also, it's a Badgermole Cub.
Received.
It doesn't have a name, and also, like, if you play, or if you've seen Avatar, they don't even show, there's literally no Badgermole Cubs. I think there's only a Badgermole Cub in a flashback in one scene of the show. Of 60 something episodes. There's like a single flashback where it shows up for like one scene. But they're like, you know what's going to be our mythic and representative of the whole set? The Badgermole Cub. I just don't like that. Like, I'm not even, I'm fine with the effect. Like, if they want to make the effect powerful, like, sure, make powerful cards. It's all good. I don't know. Just make, instead of being Badgermole Cub, you know, make it a standalone thing. But the problem is if it's actually one of the legendary characters, like if they made the Boulder, or the Badgermole Cub, or the card effect was like the Boulder, well, that wouldn't make sense because the Boulder wouldn't be a 2-mana card, and the Boulder's legendary, and the Badgermole Cub's distinctly not a legendary.
You find a set of vials, which must be the potions of gaseous form described.
See, I just don't like that. It just doesn't fit.
They will allow you entry into the magical tower within the treasury.
Did way worse than expected a Pro Tour? Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm talking about ladder, dude. Pro Tour? Pfft. You got some nerd traveling across the planet to go beat some other nerds in Magic the Gathering? No way, dude. That involves buying cards.
Broken furnishings
I'll never do that.
about the room. At the center of the destruction is the smashed remains of a moldering.
I wouldn't say never, but yeah. I will never be a collector for sure. And the closest I will do is probably getting like some cool cards that I think are neat and then proxying a bunch of cards. Guru Lahima. Look at this guy. He wants to join the Red Lotus. Everyone point and laugh.
And you watch as your body evaporates into a fine mist. By strength of will alone, you push yourself.
It definitely was disappointing that the TV show, The Legend of Korra, has a lot of really interesting and like cool ideas for like how the show can evolve and like how the characters can evolve. I actually liked a lot of the ideas that they were presenting, a lot of the ideas they had. But there were just some sections that were so poorly written, it was like really convoluted and kind of boring. Which kind of sucks. I like the show overall, but that, and also if they very much got the like, I think the fact that they got canceled after the first season and they had to cut the first season short and then basically end the entire show, which is the reason why everything happens in the first season as it does, and then they got picked up for 3 more seasons and they had to unend the TV show. It did not have a good impact on the show in total.
Perhaps your allies back in town can make sense of it.
She cried? Yeah. Aang shows up. He's like, don't worry, I'm always inside of you. But all the avatars are gone forever now, and it's only you. And the next season has started again. And it's like, uh-oh. Whoops. Whoops. We have to do what now? Another TV show? Another season? Yeah, it's fine. What should I do with? I liked it. Same here. I like the show. Like it has the big problem where there's like a lot of really like clear plot holes, and I'm not a big plot hole guy. Like, I'm stupid, okay? I'm really stupid. I miss stuff all the time. I miss things when I watch TV shows. I like all the Marvel movies, okay? Like, I'm an idiot. I watch bad programs. I'm not very critical when it comes to my media most of the time. If there's big explosions, I'm like, yeah, you know, I had fun watching The Expendables. You know, I'm not like the most media savvy guy, but when I saw some, like, even there were some big moments where I'm like, why? Oh, I forgot to talk to Baron Vlahovic. But I was like, I don't know, I don't love this element here. So that was a part of it for sure. Couple things I didn't like.
Lady Boktor and Baron Vlahovic are plotting each other's demise. Can you afford to side with
Jay looks interesting, crazy base plot. Yeah.
And if so,
whenever it eventually comes out in 100,000 years.
According to Lady Fiona.
Oh, I will also say the animation in that show looks amazing.
Straight to the Baron's manor across the way.
Yeah. Legend of Korra is a very, very pretty looking show. Holy moly. Great looking TV show. So they did an excellent job with that. There's also the part that they did, like, I think one of the bigger elements that I didn't like is they did the thing where they, like, explained things, which then kind of takes away some of the mysticism of, like, what you're looking at, which I didn't super love. So I definitely didn't love that element in its totality. Like the episodes where they, like, basically explain how the Avatar spirit works, and Rava and Vatu, I think is his name, and, like, all those, like, the different spirits. And it's, like, very much like it's like chaos versus order or something, but then they make the whole show about, like, good versus evil, which is not necessarily what they're saying. It's like they're saying one thing, but then the characters on screen are doing another thing, which I didn't really love.
A harsh commanding voice issues from
and then I think the other gripe I had is, like, I actually didn't mind where all the characters ended up at the end. I thought that, you know, they had there was some good character growth, and I kind of liked a lot of the general concepts around the interpersonal relationships, but I felt like most of the interpersonal relationships between almost every character in the show was just underdeveloped. Like, they just spent too much time focusing on other things instead of, like, the characters in the moment. So it feels like a lot of stuff comes, like, out of nowhere or changes too quick. What? Oh, dog. Bad dog. How did that happen the first time? That's amazing. But yeah. Oh yeah, and also I will say, I forgot to mention this. The first season where they have the whole thing where it's like, you know, they have the non-benders, like, versus the benders as, like, kind of like a main plot point of, like, you know, the non-benders feel like they're getting taken advantage of by the benders because they can't really do anything against them, and so there's, like, the people who rise up where, like, the bad guys, it's like Amon and their force and the equalists, and they kind of make this whole big deal where it's like, yeah, like, the equalists are, like, bad guys and they're, like, not good, which is true. The equalists are, like, doing bad things. They're, like, you know, like, killing people and he's, like, ripping people's bending away, which is, like, not good. But the problem is the show, they solve the problem by killing them all. When the equalists cut, you know, they did have a point. They're like, all the people are like, yeah, I also feel like I'm being pushed down by the elites of society. And they're like, what if the elites of society just kept their position and nothing changed? And the showrunners are like, yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Good writing. So yeah, so there's a couple moments like that, where you're like, So yeah, good stuff. Oh, did he not make it? Baron Vlahovic, where are you? Yeah, I don't want to spoil the entire Legend of Korra for those that haven't seen it yet. There it is. It was too far away.
Lady Fiona.
But like I said, other than, like, those, like, there were, like, gripes along the way, I still enjoyed the story generally. I found the characters were pretty good. I like the writing. I wish, you know, Tenzin could be my dad.
Please, scream as loud as you like.
More was it terrorism equals bad? I mean, to be fair, I don't know if we needed to learn that one, but yeah, good times. Mad Tea Party. I don't know why my game is like freezing up all the time. I don't know what's up with that. I think when I hit town, I'm going to reset my client real quick. So that way I don't run into problems. Because I feel like if you play DDO for too long, like I've just been going from zone to zone to zone for 7.5 hours, the game kind of gets to slow down a little bit, which to be fair, you know, even if you don't have a big memory leak, a tiny one will still get you after a while. So we're going to close it down. Also, if you hate micro freezes, don't play Lord of the Rings. So Lord of the Rings Online has a loading problem where, like, when it comes to bigger zones, it loads things in chunks, which is good because it means that, like, you're not loading entire zones at the same time, and so they kind of save in performance that way, which is, again, is a good thing. But they run into other problems, which is that because they're loading things in chunks, when you're, like, walking around, your game will oftentimes freeze as it loads the next chunk, which is not ideal. So in dungeons or like smaller areas, it's not too bad, but like in the overworld, oh my god, you're just riding a horse from point A to point B. Like the main town, Sul Madash, has a whole bunch of like quest areas right outside of it. So as you're walking around through the town, you get stuck all the time. Okay, I could get a good rune arm here, so I'm gonna pray. Everyone, give me your energy, so I may collect a rune arm. Rune arm. Well, I got a sword. I only have a 16% chance to get a named item anyway, so the odds I get a rune arm are very, very low. And I've already gotten 2 items from this quest chain, so it's probably pretty not going to happen. That being said, I am a VIP, so I do have a 2% increased rate of getting named items. So my name drop rate is allegedly 18%. Problematically, we can't verify that. It could be a 2% increase on 16%, which might be like basically 0, but we'll see. All right. No, I'm just gonna do Amber Temple and then I'll reset the client. Amber Temple. You guys like Amber Temple? I like Amber Temple. I'm a big fan. I like the old Amber Temple, and I wouldn't say I like the new Amber Temple better, but the fact that it's really easy is nice. It's just going downhill ever since. I wouldn't entirely agree with that. I think there's been a lot of good things. Like, for example, if you haven't seen the movie Knives Out, I enjoyed that one. I saw that last year for the first time. And then I saw the second Knives Out, and then I saw the third Knives Out. And the first one is really, really, really good. And the other ones are not bad, but they do not capture the lightning in the bottle that is the first one. The first one is definitely the best one. So if you haven't seen Knives Out, highly recommend. Like 10 out of 10. Star-studded cast. And just to get the whole time, it just gets you. It's good. This is my second time trying to make a keycaster work, and I'm sad that you can't just sustain without melees. Yeah, people wanted that for a while. They were originally going to do a thing where key bolt would actually give you key instead of draining key. But even still, it has a cooldown. It just doesn't feel as good. So you do have to melee. There's some of that. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's... And there's probably lots of movies. Like, oh, another one was Best Picture winner, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I didn't see Everything Everywhere All at Once. And, oh, if you're watching Anti-Pixel, I'm almost done. Amber Temple. You go downstairs, you kill the golem, and you come in here, and just keep watching, and I'll be done very fast. But yeah, Everything Everywhere All at Once was an insane movie. It won Best Picture, and then a buddy of mine was like, no, it's actually like that good. And I don't really watch a lot of the Oscar-winning movies because, I don't know, why would I? It's just some snobby elites trying to tell me what movies are good. Dude, that movie was so good. That movie was so good. That was a good movie. Ugh. Yeah. So, like, there definitely are some good movies that are coming out. It's easy to point at, like, you know, the slop. that comes out every year and be like, this is representative of all movies and film. So there's the next password. We come down this way. And then you come up here and you're done. I'm sure they have like, you know, like whether it's like your Marvel movies or your Batman or your Superman or whatever, and you're like, I don't really want to watch that. So fun fact, and then we're done. That's it. And you come over here, skip cutscene, and that's it.
This is the sarcophagus of Zulu
Yep.
that Casimir was searching for. You call out to him, and moments later, he arrives.
Talk to him, and that is 3 minutes and 5 seconds solo. That's what I'm talking about. Nice and easy. Inventory slots are full. No. Not sub 3. Yeah, I'm slow. I was talking. But fun fact, in an early version of Grandmaster of Flowers, there was a thing to turn your key blasts into like an actual warlock style key blasting thing. However, it ran into a million problems and like super broke the game while you were using it. So it did end up getting cut. You didn't get the icon? No. You only get bonus XP if you find the icon. And it was, oh, I guess it was literally in the library, wasn't it? Because I had the wizard. It was literally in the library. I just didn't pick it up. I was really like, yeah, you only get bonus XP if you actually find it. And I was in the room, so, you know, I could have clicked it. Fortunately, Casimir did it. He got it for me. He's fine. Casimir's a good lad. Deathblock and false life. I'm thinking about that. Journey fighter search. Selling items. Selling items. Open lock Sable device. Ooh. I'm not feeling it. Tarp the soul. Okay, hold on. Armor Legends. Let's go. Now we have Armor Legends. So now when I cast Epic Mage Armor, boom. Not only do I get a whole bunch of extra armor class, which is big, but I also get the other stats from Armor Legends, which currently is 5% bonus to attack speed, plus 3 all saves, and +1 imbue dice. Armor Legends. Yeah. I'm trying to think of like other good movies. I'm not a good gauge for good movies. And the main reason I say that is I just don't really watch a lot. As I've gotten older, I've spent more time watching like small media or like independent media. So like watching a lot of like YouTube, Twitch, other things like that for entertainment, as opposed to big media productions. Which, as I say that, I did not watch the Markiplier movie Iron Lung. Which I don't really know what it is, but all I heard about it was like it opened up and it did good on the weekend, and all, you know, movie executives hate this one neat trick or something. Again, did not watch the movie, but apparently it was good.
A druid kneels on top of one of the huge.
Yes, you can cast Epic Mage Armor whenever you want, which is cool. And you can cast Epic Mage Armor on other people. So if you want, if you can take Epic Mage Armor, which I have right now, stand in town and just cast it on like level 1 players who are running around in the harbor, and give them like 50 armor class for the harbor. Went to watch it yesterday. Ooh. Yeah, apparently, I just heard it was good. I don't know if it is good, but I heard it. Actually, I don't know DD lore, so can you tell me why Orthons fling worms everywhere when you kill them and join the Bard buff Warlock so far? Oh, sure, yeah. They do that because Orthons are demons made of well, devils made of worms, that's it. I honestly don't know. I will say I don't know much about Orthons. I wish I had an answer for you.
The way forward is
Good day.
blocked by giant twisting roots.
Maggots, not worms. Well, if they're maggots, they shouldn't hurt you, because maggots don't eat living flesh. They only eat dead flesh. Unless, I guess these are fantasy maggots. They're like magic maggots that eat the living flesh. That's the whole reason why you can use a maggot to clean a wound, because they only eat the dead flesh. Ah, devil maggots. I guess in comparison, if they're writhing all over the Orthons, then they're not eating them. They would only eat like the leftovers, like the meats that you would find on other things.
A cave leads down into the dark and the damp.
The maggots on the guy's nose. I gotcha. I understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Mago. Yep. I need more spell DCs. And I don't know how I'm going to get the spell DCs that I want. Arby's, we have the meats. Smoking these meats. I can beat up oozes! It has, like, not come up yet. I've barely fought any oozes ever since I got this thing, which my weapons are immune to durability damage. But it's also I have all my things. I can just go. Yeah, I don't know. Question. Let me see. I have a monster manual here. Let me see what I got. Hold on. I have the book, so let's take a look. Devil. Horned Devil. Pit Fiend. Ooh. I do not have an Orthon in my book, unfortunately. So I actually don't know where Orthons are from. But it ain't in the Monster Manual 3.5. Is it in the Monster Manual 2? Might be in the Monster Manual. Hold on. Let's get the other book. Monster Manual 2. I don't think Orthons are in here either. There are no Orthons in this book either. Are there more devils? Hold on. Devil. Oh, 67. Hold. 67. Devil. We have Advespas, Amnesus, and Malabranches. No, it's not in here either. I don't know. Fiendish Codex 2, Tyrants of the Nine Hells. I don't have that book. Is there a reason why the Underdark Drow are way thicker than the ones we can create? Yes, there is a reason. It's because if you did not know, the Underdark Drow actually exist in a heavily matriarchal society, which means that the entire Underdark Drow society is ruled by all of the female Drow. And so as a result, you know, to the, what's the word, like all the royalty and nobility, they have the most money. And when you have the most money, then you can also have the most resources. So that means you can also have the most food. There you go. Boom. Like fat happy kings. Instead of a fat happy king, you have fat happy queen. But I don't think any of them are really thick at all, male or female Drow. Actually, aren't they using the same model basically? The Underdark Drow? I'm gonna be honest, I never really looked that close at them. Are they not the same model in DDO? The knife palm. That's neat. It's totally useless for me. But I actually have no idea. I'm just extrapolating here. But yeah, in Drow society, the male Drow, or in Underdark Drow, the male Drow are basically servants to the female Drow. And they rarely hold positions of power, and if they do, it's because they're at the immediate direction of one of their superiors. I learned this from both Dungeons & Dragons Online, but also in DDO as well. Not DDO, that's literally its DDO. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Because you get to meet, not only do you meet Viconia, who is like an Underdark Drow, but also in Baldur's Gate 2, you get to go into the Underdark because which is like just the best ever. You sink to the bottom of the entire ocean, and then in the bottom of the ocean, you find a cavern that takes you into this Sahuagin city that is under civil war. and you can decide how you want to handle it, which then you can sneak out into the Underdark through the bottom of the ocean. Great storyline.
Ominous clouds gather high above. A strange rhythmic chant.
And then once you're in the Underdark, you think, okay, cool, I can do whatever. And then what they do in Baldur's Gate 2, which I really, really love, is they give you loads of magic in Baldur's Gate 2. They don't even try to hide it. There's just magic literally everywhere. Every time you kill anything, you get infinite magic. Why? Because all of the Underdark drow have +5 swords. Because they're really strong. And they make good swords. So when you find your first patrol, you're like, oh, cool. I'll just fight these guys. They kick your ass. You gotta load your save 3 or 4 times. They got poisons, they got everything. And when you finally take those bastards down, oh, they're wearing full sets of +5 gear, baby. And you got like +3 items or +2s, and you're like, oh my god, scimitars and light armors. But unfortunately, they're also drow specific. So like, I'm pretty sure the armor you can't even wear, unfortunately, but yeah. But you can use the weapons. Old Dridst. Plus damage to anything for a caster. Seems like actually would be useful to a caster though. Does nothing. Yes. So the attack stats, hit and damage, accuracy and damage don't do anything to spells. If a buff doesn't have the term or a weapon effect, doesn't say the word spell on it, it doesn't work on spells. 99 times out of 10, or 99 times out of 100. Oh yeah, they turn to dust after you leave the Underdark. That's what it was. Yeah. Somewhere it does a lot of them. There's a lot of them that are broken. Yeah, it's great. Do you want to see it? Here, I'll throw it on. Archaic device. So see this guy? The only problem is that the blasts don't hit. There's a weird targeting problem right now. All of the single blasts just kind of float around. The damage is really good when it does hit, but you have to hit with it, which is the unfortunate part. Yeah, I am currently using Archaic device. If you just use Eldritch Blast for coding it? I don't know. I have no idea how it works. I'm not a programmer. Yo, anytime, cussy words. If you ever have any more questions, do let me know. Just wanted to sound smart. Me too. Dude, I want to sound smart all the time. That's why I say so much stupid shit, because eventually one of them is going to make it through. Someone's going to be like kind of half paying attention and be like, what'd you say? That actually sounds kind of smart. Yeah. Oh, baby.
The Archdruid shouts, "Do not let them disrupt our ritual. Attack!"
Now, when I did this in Heroics, I made sure not to kill everything right away, because if you kill everything really quick, unfortunately it spawns all the enemies, and then you die. But these guys couldn't kill me if they tried, because it's hard mode. Again, the reason why I'm not going up to Elite mode is not because I don't think I wouldn't be able to do it, but because I can't cast, like, literally any spells to damage my enemies, it would just be really slow, and I just don't want to waste a bunch of time. It's so much faster and easier to just play on hard mode. All right. Celestial leather, armor bonus 20, max dex 23. Oh my god. Druid form to a Feyhound works as if glamored. We might waste a mirror. Druid helmet changes the ritual to a Feyhound. I believe it works while glamored, but somebody else can verify. I'm like pretty sure it does work if you do that, but someone else can verify. Fastest possible key gen to single target is gonna be 2-weapon fighting unarmed. Yeah, probably. I think 2-weapon fighting unarmed is the fastest way to do it. But bear in mind, when you get, there's an enhancement for key casters, either in Henshin Mystic or in Dragon Disciple, depending on what you're playing, that allows you to generate 2 additional key per strike. And once you generate 3 ki per hit, also remember that double striking generates an extra ki. And technically so does 2-weapon fighting if you have unarmed. So if you have unarmed and 100% double strike, and 100% offhand strike chance, every time you click the mouse, you get 4 ki. Or sorry, not 4, 12 ki. And you can also get an additional ki item as well. There's a new low-level item that gives bonus ki. I just can't remember the name of it. To unarmed Divine Trickster Intimidate video? I don't know about that. Yeah, true. You could always just test on Lamania. I don't know if we're gonna get Lamania this week or next week. We will see. Doors! Which could be in key wherever else. Oh yeah, the bug kickers. Go get a pair of bug kickers for level 4. Bug kickers. Arcane Trickster sneak attack die on key spells. It doesn't work because they aren't classified as spells.
The raven caws and thanks as it flies away.
They are being classified as spells, so we did a bunch of bug testing on the preview. And basically what we helped find is that there were a lot of spells in DDO that actually aren't classified as spells behind the scenes. They're missing the spell tag, so a lot of things didn't work with them. Which then led to Torque, because he was in the chat, he was investigating, and he found that one of the tools was actually running into an error that he hadn't seen, which was basically not properly labeling certain things. So he's, as far as I can tell, he did like a once-over and redid a bunch of tags on a bunch of different spells all across the game. So we'll be testing some stuff, but as of then, whenever the next Lamania comes up, hopefully all of the spells that weren't working will actually work with Arcane Trickster. So that is all of the key spells. That's a whole bunch of Epic Destiny abilities that weren't working, because there's a bunch of things that just weren't functioning. An easy example of something that should be working is Fey Lights from Shirati Champion. 100% should work, given that there's a direct one-to-one should function. They do not work together at all. But not just Fey Lights, there's also Nightmare Lance from Shadow Dancer, which is literally the Epic Destiny to pair with this thing. Didn't work either. So yeah. Rune Arms are not supposed to work. Apparently that's working as intended. Which, like, sure, it's fine. But yes, if you're playing a key, if you want to play any type of keycaster, go get yourself a pair of bug kickers. The bug kickers come from the quest Covered Culvert, which is in the marketplace. It's a level 4 quest. It's a very easy, very fast quest. There's only like 4 items that drop out of there, and the bug kickers give you +1 enhanced key, so you get 1 extra key per strike. Key spells will benefit from reduced spell cost soon. No, they won't benefit from reduced spell cost. Reduced spell cost is for spell points. It's spell point cost, not spell cost. And they actually are affected by reduced spell point cost. So, for example, if you're a Sacred Fist and you use one of your key spells, like what's that one? Like Key Explosion, for example. Key Explosion, I believe, costs 50 key. You can quicken and maximize it to add an extra 35 spell point cost. Spell point cost reduction will actually affect that and bring down that 35. But it won't affect the 50 because it's spell point cost, not key cost.
You found what must be
You can't affect the key cost. But again, most key spells have a long enough cooldown that you can generate key really easily. Another thing you consider is if you are going to use Grandmaster of Flowers at all, there's of course the one button, I think it's Serenity or whatever, that gives you a 100 key around there, something like that. You say maximize?
As the
Yes.
raven flies toward the exit, it says, "Take the gem from the chest and flee. This hut is more dangerous than it appears. A deep groan reverberates from the floorboards as the gem
You know what? I just realized I did say maximize. I'll let you work on that one. I have nothing more to add on to that section.
I'll have my revenge on you and those accursed birds.
I'll just say Sacred Fists are really interesting. I'll say Sacred Fists are really interesting, and you can do some really interesting stuff with Sacred Fists if you put your mind to it.
The hut is eerily
And if you ever join a raid group and you see somebody with a Sacred Fist, and you're like, why is somebody playing Sacred Fist on my party? And they start casting key spells. And then they're doing, 6 digits. There's things. Swordboard Paladin. I have Crusader and Sentinel. I don't know where to spend my remaining 20 points. Any ideas? Do you have a link to the build? Unbongwa is a reasonably good builder. Makes a lot of really interesting stuff and shares a lot of good information. So I do like what he puts down most of the time. We disagree fundamentally on a couple different things, but for the most part, he's like a lot of really good stuff and really helpful. Great place to start. But if you're going Sword and Board Paladin and you've already got Crusader and Sentinel, there are a couple of good places to go. One of the main problems you're going to run into is that I don't know what your Epic Strike is, but the Paladin Epic Strike is not nearly as good as the Fatesinger Epic Strike, which is insanely good. PDK Vanguard of Helm. Is it the PDK one?
You found the Sun Sword, though something seems to be wrong with it.
And he's going Divine Crusader with Consecrate. Yeah. In my personal opinion,
perhaps Arena knows how to make
pick up 3 strikes. Oh yeah, he does take Dire Charge. Yeah, I wouldn't pick up Consecration probably, if I'm being totally honest with you. Even though Consecration is good, but you could keep it. You could actually just keep the Divine Crusader tree. But I would do Fatesinger. And the reason I would do Fatesinger is because Fatesinger grants quite a few interesting, powerful abilities you might not know about. The other best builder? I'm definitely not the best builder, but I have some ideas. One of the reasons why I like Fatesinger quite a lot is because Fatesinger grants the attack A Sword Sings, which is the hardest hitting button you can press in Epics. Very, very good button. Really, really powerful. The reason why it's powerful is because it adds a huge amount of sonic damage onto your base attack that scales with your melee power, which is already good because you want to scale melee power. But then on top of that, there's an effect in tier 3 on the left side of Fatesinger that doubles the damage of that attack. So all of a sudden, every time you press that button, you're going to hear doo-doo-doo-doo-doo every 4 seconds, and it's going to hit for like 20 to 30,000 every time you press the button. It's very satisfying. However, we can go even further beyond. There's the ability called Echo or Blade of Discord that comes after that, which is just a sick cleave attack that's also a stun. So you can get a frontal cleave stun, which also does a similar amount of damage, which is sweet. But then on top of that, there's also the effect you get out of the tier 1, which increases the amount of damage that monsters take from Sonic while also reducing their armor class. And armor class reduction for free is just kind of cool. So if you hit enemies and you make them take, I think it's like 30% more damage from Sonic, you're hitting even harder with that effect. Sword Sings doesn't strike through, which is the one downside to Sword Sings. But honestly, not that much of a downside. Like, it is a downside, and I would like them to fix it. Oh my god, is it good? Who knows, maybe they will. You know, I should probably bug report that. Because it has just occurred to me, I don't think I've ever bug reported that. I don't know if anybody else has bug reported it. Because I didn't. I just like, no, it doesn't work. But filling out the bug report takes minutes. Minutes of time. I'll do it. No, Dorg, don't go fighting. You have so much to live for. He doesn't actually.
Into the cellar.
Which archetype would you like to see next? I can't wait for a favorite soul one called Preferred Spirit. Preferred Spirit, my lord. Yeah, what would I want as an archetype? I've already said before, give me sorcerer archetypes, Argent Savant, which is all force all the time, which we're kind of getting. But I would love to have like a force facsimile, so you get force versions of existing spells. Be kind of cool. And like extra things, and maybe Bigby's hand spells. And like shield and mage armor give you huge armor class. Like I'd love it if it gave you just like a ton of armor class from all your spells. So like shield, if you're an Argent Savant, changes to be like based on your character level, and so does like mage armor, sort of like epic mage armor. So you can play like an Argent Savant with like a ton of armor. After Wild Mage come out? Yeah, they didn't say that they wouldn't repeat them. What SSG said about doing archetypes is they said that they will be making archetypes that like fit and that they want to make. And if that means, that might mean that they do like another bard archetype or another like cleric archetype before they do a first archetype of something else. Like they're just gonna make them as they come up with ideas. That's their words, not mine. And I will say this, and again, you can disagree with me on this one. I think that personally, I would much rather SSG make archetypes based on the fact that they have a cool idea for something and they have something they want to make, versus going, oh, well, we got to put something out for a barbarian, and it's the worst class ever, so we got to come up with an idea.
But I'm sure I've never been here before.
A thaumaturge? That'd be kind of cool.
The sun sword. I feel that it somehow holds the key.
Add your casting stat to your AC. Oh yeah, dude, that'd be sick. Charisma to armor class. Oh yeah. Fun fact: Argent Savants don't get that, but dragons do get that. Some dragons do get that.
Takes the sun sword.
Wait, only fun builds that I make myself. Oh no, 100% Chase. I was not trying to imply that you would use you'd be going for bugs or exploits. Yeah, let's just say you can maximize some key spells. Even though they say they scale off of melee power, that's all I'll say.
But the water lapping at the edge of the pool.
There's melee power, not spell power.
An image appears in the sparkling waters of the pool. A handsome youth with a kind and noble visage.
Dragons are awesome. Yeah, dragons are cool.
Eyes turns to sudden joy.
I don't know if it's all dragons though. It's not. I don't think it's all dragons. Let me see here. Yeah, 3.5. Let's see, green dragon. Green dragon from the SRD.
Irina gasps.
Yeah, they just have high natural armor class, so the armor class is 43 with 37 natural armor class. They don't get anything crazy, but 3.5 force dragon is from the epic book, and force dragons get deflecting force. A force dragon is protected by a shield of force and provides deflection bonus to its AC. The deflection bonus is equal to the dragon's charisma bonus. So a great worm force dragon is 102 armor class, which is sick.
And a deep, dark voice from beyond the mountains cries out.
She is mine!
Dorg, stop, Dorg.
Where I cannot follow.
Instead of Celestial Mandate? Yeah. Well, Celestial Mandate's a tank ability. So I can't really recommend you using it generally. And Sword Sings is a DPS ability and will cook people. Cook. I'll even show you where to put the points. Give me a sec here. Just gonna finish this. Yeah, they'd be sick.
That light is gone forever.
We have a ton of banked ideas for archetypes. Each class at this point, so many subclasses to pull from 5e. Also, just so you're right, there's subclasses to pull from 5e. There's all the millions of prestige classes from 3.5 that they can pull from, and also they can just come up with their own. They can just brainolate, you know, just like let their brain go and just come up with an idea. Like its Sacred Fist is based off of the Sacred Fist from the Complete Divine, which is a 3.5 book. It's very close to the Complete Divine. It's missing a couple things, but it's all. It has all the named abilities from the Sacred Fist are in Sacred Fist, plus some stuff. Obviously. Whereas Dark Apostate, I don't think Dark Apostate comes from anywhere. I think that was just like it was just like added into the game.
You pick up the sun sword.
But it's on my bingo card. It's more about licensing than anything. Yeah, probably. Okay, so I will show you what to do. Hardcore Jewel. Epic Destinies. We go Epic. We go Fate Singer. And you might be like, why would I want Fate Singer? Because every core of Fate Singer gives you melee power and some health and mana. That's not bad. So we're already getting melee power, health, and mana. So it's already nice. And then what you're going to grab is the Sword Sings. And the Sword Sings gives you a +4 critical threat range. If you crit, you stun for 2 seconds with no save. So if you're using, in this build, Just checking charisma based thing. Ubongwa has you using what? Two-handed fighting. So you're using a bastard sword and a shield, right? So this means you normally crit on a 17 to 20, or sorry, 16 to 20. This means you crit on a 12 to 20. So almost half the time. So 45% of the time you crit when you press sword things, which stuns with no save. And it adds 2d10 sonic damage per character level. This scales with 200% melee power. So if I get the calculator out, okay, so a d10 is 5.5 damage on average times 2, because it's 2d10s per character level. So we're at level 34 base damage, and it scales with 200% melee power. So if you have 300 melee power, that's times 7. So it's like an extra 2,000 damage, which is pretty good. But then we're double striking, so it's like 5,000. And it's also not including the fact that Master the Acoustics, tier 3, so it's this ability right here. Your sonic damage, your epic strikes in this tree is doubled. Times 2. Oh, that's minus 2. Times 2. And you just, every 4 seconds, you just get to do 10,000. Just boop, 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 and it's stunning. On top of all the other damage you're doing. Because remember, the attack is also 50% base melee damage. You're doing 50% more damage whenever you press this attack. It stuns them if you crit, which does huge damage. You get harmonic resonance here, which is your attacks have a 20% chance to build up a stack of harmonic resonance, which increases sonic vulnerability by 10%. So it's an extra 30% times 1.3, which is kind of sick. And you can just like slam that, which is great. And then you also get Blade of Discord, which deals 30% damage, and it's a frontal cleave dealing damage. So basically the way in which you go through the tree as well is you're going to grab the first 3 cores for sure, because they're just all good straight up. And you take this one and this one, and then usually this one over here, because this gives you a bard aura, so you get like bard song, and then this one. So it's like 1, 2, 3, these 3, these 2, this one, and this one. That's pretty much it. And that's 13 points, or 14 points total. And then you just spam that button. It's really good. Very spammable. Dark Apostate is based off Tenebrous Apostate from Tome of Magic? Possibly. No, the bar, it's an aura. So it's an aura that gives you bonus to hit and damage, and it applies to you and everybody else. And then because you have the Bardic aura, if you ever put on any items that give bonuses, so you don't have to cast anything. It's just a passive that gives you plus to hit and damage. But if you get an item that gives you like, oh, when you have an aura, do like add X or add Y, and there's items all over the place, it just adds to it for free. Should I toss the Sentinel Strike? You can if you want. It depends on if you are finding yourself still using it. Hard reward tier, let's go. 147,000 XP. Almost level 31. Let's go. We got one more point. I kind of want to take Maximum Overdrive because it's kind of cool, but I'm never going to use it. I'm going to take the Spell DCs. I'm going to take Spell DCs. Okay. I have to use a mushroom and I'll be right back. But yeah, you can toss the Sentinel Strike or you can keep it. Sentinel is still good though, because the points that you have spent in the Sentinel tree is you get the Legendary Shield Mastery and you get Renewal. And those things are both good. On my Paladin that I use, my Vanguard, which is my endgame R10 Vanguard, I have the same point spread that he has in Unyielding, except instead of taking Celestial Mandate, oh, hold on, it's here. Oh, yeah, instead of taking Celestial Mandate, I go through trees so quickly. Yeah, it's because I drank an extra cup of coffee. But yeah, I basically take the same thing. So Unyielding. So on my Paladin, I have a Vanguard. I take these, so these 3. I take this one because it's good, and then I take 2 here because it's +2 to hit, and then I take Renew because Renew is good, and then I take the shield bonus to armor class because I want that, and then I take this thing here, this one here, the shield thing, and then also this core for the knockdown, and that's how I went through it. So it's 14 points. 1, 2, 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I guess you could go 3 for 1, so that's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's what I've done in the past. Anyways, I gotta use the washroom. I will be back. Hopefully that makes sense. Pew pew pew. Get my water cup though, so I can refill my cup. Oh my god, there's somebody dancing for me. Does he have that Fate Singer splash written down somewhere? No, I don't have it written down somewhere, but I can take a picture if you want. But no, I don't have it written anywhere. If you missed it. Do I have it anywhere? Yeah, I can just do it here. Here we go. I don't have points. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm bozo. I'm a bozo. I don't have points. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Let me get it for you. What the fuck? Okay, give me a sec. Hold on. I gotcha. Hold. 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 Fate Singer. Unused Sentinel. Sword Sings. Blade of Discord. A little bit of music. 14. Oh, is that too many? Oh, it's too many. Here we go. Nope. There we go. And I'm just going to spend the rest of the points in the trees. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Why are there so many multi-selectors? Stop. Ah! I'm just trying to spend the rest of the points so they don't show up. Okay, good. Print screen. Here we go. Okay, okay. And then we go to Imager. A paste. Vanguard, Fate Singer, and Sentinel. Here we go. Video in Epic Destiny stuff. Here we go. Copy image link, which should work. Did that work? Here you go. There's your image link, hardcore jewel. Hopefully that works for you. So now you can reference that whenever you feel like it. Because you're right, I do go through the things relatively quick because I'm just like... And also, I had a second cup of coffee, which I probably shouldn't do, but I did it anyway. And there's nothing you can do about it. Have you ever had a dream that you could do so, you'll do, you could, you want him to do you so much you could do anything? Yeah, that's me. I don't stumble over my words that much, I'm gonna be honest with you. I do sometimes. Circumstantially, I definitely do stumble over my words. Okay, anyway. Do you guys like getting blindsided? Me too. Because we're changing game. Get wrecked. I'm done with streaming DDO for the day. I'm going to be doing a couple runs of the Bazaar. Because it's already been 8 hours of DDO and it was fun, but I want to play some Bazaar. And I'm just going to turn the stream off and then play the Bazaar anyway. So I'm like, why don't I just like stream it so you guys can hang out and we can all play some Bazaar together. Because I've been playing Stell, which is one of the heroes. And I've been having a good time. Also, I'm not like centered anymore. Center. There we go. Now I'm centered. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna put me over here probably though. I don't know actually where I should be. Somewhere around here. All right. Not random today. We're playing Stale, baby.
Machines
Okay, so This hero has been my least favorite hero for a little while in the Bazaar out of all 6 of them, because every hero has, I wouldn't say an entirely unique mechanic, but they have some neat stuff. The first 3 heroes, Vanessa, Dooley, and Pig, are easier to understand. They have no unique mechanics. Vanessa is just generally pretty aggressive. She's got a lot of weapons, and she kills you very fast. Dooley is very, very combo oriented. He has a lot of different types of combo mechanics in terms of just like a thing that works with a thing that works with a thing, and you can make these really effective loops really quickly with Dooley, who's very, very cool. And Pig, he is like value guy. Do you like playing your like value game? He's the value guy. He gets the most money. He has the most access to things. He also gets the most health. He can do stuff. But none of them have like a specific mechanic. Max mechanic is transformations. So he has the ability to transform items into other items, retaining their enchantments. And you can do a lot of really cool stuff with that. He also has the unique potion system, which is basically a series of 1 ammo items, because they can only be used once. But you can either get more ammo for your potions, you can reload your potions with like a satchel, you can get a apothecary thing or like a distillery that gives you more uses on your potions. You can get the recycling bin, which turns your potions into other potions. There's all sorts of things you can do. So he's got the potion mechanic and the transforming mechanic. And then you have Jules, who is a cook. She's a chef, and so she has all these food interactions where her items can either be heated or chilled, and they have different mechanics based on how they work. And it's really fun to like all of a sudden you get different items, and sometimes you get an item that makes certain things be heated when they shouldn't normally, and you can have some weird mechanics, which is kind of cool. Stell's mechanic was flying, and the way that flying worked is some items can be flying, and then they might get an effect while they're flying, and other items might get an effect when they stop flying. So for example, you might have an item that's like, when this item is flying, it does more damage, or another item that is like, oh, when this item stops flying, it like deals a certain amount of damage or does something. The problem is I found it not very inspiring because a lot of it didn't make sense. It would be like all these airplanes that would do damage when they stopped flying, which is not like how airplanes function. Like all the items that would stop flying to deal damage or stop flying to gain an effect just feels really weird, like flipping your items up in the air and then out of the air. It feels weird. It doesn't make sense thematically. I didn't love it. With this most recent patch, they've changed Stale to have a new mechanic, repair. So now, when items break or are destroyed, either because an opponent breaks your items or she has self-breaking items, you can repair them to get extra effects. I love it. The theming is cool, the items are fun, and so we're gonna play some Stale and do some repair action. And it's gonna be a good, fun time. Or it's not gonna be a good, fun time. Those are the only 2 options, so we'll see how that goes. Oh, also, this is the new board. And I have to showcase this new board because this new board has some fun stuff. One of the main things that the new board has is down here you have a little lizard, and if you click him, he like wakes up and then he drinks his drink. And now he's got a red belly because the drink's in the belly. Isn't that fun? Just got this sleeping lizard who's sitting in the fan. I don't know, I like it. Anyway, it's fun. Anyway, I'm gonna cover him up. Okay, Stale. Let's buy some stuff. Blowtorch, goggles, aviators. A lot of the small items are quite good, so I'm just gonna try to buy them. So there it is, like the recycler bot, it repairs small items, which is cool. So if I get items that destroy, I can then repair them as well. I can get a tool. I'm gonna take a silver tool. This event gives me a guaranteed silver tool. Cookie cutters. Not amazing, but cookie cutters do some damage. And they don't let me kill anything though. They let me kill you. Let me kill you. Can you pike Haywire Foundry and not get blasted? Yes. Oh, they added a mechanic which speeds up your first fight of the day. So my items actually charge much slower than this, but instead of having to wait 25 seconds to see myself, you know, basically barely beat this guy because I have no damage, instead it's just a lot faster, which is nice.
Maybe a giant sweeping machine?
I don't have any drones. All right. Valpak, sell me something good, Valpak.
Can I help you find everything?
When an enemy uses an item while this is flying, charge this 1 second. Okay, if I can make this fly, I can heal a lot. And delivery drone, which charges a flying item 1 second and gives me a free loot item. We're gonna take that instead. All right, give me a shiny item. Let's go. Okay, hey, Turbo Aviators is good. Deadly Calipers gives my small items 30% crit, which is also good. And Toxic Flame Jet is also good. Ooh. I can't do flying yet, and the calipers is just straight up good right now, so I think I will take the calipers. Counterintuitively, I probably shouldn't have taken the calipers because I don't have another item, but whatever, it's fine. I have 2 shielding items. So my brain is like, just take the shield and then just win. So let's see what happens.
I'll fly
Yeah, this game, if you've never played the Bazaar, it's like an auto battler kind of card gamey shopping sort of system. You get money each day, and now I'm playing against another player. So this is somebody else who's also playing the Bazaar. I'm going to lose because they have the weights, which scale the weapons. So it increases the damage of all weapons by 10 for the rest of the fight. So he's just going to outscale me eventually. On top of that, he has also healing with the succulents, and the weights charge when you heal. So the succulents are going to out-heal all the damage that I do, and then he's just going to kill me. And just give up on flying altogether. Yeah, like I said, for me, I've just been really enjoying the repair mechanic, so I'm hoping I'll be able to get some of those cool items. Back with battle super auto pets, yeah, exactly. Team fight tactics, things like that. There's a lot of good auto battlers out there. For me, I'm a big fan of this game. I love the art style.
Reward the peaceful.
All right. Well, I have a better repair bot, which is cool. Problematically, it's not very good here. We can do this. When you shield gain regen is not great, but it honestly might be just enough to keep me going here. So I will take it. I'm going to reroll, hopefully get something good. What the hell is this? Adjacent weapons gain damage. Adjacent burn items gain burn. When a flying vehicle or drone gains damage or burn during combat, haste it. That's like a really good item to get right now, because I could scale my blowtorch and my cookie cutters, which are not good items independently, but still. But I can't, I really can't afford it because I bought too much stuff. Well, I guess we gotta pass up. I have no money. Let's take a free tool and call it a day. And I can charge a food. That sucks. All right, so I can't repair this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this in here. I'm going to put this in here, the cookie, which gives me health. And I'm just going to tank up and not die. So I'm just going to tank up and not die. Good stuff. Cookie. Because every time I shield, I gain regen. So my shield is going up, and then I'm also getting regen at the same time. And in theory, eventually, I will outlast this guy. Oh, I didn't realize this would keep getting used even though it ran out of ammo. Goodbye, crab boy. Again, sometimes you can win just by not doing anything. And I got the scale hard shell. Hell yeah. All right, Valpack has stuff on cheap. I need some cheap stuff. Valpack, save the day. Charge adjacent items. Oh, I don't have any flying stuff. Oh, crap. Adjacent shield items gain shield equal to this damage for the fight. That's like so bad, dude. The chicken cannon's so bad. Like, I can't beat anybody with a chicken cannon. Oh, no. I have no flying things. I could just buy it for now, but nah, I'm going to save my money and bank on getting something cooler in the future. Let's just take something random. Aviators. Sick. Upgrade. Well, I already have a bunch of shield items, so, you know, I could buy something, but I don't have any money. So alternatively, instead of buying something, what I can do, I can just have more stuff and then just get more shield.
Now that's
maybe I can just outlast my opponent. Maybe they can't kill me.
What specs are you running?
Maybe I'm coping. I don't know.
Good luck. What specs are you running?
Probably not going to win, but because if they have any amount of scaling, I die. If they don't have any amount of scaling, I might win. And they have the goddamn air pressure rifle, which is going to scale really well. It's already doing a lot of damage. There's a chance I can outlast them, but it's really low. Because the air pressure rifle is going to keep getting me. And you basically need the regen to be able to cover me off. Ow. And he crit me with this? 41% crit? Oh, when you haste, because it's hasting everything. So the goggles are... Oh, it gives adjacent items crit. I should have had the goggles in a different spot. Oh no, I'm probably going to die to the air rifle.
It's not just a win.
If I had the oxygen mask next to the goggles, I might have lived, because I would have been able to crit on the heal. That was actually a huge blunder on my part. I forgot that I was actually hasting stuff, so I was gaining crit. Wow. Yeah, I am pretty washed. Okay, so I have this item. So this is the kind of the destroy thing. I can destroy this. This burns and it gets destroyed, which gets repaired by the Recyclobot. And if this is flying, it gets destroyed. So I just need to find a way to make this fly, and then I can also use that too. So that's kind of cool. We'll buy these. Gyro gun sight. When your weapon starts flying, it gains 30 damage for the fight. I'm not feeling it.
You're huge.
Ooh, let's buy some more stuff. Okay, I don't have any way to get things to fly. When your items start flying, this gains 50 health for the fight. And this is double max health gain, so it'll give me 10% health when I sell it. Use a vehicle, charge this too. I don't have any vehicles. They have tools. So I can do this. And I can crit here. I can go for damage. So I could go crit and get the scaling. Put this on the table and put this on the table. And we're doing something.
And then sell it to me.
This guy's really tough. Even though I can actually use a lot of the items that he has, I don't think I can kill him. I think I just lose. So I gotta be mindful of that. Yeah, I think I just lose. Even though I actually do want one of his items. I just don't really have a whole lot. When picking the monsters you want to fight, you gotta make sure you're not putting yourself in too bad of a spot. Yeah, so my thing explodes and destroys itself, and then it gets repaired. And it's gonna explode and destroy itself and then get repaired. Which is kind of neat. Again, there's some better stuff you can do than what I'm doing, but this is like the start. I just need a way to make one of my items fly. I passed up on an ornithopter earlier, which was a big mistake. Although that's a burning item. That's kind of cool.
I'm not getting out of this pool, darling.
Salvage yard. Repair all your items. When you destroy an item, get 120 shield. Cool item. 10-second cooldown is brutal. And now adjacent burn items gain +3 burn. Or use another tool or vehicle charge this is kind of sick because I can charge both the blowtorch and the firebomb. Ornithopter cube is the best. I have heard about this. Yes. Fairy. Was it fairy? Somebody told me about the ornithopter cube.
And start selling.
But I don't know the exact reference to that. But yeah, I've heard of the ornithopter cube. Okay, so we go here. Now we want to put this here. I'm gonna put the crit here. I think. I still can't make anything fly, which is depressing. But at least I can do this. I guess this causes the burn, and that repairs this. There are too many repair things. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Everything's bad. It's all bad. 3 burn. 3 burn. 10 damage. Another second of haste. Let's take the second of haste. Okay. Well, Barcoon, save me.
Small people.
I don't need vehicles, but I can sell the cookie cutters and get some extra money out of them. Oh, Barcoon buys small items at +1 value, which is kind of fun. See, now this might actually be worth that. Wow, but it's only when it's flying. Like, I like the idea of the adjacent items and scaling everything, and it is a vehicle, so this would charge this. We use another tool or vehicle. So the cloud tanker can also work on the blowtorch at the same time, but I'm not convinced. I'm looking at it twice, and I don't see it. I don't see the vision. So hopefully this works a little bit better, but we'll see.
Let me know what you think.
Again, that's the reason why I love the Bazaar, is just like all the combinations, and also sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. I might have a very bad game here. That's a lot of burn. Uh-oh. It's okay though. We can just scale. We're scaling. We're scaling. We're scaling. Don't worry about it. We're scaling. I got more burn than he does. We're scaling. Oh, it's so much burn. Let's go.
In the kitchen. The meat doesn't fight back.
Look at that, 19 burn. Oh, baby. They recently changed burn. So burn deals its damage every half second. It used to tick down by 1 each second. So it would do 10 damage, then 9, then 8, then whatever. Now it goes down by 5%, which is a pretty big increase in how fast it ticks down.
I'll help you find who does.
The starting today, if you have 3 or more tools, upgrade a lower vehicle or drone. You have no drones. Charge your non-tool items for 1 second for each tool you have. Surprisingly not good. Oop, toolbox, which gives me a new tool every day, which is quite good, actually. Get rid of this. Sure, it's my only weapon. Do I want the toolbox? It gives me a tool every day. This is a vehicle, and we use a vehicle this charges. So maybe I actually want to use the low roller instead of the fiery cutlass.
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy.
So I think we use the low roller. And for each adjacent tool, this has multicast. So I put this here and this. So that's an adjacent tool. Although if I put this here, then I'm giving crit to this. And then the low roller is going to be charging the pressure heater, which goes off 3 times, which is then going to increase the burn on the blowtorch. So basically I'm getting rid of the cutlass, but then I'm increasing the burn on the firebomb. But if the firebomb's destroyed, then it won't get a buff from the pressure heater. I don't know, dude. We're going to figure it out. The way that you win in this game is by losing a lot. You got to lose a lot first. All right, let's kill some hellbillies.
Oh, you gonna squeal like
this guy, he's right here. He's right here. Oh, does it buff it even when it's destroyed? Oh, dude. It buffs it even when it's destroyed? Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't buff it while it's destroyed. I'm just happen to be hitting.
Ah, you gold-pring ski-waller!
Gold-pring ski-waller. Textiles. When you heal, charge an adjacent non-heal item. This can be very, very good, depending on what I get to heal on. This can give me +1 burn to all my items. This can give me a slow item, and one of the best slow items is the flashbang, which would be insane here. So I'm going to go for this guy, because if I get a flashbang, I would be super happy. While your enemy is burned, what your cooldown of your vehicles is reduced by 1 second. And this is a vehicle, so I can get this down to 3 seconds, which is huge. And that's huge. Oh my god, I want everything. Okay, we sell this. Goodbye, textiles. This gives me a gold tool every day. This gives me a flare gun. The flare gun's going to go in over the shielding item, even though I really like the shielding item. Because I kind of need the repair bot, unfortunately. So then, while the enemy is burning, this only has a 3-second cooldown, which charges the pressure heater faster and hastes more often. Oh, baby. Less defense, though. I have less defense. When you haste, your items gain 1 crit, and this hastes all my items, and this hastes 3 times? Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to hit 100 crit really fast. All right, Valpak, give me some more cheap items. When you slow, this gains damage. When you burn, this gains shield. Yeah. Meh. All right. Oh, this is a robot or something? 175-613-5047.
Go ahead.
I don't know what that is, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. My build feels strong. This guy has a good amount of damage, though, so we'll see. And he also has the robe. Boom. Look at that. 3 seconds. Go, low roller. Charge the burn. Charge the burn. And my items have like 100% crit, which is kind of sweet.
Put it toward nobler use.
Now, problematically, I actually don't need the firebomb to be destroyed. If I just had a small burning item, like if I had a lighter here, that'd be so much better. And now I have a flare gun. Yeah. Upgrade a skill. Static acceleration would be really good because it would get me to crit cap much sooner. Oh, what did I get? I got a tugboat. If this is flying, adjacent items start flying. That is bad. Well.
Those Sphinxians may be flashy.
This is good.
And wise and powerful.
Increasing this, so now it gives me 30% of my max health when I fall below half as a shield.
Discounts for peace.
Charge drones, slow everything, or multi-tool. I don't love the multi-tool, so I'm going to skip it here. I'm going to reroll. Another junkyard, the pilot's wings, haste your drones and vehicles. I don't have anything flying. When your items are flying, they gain shield. Again, I can't do any flying.
I feel like you're not being fully present with me.
Yeah, a lot of the voice lines in this game are fantastic. I love the old trash town mayor. I'm gonna kill him.
Yes, most of our citizens are roaches. Is there a problem with that?
Oh, does it? Oh yeah, it does make my vehicle fly. I didn't even read it. Also, I don't really have a problem with the fact that most of this guy's citizens are roaches in his city, in Trash Town. Good old trash town.
Outrageous! I'm an elected official!
Yeah, my big problem is the firebomb's actually surprisingly bad for me. Ooh. When your weapon's a +1 damage, when you sell a small item, this gains 1 damage. More skills or XP? I like XP. I always go for XP. XP is really good. The thing you have to think about with XP is every point of XP is basically the equivalent of 5 gold in terms of getting value. So that's basically like getting 10 gold. Get a small burn item. Okay, I want a small burn item. Shit, this one's really bad. Oh no, this is a neutral burn item. This item is just at the start of each fight, burn 6, which is totally worthless. Anyway. I really wanted a different small burning item. I really didn't want that one. Also, day 5, getting a bronze neutral item, kind of rough. This guy's got a lot of burn though. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Oh no. Oh no, conflagration with the oil lantern, with the eternal torch, which is scaling. Everything is scaling. Go, 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 kill him. Kill him, Stel. Kill him. Crit. Oh god, the shield is gonna save me.
If you think you've hurt my feelings, I assure you I have none.
Oh god. So the candles charges when he uses a small item, and he has a bunch of really fast small items. Every time he gains regen, this charges, this gives regen, this gives regen, this gives regen, so this charges. Anytime he burns with this or this increases in burn, and anytime he uses a burn item, it gives more burn. My god. Sometimes you just see the build and you're like, no, no, fast, speed. Alright, it can't happen to me twice, right? I mean, I guess that is an upgrade. Oh, I got a hammer! When you buy 10 tools, I can upgrade any item I want. That's kind of sick, actually. Kind of sick with it.
If you have to ask the price,
all right. So the boombot's interesting. The problem with the flamejet drone is it's kind of slow, but it might be better than the firebomb. And then I can replace the recycler bot. I don't need the recycler bot at all at that point, because I don't need to recycle anything. And so I could use like the tugboat if I wanted, just to have a thing. Because the tugboat is, if this is flying, because it is a vehicle, so if the flare gun hits this and makes this start flying, then it makes adjacent stuff fly. So we can do that. I also just like, oh, jetpack's also a vehicle. Oh, this needs to be next to a tool. Which is the other thing. I need a tool here. Is this a tool? It is a tool. Okay, gotta buy a tool.
Diamonds come in.
Okay, so I think we do this. And I don't think I use the firebomb, because destroying it's not important. I don't think I want the boom bot. Yeah, just get rid of that. I think we reduce the cooldown on the calipers by selling this. 0.9 seconds. Let's go. And then I don't need the recycler bot at all, but the tugboat is a drone, and this can cause both all these items to start flying, which is not necessary, but it is a thing. I don't know what's happening, dude. I don't really want the jetpack. Although the jetpack's not bad, because one vehicle will start flying, and if the jetpack gets hit, I'm trying to think if there's a way I can arrange this to do exactly what I want. I don't know if I need the goggles, because the goggles, when I haste, adjacent items gain 2% crit, but I also gain 1% crit whenever I haste generally, and my items already have 30% crit on them. So I think I take the jetpack.
You're a smart one.
We put this here. Put that there. Okay, so the gun goes off. If this is flying, it's whatever. If it hits this, which is flying, then this will haste the thing on the right as well, causing more slows. And if it hits this, this will cause this to start flying as well. Yes. Oh, repair bot. Well, I need to buy tools anyway, and I like the repair bot, so we're gonna buy it. Targeting drone, hastes and gives things. This is a tool for $8. I can't spend $8 on a tool. I don't have the money. Lich. He kills me every day. This guy is basically, you have to counter him with weapons. If you try to use non-weapons, you lose. And I have basically only non-weapons. So, actually, I have literally only non-weapons. So he will just instantly kill me. Okay, so this goes off. So the jetpack is flying. So the jetpack is hasting both the tugboat and the calipers. So it's just hasting everything. Okay, so that's the play. And the crit is 65. So it didn't get quite up to 100%, but it's like not too bad. I'm feeling okay about this. Your vehicles and drones have 30 shield. No, I don't want any of this stuff. Burn freeze. Yes. Or crit freeze. I'm going to take crit freeze because it's a longer freeze and I will crit pretty early. Tool vendor. Hey. Charge your flying items 1 second. Use a tool to charge this. I don't want that. Double the damage of the weapon on the left. Double the shield damage on the right. No. I do have to buy tools because I have this stupid hammer, which I have to buy tools for. I don't think I need the goggles. I think the aviators are done. I think we're done with that. Maybe I wanted the aviators. I don't know. And sometimes deciding what to keep or buy. Oh no, it's a lava roller. This is the cool item with the destroy build, where you have items on the side of it and you destroy them, and it doubles the burn on the item. So you destroy like 3 things, and then once this goes off, it burns for like 1,000,000. This one's very cool. I have played a build like this. Basically my build in like 4 seconds put like 50,000 burn on somebody and they instantly died. It's very satisfying.
Oh, how about this
Yo, what's up, Cruiser? How are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing some Bazaar. Like I said, if I was going to turn off the stream and play Bazaar anyway, so I was like, why don't I just leave the stream on and play the Bazaar? Oh. Also, this guy's a level behind. He like lost a fight during the day. So hopefully I beat him. He has a good amount of damage, but I think I'm just too fast. I'm too fast. So now the tugboat flies, which now causes the jetpack to fly. Oh.
Bring her about! I've got another salvo with me.
The only thing I don't want to fly is probably the low roller. That's fine. It's going pretty good, boss. It's going pretty good. I'm having a good day. What did I get on my loot? Nothing. And I got excavation tools. Charge a relic. That's useless. Yeah, it's going pretty good today so far. Oblivion Vortex. Destroy a levelmost item. Charge your items equal to half that item's cooldown. No. That's bad. This one's also cool because when your vehicles or drones start flying, this starts flying, and when this stops flying, it deals damage and then explodes. So the idea is you just repair this and explode it over and over and over. The problem is all the items that I have repair, the recycler bot and even the calipers here, only repair small items, so I wouldn't be able to repair that, which is unfortunate. The rest of these things are just expensive.
See that mountain?
I don't have infinite money. Ooh, mysterious portal. It could be anything. So the way this game works is there's 6 hours of the day. On the hour 3, you fight a monster, and on the hour 6, you fight a player. But yeah, it's asynchronous. Oh, enchantment? Improve my burn items?
My torches for butane.
I guess I enchant the blowtorch. Oh, I don't have enough money. Oh, crap. I guess. Do I need the recycler bot? I'm not doing the repair thing, so we'll just sell that. I don't need it. Enchant blowtorch. Come on, something crazy. Something crazy, something crazy.
Be careful, maybe boom?
I mean, fiery blowtorch is pretty crazy. Double burn? I will take that. You know, we take that. As they say, we take those. Let's kill this guy. So this is a NPC fight. So this is not a real player. This is a robot. I'm playing against the computer right now. Again, it's all hands off. So once I do a thing. Also, I'm so dead. This guy's killing me 8 ways to Sunday. Go burn. Go, 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 go. Look at that charge. It's at the top. Oh my god, I forgot how good the plasma rifle was. Oh my lord. Oh god. Anyway.
Quest. Receive.
Burn crit. Yes.
Hey, Uncle Odie.
Oh.
Maybe I'll be training you soon.
That's what I'm talking about. Never punished. All right, let's take any random gold skill.
Why does Lufu set himself apart?
I don't want any of this.
Must work together.
But what if we... I guess crit freeze is 3% crit, but that's useless. I'm going to reroll. I don't care. Well, I got arbitrage, so now my rerolls cost 2 less gold. That's cool. I don't need money, though. So yeah, so that was a PvE fight against a monster. You get to choose. And then at the end of the day, you get to fight a player. So during the PvE fights, you might have items that are like, let's say consumables. So you might have an item that is like, when it activates, it buffs another item on your board permanently, which is cool, but the item doesn't do anything itself. So you can use that during a monster fight to increase the power of your items versus using it during a player fight where you want to have all the advantages as much as you can get. Ooh, my mountain cast. For protecting the mountain pass, they gave me 20 bucks. That's sick. Do I want any large items? I'll look.
Little sentience love shops. So
Observatory, private, runabout, or the cloud tanker. Again, I don't terribly care for most of these. Do I reroll? I can't buy a gold thing if I reroll and say hard sell. What would I want? What would I want? The observatory? Not really. All right, I don't want anything. So now this is a real player, so you can see their score. So they have 3 wins so far. I have 4. They're level 8. I'm also level 8, and they lost recently because their yellow bar, that's their prestige. You lose prestige equal to the day. So if I lose to this guy, I go down to 10 because I'm on day 7. And so this guy's lost a bunch of prestige. So he lost recently. So that gives me a good sense of how this person's going to be doing.
Stel and Genius. Wanna fight?
We're out to dethrone
Okay, what do we got?
king, not to squabble with nobody.
All right, Vanessa. That's a big shark. What the fuck? Oh no, that's a big shark. Get him, kill him, burn his ass. Oh, the scaling. Oh god, burn his ass. I'm dead.
All cannon, no ball.
Ugh. I don't think I crit either on this. So, I don't... Unlucky. It's not really that unlucky, but yeah. Goddamn shark. Alright, try again. So now, yeah, I lost to that player. Binoculars. Use a flying item against 20 crit chance for the fight. I don't care for that. Oh! Oh! Dive weights! What a tool! This is a lot of haste. So it makes me faster. Is the dive weights faster than the jetpack, which is a vehicle? Yes, because that's a tool, so when the pressure meter goes off, it will do more. I don't have any aquatic items to charge this faster, which I would love, but I can give this extra ammo. So now this goes off 5 times, which charges this 5 times, which seems kind of good. It's like kind of slower, but then faster, and there's also a lot of haste. I'll buy this.
Shall I gift wrap it for you?
Repair drone, and this just repairs any item 1. Oh, that's kind of cool. Orbital polisher. You make items fly. The parts picker is really cool. This is good with repairing stuff because you can destroy your items and repair your items to make them faster. I don't think this is a parts picker angle. I need more tools. I really need to upgrade this stuff.
Cast aside your deathstruments.
Oddly enough, that doesn't matter because I can't make it fly anyway. Experimental garage seems bad. At the start of each fight, enchant all items on both boards for the fight. Your items have 10% reduced cooldown. That seems really horrible. How did I find this game? So I found this game because 100 million years ago, I used to play the game Hearthstone, and I used to watch a lot of the Hearthstone content creators. And the content creator Reynad, who is the person who like made this game, it's his company Tempo, which is from his gaming company Tempo Storm. They produced the game, and so he stopped doing Hearthstone in I think 2018, and then just kind of like went radio silent and was working on the Bazaar. And yeah, it came out last year. And I was following it a little bit, but yeah, it just caught my attention and I fell in love. It also helps that, as somebody who spent a lot of time on the internet, I've watched basically every single Criparian video, or video that Crip has put out in the past like decade. And I used to watch a stream all the time, and Crip basically only streams the Bazaar now. So That's helped me get into it a little bit as well.
I didn't want to hurt you, but you didn't give
Whenever
me a
you
choice.
haste, a weapon gains 1 damage. 10 damage, damn. I don't have any weapons, but if I did.
Fuel efficiency.
$18? $2 for each tool or a gold loot? I think I have to take the $18. I need to buy stuff. Or do I need to buy stuff, or can I just go to BazaarCon and get some extra XP? Yes, BazaarCon, XP. That's not the correct answer. Oh, buying items are free loot items? Okay, ammo or cooldown reduction? I can't believe I'm gonna say this. I kind of want the ammo for the dive weights. I think it's too good here. To sell this, my dive weights gets 7 ammo, so now it goes off 7 times. Or 8 times. It's +1 ammo per multicast, I think.
Wanna get
Or multicast per ammo.
Is that weird?
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Yeah, 8 times. I'm just gonna charge this. Oh no! I'm dead. Look at the damage. Oh no.
You fall like a boulder.
This is Vanessa, and this is what Vanessa's thing is good. What Vanessa's good at is instantly killing you. Start a fight, haste all her items. Diamond Shiny Fang, which is a really fast item that hits twice. The Jite, which gains damage whenever he slows. If he crits with the Jite, he slows, and he has 96% crit because he also has crit item here. This slows his own items, buffing the Jite. Because the crit on both these things is high, the Swashbuckle gives damage equal to the crit. He has crit scaling, so when he crits, he charges his items faster. And then he has the Shuriken just for extra measure. Oh my god. Some people just have the build, man. Some people just like have the build. Everything goes together. Alright, let's buy some tools.
Faulty saw cost me my arm.
These tools are all bad, man. They're all bad. I'm upset.
My life once.
CDR?
You just never know.
I think we gotta put that on the calipers again. I think the calipers is too good. I got a mouse trap, which is horrible. I need to buy 3 more tools for the hammer. I really want to be able to like hopefully upgrade my items to the hammer to buy these things, but
quality stuff.
It's not the case. All right. Well, the hammer will at least let me upgrade 1 thing, which is good.
Ooh, I saved that one from Curio's Junction.
So now I can sell an item, sell the hammer, and upgrade whatever I want. I kind of want to upgrade the pressure heater because it'll give me a huge amount of extra burn. Or it's the low roller. I don't know what the low roller does. Low roller haste 2 items for 1, so it doubles the haste value on this, which is kind of cool. I think I have to update the pressure heater though because it gives me better scaling. Now it's 6 burn to my adjacent items, so I do that much more damage. Is that going to be relevant? I don't know. I don't want any weapons. We're going to grab a small tool. I got a tool for weapons. The game really wants me to play weapons right now. I don't think I beat the Void Knight. Do I ever beat the Void Knight? I think I'm too slow. I think I just die. I think I literally just get killed by this guy. I have 12 seconds to kill him. And he heals to full. And that goes off at 8. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. Ah, good old island. We're burning for 90. We're burning for 100. When this crits, it does really good. I guess I need more crit than I thought I did.
The Bazaar will never be a safe.
Alright, so now, because I'm level 9, I don't even want this skill. Get out of here. I get an enchantment. Oh, damn. Burning? Okay, so if I burn on the low roller, it now burns. It'll probably burn for 1. It doesn't matter. But then I can put that next to the pressure heater, which will then charge the burn on this. And then I can replace the flame jet drone with something else. Because this is slow. This is 3. It goes 3 times every 3 seconds, which is way more burn. I think that's what we do. I think we burn the low roller. It's got 2 burn on it. And that goes there, so that charges that. And then I just have to replace the flame jet drone with anything, really. Because this effect doesn't really matter anymore. So I actually don't want this at all. So we can just completely replace this. Oh, and this guy sells vehicles. Sick.
If you plan to visit those outlands,
I get a bicycle. Your leftmost item that isn't flying starts flying. I don't need that. Why would I need to fly? Why would I need to fly? What are we flying for? I guess I could put the jetpack in to make sure I'm hasting more things now. So I can put that in over this and then haste the dive weights, which will then go off faster. So maybe that could be good. Although if I'm going to haste anything, I'd probably want to haste the calipers, which will then haste everything, because that seems like it's more impactful. I'd want to like do this. I'm going to roll just in case. I don't know. Maybe I'll find a better vehicle. Okay, or the Ornithopter, which also makes items fly, which I probably shouldn't have gotten rid of a while ago. So this makes one thing fly. The tugboat is also kind of bad. So maybe I want the Ornithopter instead. And then that makes adjacent items start flying, which I can use for... I can just make the jetpack fly, but that also seems like it's kind of bad. Oh man, I don't need... I'm not convinced. I'm going to buy the Ornithopter because I think it could be useful, but I don't know. Oh great, and now I can go to Curio's Junkyard. Curio sells a bunch of neutral items that you can just sell for value. So for example, I can like buy this insect wing, which reduces the cooldown of an item by 1%, which doesn't sound good, but then it goes from 8 seconds to 7.9, which could make the difference. Maybe. Copium. Cool. He also sells this, which is another 1%, but for my whole board. 2% cooldown reduction, 7.8 seconds. Most of these things didn't even move by 1 yet, but, you know, that's fine, or 0.1. Buy the egg.
Cat's been sitting there 20 years.
All right.
Waiting for you.
This is horrible. And now we go. So in theory, this should be faster. We're going to find out. It should be faster. Should be faster.
Right? I'd rather build
Also, his name is
stuff than
Dongers
break it,
Only, which is funny.
but inventions need testing.
This guy's a diamond thing. A diamond large thing. Oh no, it's a big boat. The restorative Skyliner has +1 multicast for each item that you have that's flying. No, he froze my scaler! Oh no. I'm dying. We're both dying.
Was it a faulty differential
And I
spring?
won.
Huh?
Sick. So close. So close. This item is really crazy. Fortunately, I won. Yes. Another day down. We're trying to get to 10 wins, so I need 5 more days to win, which is not going to be easy. I think I am going to go for the dive weights maybe here. The grappling hook is not a good tool. I need to replace the tugboat. I don't think the tugboat's good at all. But I don't really want any weapons. Pinwheel. Small item starts flying, haste 1. When your items start flying, charges 1. That seems okay. More haste.
Deals, not war.
Sales Workshop. Your tools cooldowns are reduced by 1 when you use a tool, charge a vehicle or a drone. This lets me go crazy infinite. Somehow. When you use a tool, charge a vehicle or a drone. So if I get rid of all my drones and my only vehicle is the low roller, which charges the pressure heater, which charges the low roller. So it's the pressure heater plus the low roller, and that's it. And the low roller just charges itself. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're cooking. We're cooking with Golden Zorsid. It's kind of neat. I've never seen that enchantment on the Zorsid before. That's cool. It's like gold. Ooh. Okay. I think this is the play. Hold on. So we buy the workshop.
Guided me to what you needed.
Okay, so when I need to have one vehicle. So this is a vehicle, I can't have this. This is a drone and a vehicle. I want the only vehicle is the low roller. It has to be the only vehicle. And then I need things that are fast tools, fast small tools. So I honestly think I do this. So the blowtorch has a 3-second cooldown. When this goes off, it charges the low roller once, which causes the low roller to go off, which will then activate the pressure heater, which will activate the low roller over and over and over, which will activate the pressure heater. So these loop together, and then this will just haste everything to make it faster. And the reason why I want the flare gun is because that reduces the cooldown of this by 1 second once they're burning, and that 1 second cooldown reduction means this goes off even faster. Okay, this should go crazy. I don't think I can beat 8-armed Davy. Can I beat Davy? Fuck it, I can beat Davy. Let's go. He's not that hard.
Might not be as big as that slumbering primordial, but I'm wide awake.
So now this is charging itself and hasting everything, so it's just automatically going. I'm not dead yet. Burn. Burn.
Well, tangle me tentacles.
Cool.
A new legend sails the
It's doing something. Oh, good old Davy. Anyway, so that's how the build works. This is a legendary monster. Legendary monsters are much harder. You can almost never fight your legendary monster on day 10. Day 10 is the last day in terms of like scaling. So nothing scales past day 10. Day 10 is the same as 11, 12, 13, 14, other than your opponents. And so usually you fight their legendary monsters in like 11 or 12. I got mine on 10 and I killed it, which is very lucky. Arms race. This skill sucks and I can't use it.
The more I can help.
All right. A gloaty can give me a skill. Your vehicles are faster. Your flying items have less cooldown. Sick. This forces my only vehicle to fly. I love that. Ooh, Pearl's dig site. I can get anything. Pearl's dig site is cool. You only have to pay for rerolls. Anything you take out of here is free. Palanquin, harpoon, Viper cane is very cool. Oh, the Pickle Storm Gaming House. I don't want that. It's cool though. See what else we can get. The game has wanted me to take this cloud tanker so much. Now it's giving me a free diamond one and it's like, bro, please take the cloud tanker. No, I refuse. 4% cooldown reduction across my whole board? Yes, please. Excellent. What an item to find. Thank you. Excellent. So that's like, now we're even faster, 2.8 seconds on the cooldown. Oh yeah. And I just gotta actually upgrade my gear. The odds that I actually do that are very low. Oh, but I can get a better loot item from my delivery drone. Okay, so now at this point, I need to upgrade the pressure heater, and I just need to make my build faster, which it will be faster thanks to getting Thrill of the Flight, which I did not have before, and also the extra 5%. So this is 10% faster cooldown on the low roller, so this will be a 3.6, which should help a little bit.
Oh.
My main problem is I have no defense. I have no way to live. And this guy's a lot of diamond items. And a lot of... I don't know what's going on here. This looks bad. Why is this diamond? Oh god. Don't freeze my guy. Don't freeze my thing for so long. Loop. Loop. Go faster. Apply more burn. Get him. Yes. I don't have a lot of items, so it's pretty fair that one of the downside of having fewer items, like using these large ones, and this is not an activatable item, is I'm so much more vulnerable to freeze, because he freezes one of my items and my whole build froze solid. And I was like, ugh. The shielded pasta is also spooky because the pasta, it gives you regen and it gives you health, max health based on the regen. So his max health kept going up as the fight went on. Oh my god. Fortunately for me, I won. So I'm very lucky. Feel good. Form, which improves my weapons. Too bad I have no weapons. A very rare vendor. Can't use them. No way, dude. More ammo? I've never had that much ammo on that item before without it being on the proper hero. Because this is not even a stealth item. This is a Vanessa item. That's crazy. Do I play TFT? No, I've never played TFT. I've seen other play TFT. Or other people play TFT. I just don't personally, or I've never personally played it. I didn't play TFT because I wanted to like get away from League of Legends as much as possible. So even though TFT seemed fun, I was like, no. No League of Legends.
I think that suits you beautifully.
Okay, Ice Bomb is so good. Man, I've never gotten the ice bomb in the destroy build.
Wonder what they're saying now.
Jen. But from what I have heard about TFT, so friend of mine and a viewer of the channel, Dorak, he likes TFT. And one of the things he doesn't like about the Bazaar that he likes about TFT is that you can force builds every time, that you can kind of play the same thing every time you play TFT. And one of my favorite things about the Bazaar is that you can't do that. You can't force a build in the Bazaar. You have to just play with what you got. And for me, I really like that you always different stuff. Each hero right now has about 140 cards in their card pool, which means it's very rare you're actually going to get the same items. I don't have that many games on stale. I've never bought the workshop and actually been able to use it. And I've never had this combination of items, never had this item on this character. So for me, again, I don't know how true it is that you can kind of force builds a lot in TFT. I have no experience with that, so that could be incorrect. But in this game, it's borderline impossible. When, fun fact, when the Bazaar first released, there was only about 100 items for each character, and so you couldn't like force, but you could pretty consistently get the same items for the most part. They started adding item expansions as card packs, and there were 10 cards per pack, and you would get these extra expansions. However, when they first came out with them, they actually had the option for you to turn them off if you didn't want to use them. And the idea is, as you would get more, you would turn on the ones you wanted and turn off the ones you didn't. The problem is, if you're a card gamer, the less cards you have, the more consistent your deck is. So you just turn everything off and you always have the most thing. So the best way to play the game was to use none of the new cards. Anytime new cards came out, don't ever turn them on, because you're going to see like random stuff in the shop and it's harder to get consistent. The developers fortunately realized this, and they made it so you can't ever turn off the packs. So the one it has the downside of the pool gets more and more bloated as time goes on, where basically there will be a point where you literally can't force anything, because like right now you still can't force, like if you want to play weapons, you can just hit every weapon vendor and hope you get good weapons. It's not always going to work, but you can. But you know, you can try your best to do that. But with this that's happening here, or like eventually you won't be able to do that at all, which is really exciting to me. I like the fact that every time it's all about being opportunistic, seeing the lines, being like, oh, I have this now. Like, do I want to use this? Like, I made the hard swap with the workshop. I spent like 2 minutes sitting here being like, you know, and how many people who were watching before would have put the burn on the low roller? Some of you might have and noticed that this will charge this, which will charge this, which will charge this. But like, I mean, I'm not saying I'm like super intelligent, but that's just one of those things. Anyways, when you use a tool, charge a vehicle 2 seconds. Even faster infinite?
My work is for the glory of...
Why don't I play draft on Arena? I did play draft. I did my first draft on the weekend, and I went 1 in 3.
No, I'm a bit of a legend.
One of those games I wouldn't have lost, but I misclicked. I ended my attack by accident because I wanted to read a card when I had lethal on the table. Uh-oh. If this goes off, I die. I have to kill him before the hydraulic press kills me. Die.
Bravery without strength.
Wait, how come it went off? Oh, use a vehicle, and the hydraulic press is a vehicle, and I died instantly. All right, that's fair. I can't do much about that. All right, so now I want an enchantment for my workshop.
Let me go feel this.
Healing or crit?
Follow it to your
Those both suck. What does that do? Workshop. Crit. Your tools have 50% crit. Whereas restorative, when you use a tool, heal 30. Neither saves me. What is pressure heater? Pressure heater. Pressure heater. Your burned items have 40 crit. I think I put crit on the pressure heater. Just thought of a small enhancer for DDO. Put a search bar in vendors. Buy, sell box also. Yeah, they could do that. I don't see that as a bad option. Crit on dive weights also just gives me generic crit, I think. Dive weights is... Oh, if both adjacents are aquatic, they have 50% crit. No. I'm going to do crit on the pressure heater. Maybe I could have killed that guy if I crit more. Probably not. I was really hoping for, like, slow or haste on the, on the workshop. All right, give me the XP. I got more XP. Pearl's dig site.
Imagine the wonders
Right, Pearl, save
waiting
me.
for us in the ground.
Nope. I want none of this. Come on, Pearl, save my life. Hold. If I have the hologram projector as my only other small item, then it'll always turn into the flare gun, which means this will be 2 flare guns. So reduce the vehicle cooldown by 2 seconds. This will be 1.8 seconds. So this goes 3 times, which charges this instantly, which then causes this to go off. Right? I don't think it stacks. You don't? Let's find out. Science time. I don't know. Boom. So that is cooldown. Yeah, 1.8. It totally stacks like that. Yeah, it totally stacks like that.
Every time I go outside,
I don't know if it's better.
something wants trouble. Get good so you can do good.
But it's kind of cool. Okay. Burn skills could be insane. Diamond skills could also be insane, but I think I have to go burn because burn is how I'm killing everything. Like there's no, I don't know if there's a diamond skill that can help me, but if I get like conflagration would be massive. We're gonna go burn. Oh my god, these are all bad. Also, don't tell me about fire poison Malifang.
Look, I enjoy what I do, but I'm a serious guy.
Also, yeah, you can hear them. They all have extra dialogue if you talk to the vendors.
I didn't just come for the money. I'm here to show off what my people can do.
Good old fire poison. Okay, these are all bad. All right, come on, something good. Okay, crit burn is very good because I have 40 crit and it's gonna go off a lot. So crit burn is good. Also, I can't have this on here. The low roller literally doesn't matter. It's totally pointless. I don't need to upgrade that. So let's just get more burn. 2 more burn on the low roller to start is better. Upgrading the gun could be good.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated.
The flashbang is sick. I love the flashbang, dude. It just slows all enemies by 2, but I just can't use it. I can't justify it. I guess I'm just fishing for the gun. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's it. I shouldn't be buying tools, but I completely forgot to buy tools because I'm a moron. Yeah, I should be buying tools. I don't know why I'm not buying tools. Whoops, that's not a tool. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I gotta go.
Excellent choice.
Okay, so in theory, this should be good. Can run Inquisitive Cold Arty Druid in this game.
Something in the oven.
You can't be an elemental form. No, you can. You can be an Arty in elemental form. Go, go, go. Why does my stuff feel slow? So, fortunately for me, my burn scaling is way faster than him. What the fuck? Why does it have 500 burn on it? Oh no. Oh, because the oven. Oh, it's a fiery oven. When you use any item, he burns me, and his heated items have multicast, and everything is heated. And he has 3 heated spaces. That guy's got a build, dude. I got you. Oh, hail yeah, Harbor Freight. So I hadn't heard about Harbor Freight before because I don't live in America. I don't think we have Harbor Freight up here. Although somebody can probably correct me on that one. Oh, yes.
I get it.
Scaling.
Enjoy your purchase.
I still have 3 more days. I have no idea how I'm going to win 3 more days, but we're going to figure it out.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
I'm still too slow to start. This is my big problem. I need a way to like start by burning. Or get this kick started, but I don't know what to do.
You're not ready.
Tools! Fucking tools, I keep forgetting. Oh my god.
And that's okay.
What is this item? Pittsburgh 2-ton low profile floor jack with rapid pump. Ooh, 2-ton floor jack. Hell yeah. Right, buy tools, buy tools, buy tools, buy tools. But yeah, I'm still just slightly too slow. Once I get started, it's fine. But I'm just... It takes way too long to start.
So
Ugh.
much chaos on the streets.
Destroy an enemy item for the
Upgrade
fight.
everything, even me.
Okay. I don't know if I want that. Maybe. Diamond item. Burning? Dude, another burning enchantment? Is that better on the workshop? Because the workshop is when you use a tool, burn 3, but this will gain burn scaling from every time this crits, this burns more, which means this causes this to burn. Dude, I don't know, man. Also, now this is up to... I could have this up to 13. Oh my lord. I was also tempted to just put burn on this. But yeah, it's probably better to do the workshop. Probably best to do the workshop. I think that's good. I don't know. I only have one tool. I'm gonna take the XP.
To trust the shroud.
I'm gonna go gambling. Oh, I didn't know gambling.
Their plaything.
Positioning? I can't move this. Because I could do this, but then it loses multicast. Although I guess if this is just going off, it doesn't matter. Because this gets charged 2 seconds, so it just goes infinite anyway, because it's 1.8. So when this goes off... I'm worried I won't be infinite if I do this. I don't have another tool. Oh, the flare gun is a tool. I didn't realize the flare gun's a tool. Yep. I didn't realize it was a tool. All right. Let's kill this guy.
Really mad at me. Want to get lunch after this?
Uh-oh, that's a lot of diamond items. Uh-oh. Oh, what is this? I don't even know what this guy does. Go, 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 go. No, don't freeze my entire board. And I'm dead.
Are you open to feedback on your design?
And that's the Bazaar, baby. I don't even know what this guy has, but he instantly killed me. Freeze 3 items, 2.3 seconds. Okay. What's this? Examine. Heavy warp drive. Destroy this item for the fight. Adjacent items are vehicles. Your vehicles have their cooldowns reduced by 15%. That's why this is so fast. When this is destroyed, charge your items 2 seconds. When this is destroyed, slow all items for 2 seconds. So this repairs. So this went off. It exploded, freezing my entire board. Then he repaired it with the drone. And then it went off a second time and killed me. And then this, when you repair, gains damage. And when you destroy an item, it charges. So I just exploded. So it goes off, freezes, gets repaired, goes off again, freezes. I don't know why it's instantly exploding again, though. I don't know why it's just getting destroyed instantly. Destroy this for the fight. Oh, when this is destroyed, charge all your items 2 seconds. Oh, this charges all my items. This repairs my items, which gets destroyed, and this also destroys this, because this says destroy your leftmost item. So this destroys this, which charges everything and reduces the cooldown by 1 second per destroyed item of every item on the table. So it starts out where this goes off, boom, so it's destroyed. Now the repair is 1.8, then it's 2.8, then it's 1 second. Everything's on a 1 second cooldown, and it's boom, 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 boom. This one's cool. It's when an item is destroyed, 3 items start flying. Yeah, this is the build I wanted to play. I've played the destroy build probably like 4 times now. It's been pretty fun. I have never gotten the ice bomb, which is like easily the best item for the destroy build. Never got it. Someday. Anyway, very cool.
See
I got
that,
7
Uncle
wins.
Odie?
Feels good. I hope that guy
Building
gets
the
10
better
wins
Bazaar.
because that guy's build is insane. If anybody beats that guy, that's Matt. I don't even know if you can beat that guy. But I'll take it. Cool build. I've never done this before. That's it. That's the Bazaar. Diamond 4. Ooh, daily quests. Apply 300 poison. But yeah, so that's the Bazaar. And fun game. So if you find the Bazaar fun, it's on Steam. It's like $20. They sometimes do like free weekends here and there, so you can play it, but it's like a $20 game. And other than that, yeah, that's it. That's all I have. I am tired. So I think I'm going to end the stream here because it's been 9.5 hours and I'm sleepy. I'm going to work on some videos. So that way there's like some stuff to watch on YouTube. There's a bunch of things. I just have to have them actually preset to go out and actually get delivered to you guys. So I will have that happening soon. But yeah, other than that, I think that's it. I think I'm going to end the stream for the day. So thank you all for watching. Hope you had a fantastic time. I'm sleepy. And we will be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. If Lamania comes up this week, which we don't know yet, but if it does come up this week, I will be playing through Arcane Trickster, the entire game in one sitting. If Lamania doesn't come up this week, Solo Guided Artificer. That's the plan. One of the two. Solo Guided Artificer will be done Wednesday, so then we'll move on to something else. I just don't know what that is. Yeah. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you had a fantastic time. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. Hope you enjoyed yourself. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. Dude, I fucking love the Bazaar, man. This game is so good. I didn't even talk about this, but I currently have total, I'm just checking, 517 hours in the Bazaar. Hell yeah, man. I do like having 517 hours in the Bazaar. Good game. So yeah. Anyways, I'm going to take off. Thank you guys for watching. Have a wonderful night, and I will see you all later. Bye-bye. Drive safe.